Hello, SUNY Plattsburgh. I'm Ron Zaki. And I'm Marky
Hello. Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you all so much for being here today. My name is Naomi Adebayo. I am the Black Solidarity Day intern. Thank you. So Black Solidarity Day, founded in November of 1969 by Carlos E. Russell, is observed on the Monday before Election Day. It is encouraged for individuals, especially Black individuals, to refrain from work, school, and shopping to demonstrate their economic and social impact. Black Solidarity Day has grown into a day centered around reflection and activism, focusing on issues affecting the Black community. This day underscores the importance of unity, awareness, and collective power, urging participants to reflect on ways to combat racial injustices and inspire social change. Over the past few months, I have worked very closely with students to share information about Black Solidarity Day and its significance. I am pleased to see how well they have embraced the message, speaking to the importance of keeping all university initiatives and programs student-centered to foster meaningful impact. Black Solidarity Day would not be what it is without the active support and involvement of all students. I look forward to today's events and hope we can create an inspiring and memorable experience together. Without further ado, I'd like to bring to the stage President Alexander Agneti.
All right, good morning, everyone. That works. So it's my extreme honor to stand before you today as we gather for our third annual Black Solidarity Day of Social Justice Teach-In. And it's an event that holds a special significance for our campus, but also for each of us personally. And if things are working in the back of the room, is it okay if I say hello to Buffalo? Good morning, Buffalo. Thanks for joining us here at beautiful Plattsburgh. This day reminds us of the ongoing struggles for justice, for equity, and for civil rights, and it challenges us to stand together in solidarity, especially in these times of extreme uncertainty. I would like to open today with the SUNY Plattsburgh Land Acknowledgement. As an institution that takes pride in continuous efforts towards building a more inclusive community, we must take time to acknowledge that our campus is situated on the land that belongs to the Iroquois, Western Abenaki, Mohican, and Mohawk peoples. We honor the original caretakers of this and the surrounding lands and offer respect to the Haudenosaunee, who are still here. This land and body of water, now known as Lake Champlain, was inhabited and nurtured by these peoples for thousands of years. We must do the same to nurture and protect this sacred land. This statement is a mere fraction of the steps needed to fight against systemic Indigenous erasure. We are settlers on their land, and we must strive to be accountable by remembering this history and cultivating respect in our relationships with our Indigenous neighbors and the land. Thank you. So Naomi started us out here by giving a bit of the history of Black Solidarity Day. And again, it was established to inspire collective reflection and to confront the systemic injustices that persist today in our country. Here at SUNY Plattsburgh, this day has been a vital tradition for several years, reminding us that we must continue to engage, continue to listen, and to act if we are to live up to the values that we hold for this oppressive academic community. Today is a day when we recognize the power of unity, the strength of diverse voices, and the critical importance of solidarity in pushing towards meaningful change. As we gather today, I want to consider what Black Solidarity Day means in the context of the many challenges we face as a nation and as a campus. We are living through a time of heightened division, socially, politically, and economically. In the face of such instability, it would be easy to feel overwhelmed or uncertain about the future. But it is precisely at moments like these that the principles of Black Solidarity Day, unity, resilience, and action become all the more essential. So I thank each of you for participating today, It is so very important. So thank you in advance for this fabulous day we're going to have together. So Black Solidarity Day is not just an abstract set of ideals. They are woven into the fabric of who we are as a campus community, and into our strategic vision for the future. Our Plattsburgh Next strategic plan, which is guiding us towards a more inclusive, innovative, and forward-thinking institution, is built on the same foundation that Black Solidarity Day represents: equity, justice, and a commitment to ensuring that every member of our community is valued and supported. Through our strategic plan, we have pledged to strengthen the student experience, prioritize diversity, inclusion, and cultivate a community where all voices are heard. Black Solidarity Day serves as a vital reflection that our commitment, reminding us that inclusion and equity must be central to everything that we do. It also challenges not only to speak about these values, but to actually live them, and to integrate them into our policies, our actions, and our daily interactions. As you know, the work that you're going to experience today cannot be done in isolation. It requires us to come together as a collective. The efforts of the Black Solidarity Day Committee are a perfect example of this. Their dedication to organizing today's event speaks to the importance of collaboration and leadership in ensuring that our values are reflected not only in our words, but also in our collective action. So I want to say thank you to the following committee members for their hard work, for their incredible passion, and commitment to making this day a success, and for reminding us of the critical work that lies ahead. So I will go through the list. Starting first, if you're here, would you just give a little wave? Naomi Adebayo. Thank you, Naomi. Jennifer Blow. That's here. Thanks, Jen. Michelle Bonatti. I have Michelle in the back there. Dexter Chris. I have not seen. Oh, there's Dexter. Gosh, guys, sneak in on me here. Zanesha Dandy. Mackenzie Dumas. All right, I'll keep going. Shania Fairweather. Thanks. Charlotte Feliz. Bridget Heine. I know Bridget's here. Christopher Kirky. I know Chris is in the crowd. There he is. Gary Kroll. Got you there. Jackie Madison. I haven't seen Jackie yet. Joellen Mayano. Priyanka Patel. Okay. Legita Scott Williams. I know Legita's in the back. Priyanka Singh. Virginia Skaskovich Bosley. Jason Smith. Amy Southerden. You know Amy's here somewhere. Mike Thompson. Evelyn Vicencio. And Sydney Wise. Thank you very much. I also would like to thank our Strategic Communications and Marketing team and our Communication Studies Department for promoting and supporting the event to a wide audience both on and off campus. I also want to thank Black Onyx, the Black Student Union, for selecting our theme for the day, Be the Change You Wish to See. And finally, I want to take a moment to recognize the leadership and commitment of Vice President Allison Hurd. Allison is our VP for DEI, and Allison, it is through your vision, your tireless efforts that this work continues to flourish on our campus. Your leadership has been instrumental in focusing and fostering an environment where events like Black Solidarity Day can thrive and have lasting impact. We are deeply grateful for your dedication to making SUNY Plattsburgh a more just, a more inclusive, and a more united campus. Allison, thank you very much for all you do. At SUNY Plattsburgh, we understand that advancing diversity and inclusion is just not a one-time or one-off effort. It is an ongoing journey that requires continuous learning, continuous self-examination, and courageous action. Black Solidarity Day serves as a call to all of us to recommit to that journey and the idea that solidarity is essential to building the future we want to see, not only on this campus, but in our broader society. Our campus is strongest when we recognize the power of every individual, the importance of every voice, and the impact of our collective efforts. Together, we will ensure that SUNY Plattsburgh continues to always move forward, even in uncertain times, with purpose, with unity, and with a shared commitment to justice for all. I want to thank you again for being part of this important day, this day of reflection, of unity and action, and thank you again to our Black Solidarity Day Committee and all of our volunteers, and to Allison for your leadership in making this day possible. So please join me in one more round of applause to everyone who made this possible. And it's now my distinct pleasure at this time to ask Plattsburgh Mayor Christopher Rosenquist, Plattsburgh's alumni as well, to join me at the front if he's here. Whoops. All right, we will pass on Chris, and I will ask Bridget Heine to join me at the lectern and take over. So thanks. It's all yours. Well, you were next on the list. Right?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much all for coming out for our kickoff today. We have a full day of events as always. I am just here to welcome you all, say thank you on behalf of faculty and the Faculty Senate for being here. I just want to highlight a couple features for you all to help navigate the day. Around each session and on our info tables is the QR code for our schedule. We're trying to, as you can tell, once you see it, you will see it's a very extensive document with lots of information, so we're trying to save some of those trees. If you wouldn't mind scanning our schedule and checking out the digital copy. You'll also find in the rooms participant feedback surveys. Many of the things we hope you enjoy about today have come directly from feedback from participants in past years, so we hope that you will engage with the day and share some of your insights with us. And if also, so you know, just in case you're not aware, our Cardinal Lounge is going to be our streaming room. So we have a live streaming track we're really excited about, but just wanted to give people a heads up that room will be live streamed. Thank you all so much. I'm going to keep it brief. I have the pleasure of handing it off to our SA president, Kalima Gooding. So thank you all again. Hope you enjoy the day and have a very lovely Black Solidarity Day. And I was like, where's Kalima? Oh, there you are. Thanks
so much, Kalima. Hi, everyone. I'm Kalima Gooding. I'm the vice president. I'm sorry, last year I was the vice president. I'm the president of the Student Association this year. Today, as we gather to honor Black Solidarity Day, we stand united in recognizing the strength and resilience and brilliance of Black communities everywhere. This day reminds all of us of our shared commitment to justice, equality, and the vision of a society where every Black life is valued and respected. We come together in solidarity not only to remember the struggles of those who come before us, but also to inspire one another in the work that lies ahead. Each of us has a role to play, whether it's advocating for policy change, or supporting Black-owned businesses, or educating others on the beauty and the depth of Black culture and history. As we continue the tradition of Black Solidarity Day, let's carry forward this spirit of unity, support, and unwavering dedication, building a future that not only reflects true justice, but also reflects recognition and equality for all people of color. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to everyone for being here. My name is Allison Hurd, Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and I just want to thank our in-person attendees as well as our online streamers for this November 2024 Black Solidarity Day event. We are excited that this is a growth year for us. In addition to being able to celebrate in person, we're so excited that through the assistance of our communications and marketing team and communication studies department, that we're able to offer the online streaming option as well as a virtual healing circle today. This has given campuses such as our own Queensbury campus an opportunity to have a dedicated space at Queensbury for students and employees to participate in this day. In addition, we are so excited to campuses such as the President alluded to, the University of Buffalo, coordinated by Leah Barney and her team at Buffalo, which includes Alan Williams and Dejanay Burke, to host a watch party. We are also excited that SUNY Delhi is participating, and their events are organized by their Chief Diversity Officer, Louis Reyes. We're also grateful to the campuses that are hosting additional events today, including SUNY Potsdam, SUNY Binghamton, and other SUNY campuses, as well as Virginia State University for their support. We're also grateful to Peru School and their Butterfly Club and the teachers who are participating in person for the second year. We're also grateful to people such as Allison Ali Webinaro, who would probably ask me not to point her out, but she is here. And we're so grateful because Allie serves as the governor's regional representative for the North Country region to support our event. We're also grateful to people like Ron Zaki, Marky, Bledsoe Grant, and Iris Zhu. We'll hear a little bit from them at the end. From the New York State Division of Human Rights and Hate and Bias Prevention Unit, of which SUNY Plattsburgh is a member of our North Country Regional Council. Your presence, Allie, Ron, Marky, Iris online, means that this work is not only important to SUNY Plattsburgh, but it's important to the entire state of New York and beyond. In alignment with our campus commitment to the Plattsburgh Next Plan, we are excited about many of the enhancements made this year, which includes more diversity in the number of people who are hosting sessions for the first time. We also have more students who are hosting sessions as part of their class units, so we're really excited about that. Over half of our Black Solidarity Day Planning Committee is new this year, and we are so excited that we have also welcomed 3 new community members in alignment with our goals to deepen our relationship with our North Country neighbors. We are also excited about many of our new faculty, including many of our new social work faculty, who have traveled a few hours from Queensbury or other areas to be here in person this year. We're also excited that we have been able to add cool-down zones this year, which will be held in meeting room number 1, and we're also able to offer poster sessions for the first time, which are lined in the ballroom here, so we really do hope that you're able to visit them and to acknowledge the people for this wonderful work. We're so grateful to in addition for our planning year, that we've been able to expand through our collaboration with the Center for the Study of Canada, which makes it possible for our keynote presentation to be presented as part of the Distinguished Canadian Address this year. So we do hope that you all will be able to join us at 4:15 p.m. for that presentation, which will also include some free raffle giveaways of the keynote presenter's book, who is Dr. Deborah Thompson, who will gladly sign the book for you today. As we conclude, number 1, I just want to thank our Center for Career Development. It is through their internship program that we were actually able to apply for a position of a Black Solidarity Day intern. And that's extremely important when we talk about what it means to collaborate. We would not have been able to offer a position like that for a student to also be able to earn a wage for the work, to be able to bridge the gap between our employees and our students. So we're so grateful again to the Career Development Center under the leadership of Toby Hay and her team, but also to Naomi for the work that she has done this year as an intern. We're also so grateful to Chartwells, who is providing a free drink coupon for any presenter today. Mackenzie Mainstream is on our Black Solidarity Day planning committee, but Mackenzie as well as Catherine would be good connects for that, so we're so grateful. I also want to thank our President Inyeti, and our University Council members who are here today or who will be here at different times throughout the day. I also want to thank each of our cabinet members, Marcus Ty, Ann Hansen, Heather Haskins, Karen McGrath, and Megan Renadette for supporting this work and making it central to your departments and divisions. I also want to thank our Black Solidarity Day Committee, all of our campus volunteers today, because we couldn't do it without you, and each of you for being here in person or online, because your commitment and your visibility day today and your presence means that this work is extremely important to you. The fact that SUNY Plattsburgh is a living example of students, faculty, administrators, staff, unions, we've worked with unions for release time, and community members, as well as our local, regional, and state legislators, working together is a true testimony to the great work that we can do not only today, but in the future. And so with that, through the assistance of Bridget, we are going to share a message from our New York State Division of Human Rights.
Hello, SUNY Plattsburgh.
So grant from the
I'm
New York
Ron
State
Zach.
Division of Human Rights.
Hello, SUNY Plattsburgh. I'm Ron Zaki.
And I'm Marky Bledsoe Grant from the New York State Division of Human Rights, Hate and Bias Prevention Unit. We would like to wish SUNY Plattsburgh a happy Black Solidarity Day. We recognize the importance of this day and the role we all play in eradicating racism and all forms of hate in New York State.
We appreciate your commitment to this work, and we look forward to continuing to serve with you on the North Country Hate and Bias Prevention Unit Regional Council. If you experience or witness a hate or bias incident in your community, please call our hotline at 844-NO-TO-HATE or visit our website, dhr.ny.gov/no-hate, to report, get connected to local resources, and ask questions.
And with that, we will be heading to our 9 o'clock sessions. Thank you.
Hey, morning.
Okay.
Everybody here today. I am, if you don't know me already, I am Dr. Kelly Tyson. I'm a faculty member in chemistry and biochemistry, but this year I am also the interim director for the Center of Teaching Excellence, and so I thought that this was an important talk for me to give this year to help you learn how to do more supportive things to help underrepresented students in your STEM classes. So this is geared mostly towards STEM faculty and people who are going to be teaching STEM classes or just teaching classes in general. But for my students who are here, I hope that this will help you learn how to recognize some of the things your professors are doing that are supposed to help you and the research behind why they would help you. Am I doing okay sound-wise? Everybody can hear me okay in the back? Okay, good. Hopefully that continues. I apologize to the cameraman in advance because I tend to wander and talk a lot. So I will try to not go too far, but I don't have a clicker, so I got to keep coming back here anyways. All right, so first I want to give you a little bit about where we are now. As you're probably aware, we have a STEM demographics problem, right? It is not as diverse as our population, and that's no good for research. We want more diverse populations because we want better solutions. We want more solutions, and that means bringing everybody to the table. And currently, we're not quite doing that yet. So in 2021, these are the most recent data I could find, about 18% of women worked in STEM occupations, which is about 3/5 the rate of men, which is about 30% of men. Men outnumbered women about almost 3 to 1 in science and engineering occupations. I lost the screen. I'm sorry. I don't know how to fix that. That is not my science area of expertise, unfortunately. Well, we can focus on the one on the right. I apologize to my folks sitting over here. So our percentage of Black and African American workers in STEM occupations was 8%, which is lower than their percentage of the total workforce. Obviously, that's not great. We want to boost that percentage. Same thing for Hispanic workers, 15% compared to 18% of all workers. And a lot of folks who had bachelor's degrees or higher in the science and engineering field were not actually working in their field. So they were holding jobs outside of science and engineering even though they had a degree in it. So obviously that's not great either. We want to make sure those folks are able to be in STEM. This is just a bar graph here to show you where folks end up. So if they have a degree in science and engineering or related fields, you can see that the percentage of males in science and engineering occupations, that's that blue bar on the left, they have a higher percentage in those science and engineering occupations than do women, even though women have a similar number of degrees in the STEM field. But you can see that the yellow bar for women is much higher. So these are STEM middle skill or non-STEM occupations. So a lot of women are ending up not in science and engineering jobs in spite of having a degree in that field. So this is something we want to fix. All right, and this is just some more data in terms of race and ethnicity. And so you can see, again, this is the same data I was quoting on that first page, right? That we just don't have parity in terms of where our Black and African American folks and our Hispanic folks are in terms of their population versus them being in STEM. So you can see they're actually overrepresented in non-STEM workers here, right? Slightly over for Black and African American and slightly over for Hispanic folks as well, but underrepresented again in STEM. That's the numbers that we see here for this. So again, we'd like to try to fix that. Okay, and so our theme today is Be the Change You Wish to See. And this is a change I wish to see. I want to see more folks in STEM. I want to see it be more diverse, bringing everybody to the table so we get those good solutions. And so this is why I have developed an academic mission statement, because it is one of the things that I feel is really important and one of the things I want to do throughout my career and make sure that I keep a primary focus for myself. And so if you haven't seen it before, this is my academic mission statement. There's a few folks who've read my file and saw this. But I'll just read it out to you for the folks who are on this side and can't see it as well. But my academic mission statement is that I will use my position and power as a female dyslexic faculty member specializing in computational biochemistry to broaden participation and inclusion in biochemistry and STEM through my teaching, research, and service at SUNY Plattsburgh. So it was really important to me that everything that I do here, teaching, research, service, all of it is in service of broadening participation and inclusion in STEM. So this is a really big deal to me, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to give this talk. All right, so I'm going to show you a little bit about what the research says. So we don't have a ton of post-pandemic research on teaching yet because we're just getting out of the pandemic and it takes time to do research studies like this. But what we do have shows that structured courses promote student success. And I will talk more about what structure is and how you can add it to your class. There's a few sources here on the slide, and we'll talk about some more later as well. But one of the ones that I want to highlight is that this is actually the same finding that the DEI and the institutional effectiveness folks found and presented last year at their Black Solidarity Day talk, which I was at. It was fantastic. And this is the results of their research on the CFS outcomes from our university, that adding structure to classes helps the students, helps them be successful and persist in classes. You can also see a couple of awesome books on here. So the Norton Guide that we're doing for our book club this year, I actually have 2 copies of Inclusive Teaching to give away, so there will be some trivia questions to keep you awake this morning. And if you get one of those trivia questions right, I'll get you a free book. Reach Everyone, Teach Everyone is on here. That's about universal design for learning. And then Relationship-Rich Education, which is another really fantastic book, very approachable if you're interested in that. Okay, so the good news, this is good news, right? There have been so many changes from right before the pandemic, through the pandemic, and then just after the pandemic into now. It feels like everything has changed at least once a semester on us, and it's been a lot. But this is good news. It means that the structure and things like that actually still work. They still help students. And so that is one thing that has not changed, it seems. And so that's really good news for us as teachers who have been really struggling to figure out what is helping students now that we've gotten through the pandemic. So structure is one thing that still helps. And I forgot to say this at the beginning, but if you have questions at any point, please just let me know. I do not mind at all. You can ask any of my students. Don't mind being interrupted. Okay, so this is research from, again, before the pandemic, but still on structure. So the researchers found that in moderate structure courses, student performance increased for all student populations, which is great, but it did so disproportionately for Black students. The Black-white student achievement gap was cut in half. That is huge. That is a big deal. Also, the first-gen gap was closed entirely. Yes?
I do have one question.
Of course.
Can you give me your definition of structure?
We will get to yes.
Oh, you'll get
There's
to that.
the nice thing is there's so many.
Put that
Yeah, there's so many things that count as structure. That's good. Yes. So we'll go through so many examples. You're going to be tired of me saying the word structure. Okay. All right. So. Again, this research, this is from 2017, but it does show that we can really cut achievement gaps by adding structure to courses. Just as we can do a very basic definition here. Structure is anything that's not you standing in front of the class talking at students. Basically, as long as you add anything extra, beyond lecture, beyond those giant exams, and that's their whole grade, anything else is structure. So that's the good news. It's easy to do, and there's lots of different choices for folks. Okay, this is another study. They controlled for variation in student ability from before the class. They found that in moderately structured classes, failure rates were lower, and they were dramatically lower in a highly structured course. So that means that if you add a little bit more structure, you can get even better results for the students, which is fantastic. This study used active learning, but again, there's lots of things that can count towards this structure. This example, they found that it helped bridge the gap between poorly prepared students and better prepared students. And as we all know, as faculty, sometimes you do get students who come in who have less preparation than what you were hoping for the class, and you get some that are doing great. How do we bridge the gap between those two groups of students? And this is one of the ways we can do it, is with structure and active learning specifically here. This was for a biology course. All right, this is another one. This is for STEM courses in general. This was sort of a big meta study they did on active learning. And again, they found the same thing. It narrows achievement gaps for underrepresented students for STEM classes. And so you can see for our passive treatment versus active, we have higher exam scores with smaller gap. And the same for, this is the percent passing on your right here. And so again, we are just narrowing those achievement gaps, which is awesome. Okay. Other questions on the research before I move on? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, this is a little longer.
All right. Let me get you the mic. Hang on. We're doing the streaming, so. Okay. There you go.
So I'm looking at more of a context.
Uh-huh.
So there's been a push for improving participation in STEM starting in the K through 12
Yeah.
layers. And the focus seems to have been more of making a shift to being a little more inclusive along the way, so by the time you get to college, you have more of a background.
Sure.
Is this a new shift, or is this a shift on top of other directions that are going in terms of, or another track in terms of supporting STEM for others?
No, that's a good question. And I think that this research was not done with any reference to what was done in K through 12 at all. I think they just took students as they found them in college and did not do anything about where they came from or what their background in terms of exposure to STEM was. Because these are for mostly intro classes that they're looking at. And so that's my understanding of the research. Yeah. Thank you. Great question. Others that folks have? I got the mic out, so. Okay. Okay. So the key thing from all this research that we've done on structure shows that it helps all students. So there's no students that are disadvantaged by adding structure, but it helps underrepresented students the most. And so that's one of the reasons why I promote it as one of the key things that you can add to your course to help students out. Because it helps everybody, but you're especially going to be getting those students who really need it the most. All right. So now we get to your question, which is, what is structure? It is so many different things. And again, this is what's so great about it, is that it's really kind of going to be an a la carte menu. So you think of it as just you can kind of pick and choose from this. There's lots of other options. This is obviously not an exhaustive list. This is just the ones that I know of, and some of them I've tried and things that I've heard from other folks have worked well. So you don't need to do everything. And as a teacher, you should know that you should not be trying to do everything, because we cannot do everything, because we are only human. And we are all different people, right? So we all have different things that are going to work well for how we teach, how we are, the things that make sense to us or that we find encouraging and engaging to grade and to work with the students with. That's going to be different for all of us. So I was reading in our book club book, one of the professors, she does all these different discussion board posts and she grades them all and she's super active on the discussion board. That sounds completely exhausting to me. So I would never do that in my class because I just know that it would not be sustainable for me. So I pick other things that provide structure that are actually fun for me to engage with and help the students because I want to do them, right? So you're not just limited to just this one thing or this other one thing. You should pick what you have the energy for, what you have the time for, what's going to make sense for your class and how you teach. So I am not recommending that anybody here completely chuck their entire class and redo everything from scratch, though you could if you really felt like it. These are meant to be sort of like +1 things. Add a little something. Try it this semester, see what happens, and then go from there. Revamp it the next semester if you need to. Add maybe one more small thing next semester if the first one worked well, right? That's sort of the mentality here. I don't want anybody to think that they need to just go out and do all this extra work and exhaust themselves and be, constantly working. That's not good. We want it to be sustainable for us as faculty as well because that's going to help us engage better with our students and support them better by having a little bit of bandwidth left over from all of the stuff that we're trying to do for our class. Okay. So the first bit of advice I have is to start on the first day. So we all try to do something on the first day to get students interested, but if you are helping the students to feel your support from day one, it really sets the tone for the semester. So the first thing first, tell your students that you want them and expect them to succeed, all right? Since I know a lot of the faculty here already, all the faculty that I have met so far since I've been on campus, all of us want our students to succeed. It's one of the things I love most about being at SUNY Plattsburgh. We care about our students. We want them to do well, to get through our class successfully, to move on to the next class, to graduate, to do whatever the dream job they have. That's what we want. Now, that doesn't always make it to the students. They can't always sense that about us. So if we have to tell them, we should just tell them, right? We should have high expectations. So telling students this class is hard. That's not bad. That's not wrong. It's the truth. College is hard. But if you tell them it's hard and I'm here to help you make it, and I'm here to help you do this, we're going to do this together, that is a positive message that sort of helps them set up for success. So one thing I did want to talk about, this last bullet point here, people my age, people who have been through college similar time to me or before me, we've heard phrases like this before. Professor getting up on the first day of class and saying, some of you aren't going to make it, right? It used to motivate some of us, right? We've all been in some of those classes and some of us were saying in our heads, we're going to prove you wrong, right? And that was motivating to us, and that's why some professors used to do it. But the research now shows that that does not motivate our students anymore. it's immediate turnoff. They immediately think they're going to be the one to not succeed, and they just give up from the start. It just sets the tone for the whole semester for them to feel that you don't think they can succeed. So really the message needs to be, you can do this. I am here to help you. We're going to do this together. And it's possible. The expectations are high. It's hard, but you can absolutely reach those goals. Yeah?
I totally agree.
Uh-huh.
But how is that measured? How is that actually measured?
I would have to pull the study for you, which I absolutely can. It's referenced in the Norton Guide. So they definitely did a study. One of the ones that I will also mention is there was a really interesting study about growth mindset, which we'll get to in a bit. But that study showed that the instructor's mindset influences students' mindset. So if your students perceive you to have a fixed mindset about their success, they're going to do worse, just full stop. Whereas if they think that if they think that you think that they can succeed, they're going to do better in the class overall. So they've done research on that route too, yeah. But I will try to pull that other study and send it to you, yeah. Other questions? We're doing great so far, good questions. Okay, we got plenty of time, so don't be shy. I don't mind at all. So really just starting class off the way you want the class to go is my best advice for teaching. It helps the semester just go much more smoothly. All right, so growth mindset was literally the next slide. So students can really tell what our mindset is. So if they perceive us as having a fixed mindset, they report less belonging in the class and more imposter beliefs in STEM. And again, this is already pretty prevalent, so this is not what we want. So if we demonstrate our growth mindset and allow the students to demonstrate theirs, then everybody does better, the class goes better. So things that help you to demonstrate your growth mindset are to allow the students to repeat or improve scores on high-stakes assessments, changing grading scales to push in poor grades on an exam, for example, or maybe dropping a few grades or weighting later assessments more heavily than some early ones. Those are, again, just examples. It doesn't mean you have to do these things specifically, but just to give you a kind of a sense of some of the things that are possible for this. Another way that this can work, just demonstrating your own mindset, is is responding when things don't go right by saying things like, oh, well, I guess that didn't work right. Let's try again next time, or we'll try again now. I remember one time it was my first semester teaching physical biochem, and the student, I was trying to explain quantum chemistry, and the students just were like, it was like deer in headlights. They were just staring at me. I was like, that didn't make any sense to you at all, did it? And they said, no, we got nothing out of that. And so I said, okay, we're going to stop. We're not doing this anymore today. I will come back and we'll try again next time. And that's what we did. We revisited the topic the next class, and it went much better the second time because I came up with a different strategy, right? So just admitting when things don't go right and saying, well, okay, that didn't work, and then just saying, yes, we're going to try it again. That demonstrates your own growth mindset as well. So that really helps the students too. Emphasizing practice is another good way to do this, right? STEM, we all know, comes with practice. It's never something you're going to get right off the bat. Nobody's born knowing how to read scientific papers or knowing what the mitochondria is, right? You got to learn it, you got to practice it. Okay. And so, Dexter, this is the study I was quoting for before from the growth mindset one, but I'll look up the other one for you too. Yeah, I'll put these up on the CTE Brightspace site. Yep, no problem. Yeah, there's a lot of references on this one, so. Okay, let's see, we're doing okay on time, yes. All right, so first trivia question. I got 2 books, 2 copies of Inclusive Teaching. If anybody would like to win one, you can tell me who was the main researcher for growth mindset. She coined the term. Yes, winner. Congrats. So, Inclusive Teaching, I will say, is one of my favorite teaching books that I've read recently. It is super accessible, super practical. It has a lot of like hands-on tips and stuff, so definitely check this out if you haven't already. We got one more trivia question, so if somebody else can get a copy too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I actually do quite a few things in my class. So the first day of class, we do an activity called First Day Fears, which I'll mention it again later, but I can talk about it now. Basically, that activity is getting the students to talk with their group about anything they're anxious about for the semester. Doesn't matter what it is. Whatever they're anxious about, they talk about it. I have a couple of my students here who can attest to the fact that we do this the very first day of class. And basically then what we do is, as a group, we reframe the anxieties with growth mindset. I'll even share sometimes some of my anxieties. So when we were first starting online teaching, I was very anxious about how the breakout rooms were going to work, whether I was going to actually even recognize any of my students because most of them wanted to leave their cameras off. And so we talked about it, right, as a class. And we broke it down and said, okay, here's things we can try. And if they don't work, then we'll try this instead. That shows the growth mindset, right, in terms of doing that. Other things that I do in my class, we have worksheets every day that are not graded for points. They're participation, and so the students attempt them with their groups and then submit them, and then we go through the right answer. So their submissions are usually wrong, and that's totally great because it means that we're getting at the, the kind of misconceptions and things that people thought about, and we can really talk about it as a group and then get towards the right answer together. And so it doesn't matter that what they submitted was wrong because eventually we get all to the right thing together. So that's another way for growth mindset. I have more examples, and I can send you even my paper on it, but yeah, so just a few for now. Other questions folks have? Okay. Yes, yes.
So, I know that this is very practical for college and people in school right now.
Yes.
But is it practical for people that are taking standardized tests, like MCAT?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's growth mindset in MCAT because how are you growing? It's either you get it or you
Sure.
don't, and then you have to retake the test.
Yeah, right. So the question was about growth mindset for standardized tests. And you're right. So there is, for tests, it's usually like a one and done, right? Which is one of the reasons I do not like standardized tests all that much. The only thing I can say for growth mindset for standardized tests is to do multiple practice tests and look at your improvement over time from practicing the test, right? So you get better at taking the test the more you try it. And then eventually your final score hopefully is the good one that you wanted. That's my best advice for those, yeah. But I fully admit that those kind of tests are not great. They have a lot of bias, things like that, so yeah, not fantastic. But I can't control that people still use them, unfortunately. Nobody asked me. Other questions? Okay. All right, so more ideas for the first day. We did the first day fears, I talked about that for a bit. Students often actually comment on that one at the end of the semester. They still remember that first day on the last day of class, which I always find amazing, so that's why I keep doing it. I like to explain how the course is set up and tell the students everything that's going to be in the course that's supposed to help them, right? I tell them that I use evidence-based practices like the ones I'm sharing with you today, and that's why I do it, right? I do these things because they are shown by research to help you out in the class. So just all the stuff you already do, just explain it to the students, right? Tell them, hey, I give you this because I found that it helps students in the past, or other students in the past said it was helpful to them. You can share old student feedback, things like that too. Just kind of explaining. That transparency I found is really helpful for our students. You can have students explain their goals for the class or why the class is important for their degree or their future career, right? So if, for example, my class, this is the first homework assignment because my class is all non-majors. And so they don't always understand right away why biochemistry is important for them. Sometimes they do, but not always. And so we do this as a homework assignment so people can kind of set their own goals and see why this is useful to them. And then I remind them, it's actually going to be like tomorrow's class or Thursday's class. When we get towards the middle of the semester, I will remind them, hey, remember what your goals were at the beginning and remember why this was important to you. So, you kind of have that lull in the middle of the semester where people start to drag a little bit and you just kind of remind folks, here's why you were doing this in the first place. Starting active learning. If you're going to do active learning or problems or anything along those lines that's not just you talking at the students, I find it best to start that on day one. If the class is just always like that, then that's what the class is like, and it works great for everybody. Whereas if you start it later, so if, say, halfway through the semester you want to start some active learning, that can be harder. You can sometimes get some pushback from the students. So one of the things that's actually really interesting, and for the students in the audience, I don't know if you know this, but sometimes students will rate that they have learned less in active classes when the reality is they've actually learned more. Because sometimes when folks come from the K through 12 system, you're used to just being talked at the whole time, right? That's just what you did in school. Whereas, if you're in a college class and they're trying to make you be more active, sometimes there's that pushback, that mental like, oh, I don't really want to do this. But it actually helps your learning if you're being more active. So I didn't know if anybody was aware of that, but it's a cool fact that we studied. So I really just believe in setting the tone for your class on the very first day. It's really important. Yeah, go for it.
So you said you were going to...
Oh wait, I think I need to get you the mic. Sorry. I did repeat the other question, but if we can just get you the mic, that'll be easier. Go ahead.
You said that you are going to explain why you do certain things because it worked in the past.
Yeah.
But what if you find that it doesn't work in the past?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Or like, I mean, what if you find that it's not working now, even though it did work in the past for certain students? Do you change it?
Yes, I do, actually. So that's a fantastic question. So if you're doing something that you've done in the past that worked and it doesn't work this semester, then I would literally just tell the students, hey, this used to work. And the students last semester thought it was really great, that's why I did it again, but it seems like it's not going well. Let's talk about it. You know, what's happening that this is not suddenly not happening right now? Yeah, so I absolutely recommend that.
Can I just
Yes.
add her question?
Sure.
So I don't think I need the microphone. Actually, I don't even think it's on.
We're doing
I
the
do need
streaming.
the mic.
We're doing the streaming, sorry.
Okay, so to add on to that question, how do you measure that in a class when there's always going to be students that push back and there's always going to be students that it works for?
Yeah. So I try to do it like as a middle ground, right? So if 2 students don't like my Lego model because they think Legos are childish, I'm not going to stop doing the Lego model because they said that they thought it was childish when everybody else said it was helpful, right? But if 98% of the students said this confused the heck out of me, then I'm not going to do it anymore, right? So like when I first started here, there was this other model that I wanted to do. It was like this wire model with proteins, and you did the amino acids, and then you could simulate it unfolding by adding heat, by shaking it. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I really did. I was so excited about this model, and we did it in class, and everybody hated it. They thought it was confusing, and it didn't make sense to them, and they didn't get how it was useful for protein folding or anything. And so we just didn't do it again, because it was just not, yeah.
But my question isn't the extreme 2% and 98. My question is 60-40.
60-40. So 60-40 is a harder call. So then what I would do in that case is ask the students who were for and against what their reasoning is. Not just yes or no, but like explaining, maybe it was just part of it, right? Maybe it was just part of the activity that they thought was confusing, and then you could just tweak that part. So yeah, so that's one option, is just kind of make some changes, try it again, and then resurvey the students and see where it is at that point. But yeah, 60-40 that's when you got to dig deeper and see like what's actually going on. Why are some of them so for it and some of them so against it? Yeah, but asking the students is really your best bet. You can do anonymous surveys, or you can just do like polls in class, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah. Sometimes if you want to get everybody's thoughts, the anonymous poll is best. You know, if you give them some class time to do it, rather than just cold calling people, because then, you know, people don't always want to talk in class. So, yeah. Other questions before I put the mic back?
Do you want me to walk with the mic so you can stand one way?
I don't mind. I'm really okay. It's up to you, either way.
That way.
All right.
If I sit still on my knees, stay still.
Fair enough. Your choice. Thanks. Okay. All right, so things to think about if you're wanting to add some other stuff to your class. This is sort of more like beyond the first day. I recommend that everything that's going to help a student succeed gets points. It's required, gets points. Because a lot of times students, if they see that something is optional, they don't always realize that it's important, so they don't always do it. So if we want students to understand that something is important, we should make it required, and we should make it worth some points for them. Again, this helps with adding structure, because we're not just going to have relying on those 2 or 3 big exams, right? We want smaller grades, we want spread out practice, things like that, so adding more things like this really helps. Now, for your own sake, you do not have to grade all of these for points, right? You don't have to go through and correct them all. You can grade them just for completion, like I do with my worksheets. You just have to make sure that you in some way give the students the actual correct answers, right? If there is correct answers, like for STEM, there often is like yes or no. So what I will do is we will go over it in class, or I'll assign a homework assignment, and then the first thing we do the next class is to go through it together. You can post a key and say, go check your work with the key to make sure you got everything, and then ask me questions. You can give them some time with a small group to ask questions of each other and check each other's work, things like that. Anything basically just to make sure that they are getting some points for this, doing this practice, and that you are not overtaxing yourself with too much grading. Okay, because again, remember, everything's got to be sustainable for you. So I do have a lot of assignments in my class, so every day there's basically a worksheet and a homework, but I keep up with that, and it's not too onerous for me because it's completion grading. So I just really just mark it off, did you do it, did you not? All right. Practice tests were the example I had here. So I know a lot of times people will post practice tests, and they know that having the students do the practice will actually help them on the actual exam. But if the practice tests aren't required, then a lot of students necessarily don't do them, right? So if you just make it required that they do one practice test or a certain number, then that is better overall. Okay, so providing learning objectives to the students. What should they be able to do? And so this is something we all have to do anyways, right? We have to make learning objectives because we have to assess learning objectives. So they're already there in some form or other. Just give them to the students. It's no extra work for you just to hand them over. This is really great because it tells the students what they're responsible for, right? What they should be able to do by the exam or by the end of the class. You're not going to get any more emails asking what's on the exam because the students have a list. They know what's on the exam. It's all there for them, right? And from my students, I've heard that this is really useful. You can tell me whether you actually found it was useful or not. But for the most part, my students on the student surveys will say that they liked having the learning objectives. It kind of gives them a checklist to help them know what questions to ask as well. So in review sessions, when I have the learning objectives, I find that I get more questions from students because they know what, instead of just saying, I'm confused, they can say, no, this one, I don't get this one. And it helps in terms of starting that conversation and getting them the help that they need. This is the last one is something I've started doing this semester that I think I'm going to continue doing, is adding learning objectives for so-called hidden curriculum skills. So my class is not a math class, but there is some math, especially in the lab. Before, I didn't have those math things as specific learning objectives, but I'm going to from now on because I found that it really helped the students to understand what was required for some of these things. And then I can just say, like, it's this. And then if they don't know it, they can either ask or they can go look it up themselves. But it just kind of gives them more of a guideline of, like, what is that? Skills are actually required, even if they're skills that they technically already learned earlier, but if they're applying them here, then I'm going to put those as learning objectives too. I also added group work as a learning objective that I wanted students to learn how to work better with their groups. And so we made that an official learning objective for the course because we realized it was something that was important, that I really wanted the students to learn how to work together. So we've added that this year as well. So far it's going well, but I haven't finished out the semester yet, so I'll have to report back on how this final assessment goes on those. Okay. When you do make learning objectives, you want to use good verbs. Telling students they need to understand something is not super helpful. But telling them that they need to describe or discuss or explain or identify, those are better verbs, and they're more specific in terms of what you actually want the students to do. So try to focus on the verbs that are on the right-hand side of this figure, for example. Obviously, the higher up you go on this pyramid, the better. The longer students are going to remember something. If you make them create or produce something new, then they're going to remember it longer than if they just spit something back out on an exam. That's more like recall stuff, which is still important sometimes, but again, it's not going to last as long unless you do something else with it. Okay. Questions before I move on? Okay.
Kelly, do you provide examples? Thanks, Dexter. So, regarding your pyramid of words,
yes.
Do you provide examples? Because one of the challenges I find is trying to get students to understand the difference between providing a summary versus describing or explaining information regarding to X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, I would say if that's something you find the students struggling with, then yes, examples would be awesome to help them out as much as you can, for sure. So in my class, I haven't had that issue, just it just hasn't really come up. But if that's something you're seeing, examples won't hurt, for sure. Yeah. Other questions? Okay, so this brings us to our second trivia question. Again, for a copy of our Inclusive Teaching fabulous book here. Which taxonomy was on the previous slide? Go ahead. Yes, Bloom's taxonomy. Congrats.
And there are two types of Blooms, the digital one and the regular one.
Right, right. Okay, so yeah, so if you want to look up the pyramid of words, if you Google Bloom's taxonomy, you'll get this figure and tons more. This is my favorite version, but there's a lot. Okay, other things that you can think about for your class. Active or interactive elements in every class, right? So if you do something besides talk at the students every day, they're going to feel more likely to, like they want to come to class, and the students, maybe you can nod or shake your head if you agree with this, but if there's something happening in the class that you're going to go and you're going to do something, does that make you more likely to want to come? Yes, nodding, great, excellent, okay. So the research is borne out by our student experience, I love that. So this helps improve student attendance and engagement, right? Nobody's sleeping in the back of the class if you're letting them play with Play-Doh. You can do practice problems with group members. You can do think, pair, shares. If you haven't heard of think, pair, shares before, it's one of my favorite things. Basically, you have the students take a few minutes to think about something on their own, maybe a question, maybe start working on a problem, a few minutes on their own, and then get with a partner for a few minutes or a small group for a few minutes, and then after that you talk about it as a wider class. And I love this because it improves participation. So the students who are introverts, they get time to work on their own, which they need. The extroverts get time to bounce it off somebody else, which they need. And then everybody has the chance to vet their answers with their partner or a small group, and then they're more likely to talk in class. And so this gives you better, feedback from the students as you go through the lecture. Because it's not saying that you should never lecture, but if you break it up with some of these kind of things, it really helps. So if you've ever started a class discussion and got a lot of just blank stares coming back at you, add a think, pair, share before it. I think you'll get better responses. You can add some models if that works for your class. I did some biochem models. This is from my paper. We did the Plato model, which is about enzyme function, and we do the Lego model, which is about protein folding. Now, again, this might not be relevant to your particular class, but it's just an idea. You can have students work problems on the board with their group or sort of have like a competition between group. We have a colleague in chemistry who does that. Students really enjoy that. You can give them worksheets or guided notes, guided readings, jigsaw activities. A jigsaw activity is where you have, say, 4 or 5 different groups, and each group does a certain part of the problem, and then you put it all together as a class. That's why it's called a jigsaw. We do that for protein purification. It seems to work pretty well. But basically just having something that's interactive every day. Can be in the middle of the class, can be the beginning, can be the end, whatever works, again, for what you're trying to do. All right. Consider trimming content. I know this one is painful. I know it is, and it's not always possible. We love our content so much. We're all huge nerds. We love whatever we're teaching. We do not want to get rid of anything, and I get it. I really do. But sometimes it's worth thinking about, right? At least considering. So when I first started here, my first chapter of my textbook was all about pH and buffers review, and I love that stuff. It's algebra. It's so much fun. I just love it. And the students hate it, and it was so stressful for them, and it just dragged down the whole beginning of the class, and we barely used it. It just wasn't worth keeping. So we don't do it anymore. I switched it out for other stuff. We now do the hydrophobic effect the second day, and it sets a much better tone for the class because it really gets them into growth mindset, understanding that it's okay to be wrong in the class, and we talk more about the hydrophobic effect, which is going to keep coming back throughout the semester, and so it sort of sets the tone for all the content we're going to cover. So it works much better that way. So now I'm not saying that you must cut content, I'm just saying consider it, right? If there's something that doesn't need to be there, think about, is it really serving the students and your course? Right? So I have a non-majors class, and that's why I dropped that content, right? They're not going to need to necessarily go on and do some of those calculations, and if they do, we're going to probably be covering it in lab. So it worked out in that sense. No? Good? Okay. I think we're good. Sorry. False alarm.
Can I add something?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I teach organic.
Yes.
Which is the precursor to
Yes,
to you, right? And so how am I to balance, student outcomes, and part of it is being ready for biochemistry.
Yes.
Versus mindset and growth. I mean, how can I do that as an organic chemist?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the growth mindset stuff doesn't take a ton of time, right? So if you give them a chance to practice something in class and they get it wrong and you say, that's cool, we'll just try it again. That's practicing growth mindset, and it doesn't take you any extra time just to try that again, right? In terms of making sure that your content is going to be covering enough to get ready for the next class, ask the next professor. Do they need this? Do you care if they cover this, right? And then see what they say. So we can absolutely chat and see if there's something you want to get rid of, whether that actually becomes necessary.
That actually links into what I was going to ask, is that even though maybe my class may have non-majors, they are probably taking the class for their major. Mm-hmm. It's just not taught in their major, and so they would need it. Yeah. So it would be important to check with the next person in the other department before you make your changes.
Yes, absolutely. So like my class is about half nutrition and half med techs, and so we do a lot of the lab techniques. We cover protein purification, all of that, because the med techs need it, not because necessarily the nutrition folks need that, right? But I got to cover both because they need it for their split tracks. Yeah, absolutely. Other questions? Okay. Okay, so then I think this is one of the last ones I had, but building relationships. This is really key. So this fabulous book, Relationship Rich Education, which is very approachable if you'd like to read a teaching book, It found in their research that relationships are the single most important factor in college education. If the students do not build relationships with each other, with the faculty, with older students, then they are more likely to drop out. So for all of my students sitting here, make sure you're cultivating those relationships, right? Talk to your friends in the class, talk to friends in other classes, talk to us as professors, right? We want you to succeed, that's why we're here. And so building those relationships helps you out and helps you to persist in college because you know that you have people around you that are supporting you and are wanting you to do well. So I recommend requiring group work, especially for intro classes. You can assign groups, that's totally fine. You can do groups without having to do group grades. So for my worksheets, students do them with their groups, but they submit them individually sometimes. And that's just not a group grade, they're just graded on their own. And so if a group member's not there, then nobody loses points from the group, right? This helps the students' coursework performance. It helps them form connections. They can make study groups then and find people to go to events with. So we have all these cool events going on campus, but I know for a lot of students they don't want to go unless they have somebody they can go with. And so making them do group work gives them people that they now know and they can go to stuff with. I would also suggest maybe considering a required or more frequent events for all of your majors at all levels. We've started doing this some more as a department as well. But it helps build connections between the new students and the older students who can help mentor them. And then between students and faculty as well. All right, and again, this is why I made it a learning objective in my class for the students to work with their groups, so an official learning objective. Like, get better at working with your group. So, same idea here. All right, questions?
Okay, I'll add something
Yeah,
too.
go for it.
I may be totally wrong, but I think our chemistry department is perhaps the most diverse faculty staff on campus.
Maybe.
I think it is. I mean, if you look at us, we're all over the place, which is awesome,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So do you see any benefit in that? Because it says building relationships,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Is there any data to support that our diversity in our chemistry department has enhanced the learning of our underrepresented students?
Yeah, I don't know if there's data for our department specifically, but there is research that shows that if you have more diverse faculty, then more diverse students are able to go to those faculty, right? So a lot of times students will want to and choose to go to faculty for help with stuff, even if they're not an official advisor, but they'll go because they look like that faculty, right? So they'll want to go to the person who has the same identity or similar identity to them. And so there's plenty of research that shows that, and it's why a lot of folks who are BIPOC folks in faculty and women in faculty, we end up with more advisees, more unofficial mentees than other folks do, because they feel like they can come to us more. So like having that diversity spreads that load for sure. So it definitely is helpful, but I don't know that we have any official data for just our department. Yeah, it'd be really interesting to do that for sure though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we can look at retention rates as kind of a proxy for that, but it doesn't really show necessarily the relationships are there. Might just show that the student got through without them. But there is a fair amount of research that shows that students who get through college and have had positive experience, that they still, even years later as alumni, they'll still remember those few faculty who were really there for them and that they had that strong relationship with. So it's a lasting relationship that really sticks with them. So, yeah. So it does improve retention, but I don't know if you can really use retention as a full proxy for it. Yeah. Yes? Okay, let's get the mic for you.
From a student's perspective, I think that having more diverse professors does inspire students that are underrepresented, because that is what we are talking about in this session. So we also have to look at diversity and representation within the department and also like within the school, because let's say I am trying to, for instance, I'm trying to get my PhD and all the professors that I have, none of them, they all have their PhDs, but none of them look like me. I might be taken aback, I'm like, oh, is this like, is this right for me? Like all these professors, none of them are female, none of them are BIPOC. So like, I'll start doubting myself, and I'm like, anyways, I don't even look like them. So I should. And then when I'm not doing well, I'm like, yeah, it doesn't even like I don't even know why I thought I could do it in the first place. Like I'm actually ridiculous, So it does help, like from a student perspective.
Yeah. Lack of faculty diversity can definitely be a barrier for student success. If they don't see the faculty success as their own success, it can be hard. Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. other things folks want to talk about before I move on? Okay. All right, I find that self-reflection is pretty helpful. So you can have students reflect on their own coursework in the semester around the mid-semester point or after the first exam or after a big project. It helps students have a little agency for how the rest of the class goes, make sure that they're aware of their grades and how things are going. It's also better for faculty because you can read the student reflections and see if the student's struggling. You find out faster sometimes than waiting till the end of this semester to do that. And then you can intervene and help the student more if you know that something's going on that you could help with. It also gives you a chance to kind of adjust your course a little bit, make some changes. Now, granted, we can't always do everything the students ask for. I mean, I once had a student say, you can't give any more exams. And I said, well, we can't quite do that. I'm sorry. But I explained why. Exams actually do help student learning, and so that's why we need to keep doing them. But you can still sometimes take some of their feedback into account. And if you can't, then you just explain why you can't, and that's okay too. All right. Flexibility versus accountability. So we've been finding since the pandemic that some flexibility is helpful to students, but if you give too much flexibility, it can lead to procrastination. So I don't know if the students would maybe agree with that sentiment, but I've had several students in the past tell me, if everything's got flexible due dates, I just get so far behind. Now I want to make a note for the faculty that our embodied identity can affect whether and how students take advantage of this flexibility. So we want to make sure that we're protecting our own time and sanity. So sometimes older white male professors, they'll get less requests for flexibility, things like that. Their students are less likely to demand certain things from them in terms of flexibility, whereas folks who are BIPOC, folks who are female, will often get more and more demands in terms of flexibility. So we need to make sure that we are doing it in a way that is sustainable for us as well. So for me personally, I have due dates versus cutoff dates for small assignments, and I don't accept anything after the cutoff dates because I need to grade it, and there's 50 students in my class, and I can only grade those once. I just can't do it. Whereas for bigger assignments, I have late penalties. So it's some points off, but I'll still accept it late. So that's just a balance for me. You can do OOPS tokens, you can do drop grades or retakes, other options like that. Again, what makes sense for your class, your time, all of that. Just something to think about. Okay, we're running short on time, so I'm going to finish up here just a minute. You can consider some alternate grading scales if you want. One of the things I've added this semester is an idea I got reading grading for growth, which is to have students practice some older exam material and retest on it. I don't know how that's going to go yet, but I will let you know, keep you posted on that. You can also have some higher Bloom's level exams, which again, I'm happy to talk more about. I started doing this in 2020, and I'm still doing it because I love it. All right, so remember that perfection is the enemy of progress. We are not perfect. Our classes will never be perfect, right? Especially the first time you try something new, it's not going to be perfect. So apply growth mindset and the idea of scientific experimentation to your own teaching. Try something, focus on doing a small incremental change, see how it goes, revise it as needed, and then move on to something else, right? So don't expect yourself to be absolutely perfect at everything you knew that you try. Tell the students this is new. We're trying this for the first time, right? And we're going to see how it goes, and I'm going to ask you how it goes when we're done with it. And if you didn't like it or it didn't help you, then we're going to make some changes and we'll figure it out. Okay, so just approaching it like that helps you as well, helps the students understand that when something doesn't go right, it might not be their fault, it might just be because the activity was new and it just didn't work the way you wanted it to. Okay, so we got a little bit more time for questions. This is my pet rabbit, Bigwig, in case you haven't been in class and seen me before. He was not super impressed with my talk when I practiced for him, but that's okay. He's very hard to impress. All right, so we got a few minutes for some more questions, but if you need to head out, that's also fine. So.
How would you balance a course grade as a measure of content mastery versus maybe student behavior? Mm-hmm. And would you be open to sort of a dual grade system of you might know the content very well, but you might be really bad at like deadlines or completing work? And do you think that dual grade system might be helpful for students?
So it depends on what you're trying to get across in your class. Right? So I always think that you should try to set your policies to match what you want the students to be able to do by the end of it. If one of the goals of your class is for students to be good at deadlines because they need it for their job or for the next class or whatever, then you say it as a learning objective for the class. One of my goals for you is that you will be better about being on time for stuff because I think it's important and here's why I think it's important. And then if you set it up that way, then you could absolutely have that be part of the grade if you needed to, yeah. Yeah, but if it's not like a it's not like a real goal and you just need things to be on time because of your sanity in grading, then that's one of the things I would suggest maybe doing like a soft deadline and like a cutoff kind of deal. And then you could just grade it after the cutoff. Yeah, good question. Others that folks have? Yeah. Oh wait, let's get you the mic, sorry.
Do you have any suggestions for early group assignments? Because you're working blind, you can't set the groups up rationally. You have to have a big enough project to justify a group assignment. What do you do? What's a good early semester
Yeah,
assignment?
so I set my groups up by major. So I just look at the list of what their all majors are, and I try to group them by major as much as possible so that they might know each other a little bit. But I also try to build my groups so that there's not all men and one woman, or all white students and one BIPOC student. I try to do it that way. It's rough because I do it by name, and so you can't always be sure. But one thing you can do if you're worried that your groups are going to be bad on the first day is just kind of assign them maybe randomly, and then decide later on what firm groups are going to be. And you can just rotate them a few times. That's one possibility, is just kind of mix them up a few times. The other thing I'll say is that it doesn't have to be a big assignment to be a group. So my first day fears activity, we do as a group. So the students meet with their small group and they do the first day of fears activity. The next day they meet with the group and they do the hydrophobic activity, right? So it's just small things in class, but they still work together with their group on it. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be a big project for the group.
Then you keep the same group over.
I do for mine, yes. Unless I've had I don't think it's ever happened, but if I had an issue where there was one group where two people really could not work together, then I would switch them up. And I would probably just switch everybody so that it wasn't an issue, but yeah, but that hasn't really been an issue before. Go ahead. Let's get you the mic.
So you have introduced those growth mindset intervention for several semesters.
Yes,
I
since
believe,
2020.
Right now. So I would like to know your thought, like in comparing the one that did not receive those interventions previously and with the one that you have done, there has been an improvement in academic performance. And
so,
not just academic performance, also in the student mindset.
Right.
If you've been able to look into that.
So I can't say there's been an improvement in terms of student performance because I didn't measure that. I didn't really have a control group because I started officially adding the extra growth. We talked about it in class before the pandemic, but I really added it, like went in all in during the pandemic because the students really needed it. They were, you know, we all saw that students were struggling during the pandemic, and this was one of the ways that I tried to, you know, offset that. But I can say that it did help the students improve their mindset because of my research that I did. This is what recently published this year. But the students felt at the end of class that most of them felt they had improved had more of a growth mindset than they did at the beginning. Some of them had never heard of the growth mindset term at the beginning. By the end, they felt that they had improved their mindset. I had two students who actually took the class with me and helped me write that paper, and they both commented extensively that they really found it was useful for not just my class, but other classes they were taking as well. So, yeah.
That's pretty interesting because I read recently, actually, it was in biochemistry, maybe you have seen that paper in 2021, where there was a paper that was published that interestingly showed that it increases academic performance, but not the student mindset in biochemistry. And in your situation, it's the reverse, so that's pretty interesting.
I can't guarantee that it didn't help student performance. I'm just saying I didn't study that, But yes, I'll have to look that one up. Yeah, thanks. Okay.
How can students support teachers trying to learn more about what it means to be underrepresented, and what ways can we all validate those experiences?
Yeah, so that's awesome. One of the things I would do is to talk to your professors. So if there's something going on in the class that's making you feel excluded or is like not helping your learning, right? Like it's actually hurting you and you're not being successful because of it, first start by actually just going and talking to the professor. Because like I said before, all of us here, everybody I've ever met here who's a professor wants their students to succeed. That is always our goal, and I love that about Plattsburgh. And so if somebody comes to me and says, this thing is happening in the class and it's detrimental to my learning, I want to know about that right away so that I can try to do something to fix it, right? So we can have that conversation and say, okay, what's going on? What can we do to mitigate this? So talking to folks is definitely the first step, giving them the chance to do something about it. Yes, absolutely. Thanks. I think we're almost out of time. So I'll stick around if anybody has any other last minute questions, but otherwise, thank you very much.
Jason, can you speak, please?
Speaking. Can you hear me?
Okay. Can we have the next speaker?
Hello?
The other one?
Hello? Can you hear me?
And now,
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. How are you guys today? Good morning. So we're Kings, and this is...
I'm a representative of African Unity.
Hi everybody, I'm Jason. I'm the proud president of Kinks, otherwise known as Collectively Inspiring Naturally Curious Students.
And I'm Delaney. I am the vice president of Kings.
I'm Korea. I'm the vice president of African Unity.
And today we're going to be talking about the resistance. So before we begin, we just want to give you guys a little bit about ourselves and about our club. So King's mission is to create an environment where we can develop a natural hair community here at Plattsburgh State. We wish to educate fellow students who may be unfamiliar with natural hair. We believe in helping our Kingsters get in touch with their roots to help them learn to love and accept themselves for who they naturally are. We are also working towards erasing the stigmas and insecurities about natural hair to strengthen the Plattsburgh community as a whole.
And African Unity here at SUNY Plattsburgh celebrates African heritage and fosters awareness across the campus. Our mission is to represent the needs of African students while welcoming non-African members into a diverse, supportive community. We aim to increase African student enrollment and participation while also promoting initiatives that highlight African culture. We promise to bring the richness of the continent to the forefront, enhance cultural understanding and inclusion for all.
So before we begin, we want to start off with a poem by Maya Angelou, Still I Rise.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns with the certainty of tides. Just like hope springing high, still I'll rise.
Did you want to see me broken? Bowed heads and lowered eyes? Shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Did my hotness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard? 'Cause I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your eyes. You may cut me with your eyes. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I rise.
Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise, bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. So before we begin, I would like to define what resistance means. So resistance is the act of opposing or pushing back against something. This could be an idea, a force, a system, or a change. It reflects the challenges or barriers that arise when people, groups, or materials confront something that tries to alter their state. Another example is resistance often describes the actions taken by individuals or groups to oppose social norms, policies, or injustices. This could be protest, advocacy, movements aimed to achieve a social change, and it is a way to show and represent underrepresented groups and assert their rights and challenge systems of oppression.
So very quickly, we're going to go ahead and jump into standards of excellence. First, why is it important to raise their standards of excellence? Standards of excellence refer to high expectations in performance and achievement. They are crucial for fostering inclusivity, ensuring diverse representation in classrooms and workplaces, which enriches perspectives and drives innovation. When I was coming up with this presentation, I feel like it's important for us to have a standard of excellence, because when you're in a room, it's a person that you can strive to be, a goal that you can see yourself in that person and be like, I can go ahead and do that too. Right quick for me, that was the Police Athletic League. Whenever I interned for them, they're the people that pushed me to not even just attend college, but the fact that graduation was indeed possible. In terms of academic achievements, first-generation students face unique challenges navigating uncharted paths without guidance. They often juggle work and other commitments. For most students that are here, school isn't the only priority. Some of us have to work in order to keep ourselves financially afloat. Some of us got in on scholarship, whether that be through teams or another metric, so they have to also focus on that as well, which goes into balancing education with financial pressures, demonstrating resilience in their own right, and pursuing their dreams against any and all odds.
So for the stereotypes that accompany a lot of BIPOC students and African Americans, a lot of the stereotypes are created by environments of like not having that standard of excellence to begin with, and I feel like we feel as though the importance of having a resistance is so that we can go against these stereotypes. And historically, so the Black Panthers are an organization known for creating this resistance-like movement, and it was founded in 1966, and it was a revolutionary organization that sought to combat racial injustice and stereotypes about Black Americans. They played a crucial role in advocating for civil rights, community empowerment, and self-defense against systematic oppression. And now as we get older and now as we move forward in time and look at sociology when it comes to race and ethnicity, we see a lot more how powerful it is when we're trying to combat systematic oppression and racism versus individual biases and things like that. So for the stereotypes that we have today, we include the assumptions that African Americans are less capable or less interested in academic success compared to their counterparts. These stereotypes can manifest in lower expectations from teachers and peers, which can negatively impact their educational experiences and opportunities. Microaggressions in academic settings can include comments or behaviors that are subtly demeaning or undermine people of color. Examples include being surprised at their academic success, questioning their intelligence, or making assumptions about their socioeconomic background. This can create a hostile and unwelcoming environment and affect their academic performance and mental well-being. And I personally do have an anecdote that I can share here at SUNY Plattsburgh, where I have taken a class and a professor has asked me, why do you need an A? When I asked him, do you think it'd be possible with how things are going? And that, I could say from experience, has kind of dissuaded me in wanting to like push in her class, and then I ended up actually failing the class anyways. So I can say that when I am in a space where the teachers provide me the support and already know that I can handle the things that I can handle, I do much better. So I am a real life depiction of this example right here.
So why care? Why do we care? Why does Kingston African Unity care? So both Kingston African Unity, we all share a common goal, as well as a lot of other clubs on campus. We want to foster and create safe spaces for underrepresented groups here in Plattsburgh. We promote unity, inclusion, and a safe space for everyone who walks through our door, whether you're BIPOC or not. We not only talk about hair, but we talk about what our hair means and the history of our hair. Anyone can come and learn. African Unity, the same thing, like they said in their mission statement, you do not have to be African to come into their meetings and learn and educate yourself. So I feel like, why not us? Why not us talk about what the resistance means?
And to add to that, we do feel, well, everyone knows ignorance is bliss, so creating spaces like this, like Black Solidarity Day, and having our meetings and having our weekly general meetings where everyone can come is so that they can learn. Even if they're not used to being around people of color, even if they're not used to having friends that are Black or anything like that, it creates an environment so that you are welcome to do so and try new things. Thank you.
Okay, so that's all, but we have some questions for you guys if you guys would like to answer. The first question is, what does a safe space look like for you, and how does that make you feel?
Naomi? Naomi? Thank you.
A safe space for me is a place where I can unapologetically be myself, knowing that my thoughts, my opinions, my moves are supported, and it makes me feel safe, to say the least. Thank you.
Do you want to read the second question?
Do you want to read it or do you want me to read it?
You could, well, who read the first one?
I read the first one.
So you can read that one.
The second question.
Okay. Our second question for you guys, can you share an experience where you had to challenge a norm?
Sorry. One time being in my chemistry class, so this was actually this semester, there was a kid in my chem class who is normally not in that lab or whatever, but he like switched for that day. And he doesn't really know me. I know like a lot of people in my chem class, so I feel comfortable with them. So this new kid comes and my lab partner doesn't show up. And we're talking about like where I'm from. I told him I'm from the city. And like he just automatically, you know, was like, oh, is it loud? Were you like, every stereotype that there is. And I told him that, you know, like I'm a little bit well off with my family. Like I'm in college for a reason, where we live a comfortable lifestyle. And he just made it seem like he basically called me broke in that class. And it kind of like put me like in an uncomfortable situation. And yeah, but you know, I dealt with that on my own. I got through it.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else would like to share an experience? You? Sharon? Okay. So Delaney would like to share an experience that she had having to challenge a norm.
So I'm a biomedical science major. There isn't a lot of people of color in my major and in my classes. So oftentimes I already feel like I have to show up and be 110% myself. I have to show people that I know what I'm talking about. But there was an event where we were playing like a Kahoot game, review for an exam, and I won the Kahoot game, and it surprised a lot of my classmates. And I was a freshman at the time, so I didn't really understand like, why is it surprising? We're all in the class, like we all learned the same material. But it took a lot of self-reflection for me to like understand that it's because they thought I wouldn't have won. Like just because I'm a person of color, just because, you know, I sit in the back most of the time, that I don't know what I'm talking about, that I don't read the material. So that was a time where I had to challenge a norm. And I definitely felt very happy to win my little toy that my teacher gave me. And yeah.
So lastly, we often do talk about, and I love the spirit of Black Solidarity Day, but sometimes, and I like that, especially DEI lately has been asking the question, how can we upkeep the momentum, and especially like after Black Solidarity Day, and we wanted to ask specifically, how can participating in like the clubs and organizations on campus help us to upkeep the spirit of solidarity and unity? Anyone? Sierra?
how to keep up the momentum, because I feel like a lot of people are not like educated on what it is, or they don't really care. So doing stuff like this where people could speak up, speak out, get involved, I feel like that would bring it would keep up the momentum for this. So, yeah.
Perfect. Go ahead. And the staff can feel free to share if they want as well, if you guys have any insight. Anyone? Travis? Thank you for raising your hand.
I really think that Black Solidarity Day will help clubs just like you both to have more collaboration and bring more students together, and not just BIPOC clubs and organizations, but all types. And that way we're gonna have more collaborations across the board, gonna bring more students, faculty, staff together. We're gonna be able to network more. We're gonna build strong bonds which are gonna help our students and our university.
Yes, very well put. So, closing remarks.
Well, thank you guys.
So
that's all we have for today. If you guys have any questions for us, feel free to ask them now. I think, was that a question? No?
No, you're good. So, let me just do this. So we encourage you guys all to become a part of the resistance by simply challenging the norms and supporting inclusivity, because they love to keep us divided. So we'll always find a way to reconnect.
you're
Yeah.
going to miss your class.
Yeah.
In fact, you couldn't even have back-to-back classes sometimes.
Yeah, I
because
mean-
you wouldn't get there on
The one with the microphone rules. You can just ask all the questions if
Everyone, and welcome.
Teacher voice.
Very excited to be here today. I am Connie Oxford. I teach in the Gender and Women's Studies department, and of course, the star of our show is Dr. Tracy Guzio, who I can't say enough wonderful things about. Who teaches in the English department and is also honors college as well. So we're here today to talk about this amazing novel, James, by Percival Everett. So I had emailed Dr. Guzio to say, hey, let's do this panel for Black Solidarity Day because I love this book. And as someone who loves literature, PhD in English and has actually done this and can talk about this in a way that's far more advanced than I can, only just to say, hey, I love this, go read this. I said, let's do this together. And then I said, what do you think about if we do it interview style? And I'll ask questions and you can answer questions. Dr. Guzio had the questions ahead of time, so no surprises. So I'll go through that, we'll do it that way. I'll say just a few things about the book. For those of you who might not be familiar with it. And then at the very end, we'll have an opportunity for Q&A for anyone in the audience. So this book was just published. It just came out this year, 2024. It has already been nominated for several awards. It has already, I believe, even won several awards. So be on the lookout. Which some of you may have read or some of you may have heard of, which is a book that was written by Mark Twain, published originally in 1884 in England. Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, it was 20 years after the Civil War had ended. So the book was published in that character. He's a white 13-year-old boy, and just like the title says, everything is an adventure, even things that are not an adventure for other people. It is a book that has been widely criticized, in particular for the extensive use of racial slurs, that is something that we'll talk a little bit about today. And because of that, it's seen talked about enough about the Adventures of Huckleberry Finn is how it represents white privilege. What does it mean that so many different things from a white 13-year-old boy's perspective is an adventure, but is life-threatening and is full of fear for other characters in the book. It also, one of the main characters in the book is, in that book, his character's name is Jim, and he is a runaway slave. In this book, his name is James. It's told from his perspective, and it is truly, truly a phenomenal, I think, both retelling and a new telling of that story. So we'll get started, I think, with that background of the question. So my first question is, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn is often called the great American novel. Can you talk about how the retelling of classic literature repositions Black Americans?
I just want to start by saying I agreed to the interview, and now there are cameras, and cameras make me so nervous. So I'm going to try to be, I hate cameras. So I'm going to try not to look that way as much as possible. But my area of expertise is actually contemporary African American literature. And most of the work that I've done in that field, I have written on Percival Everett for other places before, but most of the work that I do in that arena is really how contemporary African American authors speak to literary literature and history, and the way that they're having conversations kind of across time and space, but also how they're trying to kind of reevaluate and revise some of those stories. So this book is kind of like a perfect example of that. And by doing that, they insert themselves and their stories back into the historical record, where there have been silences and gaps. Jim does not speak in a subject position in the original text. So that's why Percival Everett was kind of interested in doing something like this, is making this character who's so important to this novel that everyone knows and really permeates the novel in many different ways, but he never really gets to speak. So whether you're looking at Beloved by Toni Morrison or Middle Passage by Charles Johnson or Pym by Matt Johnson, you have these characters who are inserting the African American voice back into the story of America.
Great.
So I think it's really a part of that.
Yeah, so if the foundation of a classic text like The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn is built on racism,
yeah,
should that story be retold? Should it be abandoned? What should we do with that literature? Because of course, Adventures of Huckleberry Finn is not the only example. We're just using it because we're talking about James,
Yeah.
but there's others.
So I'm a very anti-banned book, censored book kind of person. Half of what I do in my other part of my life is really kind of speak out against that type of thing. And in The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn is probably one of the most banned books in American history. It was one of the first books that was banned in America for very different reasons than we don't like it now, because it's anti-religious. It actually is very critical of American policy, even though by our standards it's not. And I think, well, on the one hand, as a teacher who teaches contemporary African American literature that's doing this project, I need students to know Huckleberry Finn, right? I need them to know Moby Dick in order to have these conversations about what these contemporary authors are kind of responding to. And I think if we don't have conversations about what racism used to look like, we're going to fall into the pit of kind of redoing that. So I think what's more engaging is to have someone like Percival Everett go into that past and kind of unpack those problems and show us, you know, by our standards, Twain is, you know, racist. By his standards, he really wasn't. And so like having that conversation over time and how those things change, I think it's really important if we want to eradicate these problems.
And I think does so in such a nice way with the contrast in the books. So in the plot of Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, the plot itself moves really based on the adventure. Huck goes from one adventure to another. All the situations and characters he meets, it's exhilarating. Even when he's afraid, there's just this element of fun. You know, what adolescent fun is like for a boy. In James, it's completely different. The plot also includes a range of situations and encounters, some of which are reproduced from the original text. But here, the real driving force is fear. You know, you can feel how terrified James is. So can you talk about how these different novels are based on the different perspectives of the characters and how Everett has really taken, in many cases, almost down even, I think, about the con artist, you know, some of these different circumstances, but given a completely dramatically new reading.
Well, I mean, this is what you get by having even any other character tell the story. He's not the main character. James is not the main. So Huck, and I think this is true of all 13-year-old boys and 13-year-old girls, have a very limited perspective of what it means to be an adult. And Huck has had a very hard life, and he hangs out with Tom Sawyer. So if you know Tom Sawyer, a lot of Huck's problems actually come from following Tom Sawyer around. And Huck wants to not be constrained by the adult world anymore. But James, in this version, has these really interesting conversations with him that are very philosophical about being a parent. I mean, because he is a parent himself, and he's a father figure to Huck. And so he's asking him to kind of think about the choices he's making. And at one point, they do have a conversation about fear and a conversation about freedom. And he says, your version of freedom is not my version of freedom. And I think, you know, racially, that's a very interesting conversation, but it's also a conversation between an adult and a child. That, you know, what you think is fun is just not really, it's not how the world works. I have responsibilities, I have things I have to do. And also because I'm a black man, I can't have that conversation with you, and I certainly can't have it in public. So that whole, the difference in their voice comes out in a lot of different ways in the novel, but even the voice of the child and the parent, I think, is really interesting.
Yeah, one of the things I was thinking when you're reading The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, because it is told from Huck's perspective,
friend, which is kind of lovely in one way, right? Because Huck is like, I don't see you as a slave, I see you as my friend. But that becomes dangerous, and very clearly dangerous, which it was in the 19th century text too, but in the contemporary text, it's very dangerous, and James has to tell him, you have to stop talking to me like that, because it will get me killed.
Right, right. Another theme that I noticed is really brought out in James that you don't see in the original text quite as much is about language. So, you know, language is a central theme in both of these, in the sense that you hear the regional dialect, which is Missouri, the vernacular both of what white and black Americans at the time and how people would be speaking. In James, in private, black people speak to each other very differently than they speak to white people, which you do not see in the original text at all. It's just assumed, right, that the black people in the text and Lizzie how to talk like a slave in a way that white people expect. So after correcting her, he tells her that would be the correct incorrect grammar. So he's basically saying,
pointed to by a lot of American writers. Ernest Hemingway, the African-American novelist Ralph Ellison, have made comments about the culture and the language of Huckleberry Finn. And when I was in graduate school, this book came out, Was Huck Black? And that made us kind of think about the cultural ways that African Americans have infused American vernacular. So Twain was part of this group of writers in the late 19th century who are really interested in regional dialect and trying to infuse that in the literature. Did Twain kind of just go, I'm going to make this sound like African Americans, or was he, you know, maybe doing something else that's still kind of debated? But in the case of the Everett book, Everett's playing with that. He knows that history. He knows that theoretical book. He's read it. He knows it very well. And he's always been a satirist, so he's always kind of playing with these ideas. And James actually says in that scene you were talking about, you know, that they're signifying, which is, if you know African American vernacular tradition, that's a kind of verbal play. And so they're aware of that. We call it code switching, but that's been around for a really long time. It's a kind of verbal tricksterism, role playing. It's a survival technique. It's a way to kind of get through the day. And as Lizzie says in that scene, you just have to learn how to make white people happy, and that makes us safe. And so playing that role of not being educated, not being able to read and write, which he can, he has to always pretend that he can't. And that's in the slave narrative tradition, from Frederick Douglass to Venture Smith, William Wells Brown. They've all, Harriet Jacobs, they all had to pretend like they couldn't read and write because it was so dangerous to have that ability. And so James, who, you know, is always kind of taking books from the library of Judge Thatcher and kind of puts it back sometimes, he has to hide all of that education because he knows it makes him really vulnerable. But in order for the community to survive, they have to play that role. And Everett really is saying, we've always had to play that role, and you've always seen it as how you wanted to see it. It fit the white audience's version of what educated meant. It's a white version of what culture means, and it's a part of their tradition that Twain may or may not have appropriated. That's kind of the question.
Right. Another great example of pretending, there's one scene where the Virginia minstrels, who are performers, if you're not familiar with that, who sing and dance in blackface, so they're white performers, but they use blackface to pretend and to basically make fun of in a performance comedy type way. They include James in their show. So James now has to wear makeup that makes him look like a white man, who then has to put on blackface. So can you talk about this and other examples where James basically has to act black, so that white people, in a way that white people expect him to?
So we see him acting black with his vernacular, and here is, now the Virginia Minstrels is a real troupe. They really did do this. And the man who is a character in the story actually did write the song Dixie. So he, Everett includes this information to show you that this is real, this is historically accurate, that there is this kind of tradition of African Americans making fun of white culture, that's a signifying term, and then white culture making fun of black culture, and then it happening.
The white characters in James are shocked when they discover James speaks differently than expected, and also that he can read and write. And in one scene, James is talking in his sleep. He's feverish from having been bitten by a rattlesnake. And the next morning, Huck says, "You sure talk funny in your sleep." Only sure is spelled S-H-O and your is spelled Y-E-R, basically showing that Huck is, again, it would have been the white vernacular at the time, but that he's the one, right, not James, who's not really speaking correct English. So it's basically showing that it's sort of the irony of that and pronunciation. So can you say more about the assumptions in the novel about language and the correct use of language and how that is very much tied to race and racism?
Yeah, I mean, I think we still have, this is still very much a problem today. It hasn't gone away at all. I remember even when Barack Obama was running for president, people would talk about how articulate he was and that he sounded so educated. It's like, well, he actually was. But yeah, there's this, a class issue, a regional issue, but it gets applied to what is seen as intelligence when it is used against an African American, even today, if they don't sound educated enough. So I definitely think Everett is playing with that. And that's been a constant in a lot of his work, that this assumption about education and language is so tied to something that's fictional. And here he makes it clearly fictional. But that's really, and it's not just about speaking. I think he would argue it's also about producing a novel, producing literature. Of course, African Americans could read and write. It was illegal to teach them how to read and write. It's not that they didn't have that ability. And yet, a lot of American thinkers at the time, even Twain, when he was young, did not think that African Americans had that ability. And that's kind of, his evolution as a writer is that he saw that. But yeah, Everett is like, please.
Right, right. And to continue with that, you know, as you mentioned earlier about sneaking into the library, you know, to read the books. Not only is he literate and can read and write, but he's quite well read, even more so than most of the characters in the book. He dreams of Enlightenment figures such as John Locke and John Stuart Mill and Voltaire, and in these dreams he argues with them about ideas about freedom and liberty and how slavery could possibly exist if one is in fact dedicated to these principles. So how is James both a subject in the book, he's the main character, he's talking about this, but he is still a slave, he is still an object, he is still the property of another person.
So, for those of you who haven't read the book and are thinking, had bachelor's degrees in philosophy. And so I think they feel that that's kind of the American question. We have this sense of what it means to be an American that is so counter to what we sometimes have often done in practice. And those are the kind of conversations that he's having in that book, is like, how can you talk about the rights of man and the natural rights of man and freedom and not see that you're contradicting yourself the minute you enacted slavery? So, I mean, he's having those really deep philosophical conversations that are also very existential about what does it mean if I don't own my voice? And I think that's why he gets a pencil. There's a lot of violence that happens because he needs a pencil. And he thinks about the pencil as writing his story down. And he hasn't quite gotten to the point until the end of the book where he understands that you can have a voice without a pencil. I mean, it's a weird kind of thing for us to maybe conceive of. But because he only saw power and language coming through texts, he doesn't quite understand yet. You can have a voice outside of that too, and that's what is a big change for him. And that's part of the slave narrative tradition. Frederick Douglass famously, talks about how literacy gives him that power, gives him that strength to understand that he is an I. He has this really famous scene, which I'm sure Everett is alluding to, with the whole image with a pencil in this book. Where he talks about, when he was a boy, he didn't really know how to survive, and he was freezing all the time and barely clothed, and it really affected his body, and he's got these cracks in his feet. And he talks about, as he's writing the narrative of his life, that he can take his pen and stick it in those cracks. And he talks about how he becomes a subject, essentially, by that moment. When you own your body, then you feel that you can really own your voice. But he didn't actually need to become free and do that. He had to speak in order to do that. And that's what James ends up doing as well.
Right, yeah, he has the famous line, or the line in there, it says, "With my pencil, I wrote myself into being."
Yeah.
And that part where you're exactly what you're saying, he feels as though it's the pencil, but it's the symbol, really, I feel like.
And that's
of the
right
pencil.
out of Douglass. I'm pretty sure he's alluding to that. It's so similar. Because he's not reading Frederick Douglass, but he does read some other slave narratives. So I think that Everett wants people to understand that even though the slave narratives were kind of owned by white abolitionists, it's that moment where, and Douglass says, I subscribe myself. It's when he renames himself. And James is constantly trying to think about what his name should be, going from Jim to James, and then what should my last name be? And at the very end, he decides not to have a last name. All of this naming is also about making sure your voice belongs to you. Whether it's through speaking or through writing.
Right. And of course, as we mentioned at the beginning, one of the most controversial parts of Huck Finn are the racial slurs. In fact, people have counted, and it turns out there's over 200 racial slurs in that book.
word has, and as James says, I'm not that, but I am a slave. And those are two very different words, and you've been using them interchangeably.
So for my last question, can you just say more about Everett's work and contribution to Black literature?
So he's probably the least known contemporary African American author writing today. He is, and also the most prolific. He has about 30 novels. And I wrote about him, I did one of these extensive kind of works on him 10 years ago, and then he had 20 novels. So it's like, and I couldn't even read all those. He basically writes a novel like a year, just keeps going. And he's really hard to categorize. His probably the most famous book he has now is a book called Erasure that was turned into the film American Fiction, which won an Academy Award for Adapted Screenplay. Very popular film, actually. So maybe he'll start to get a little bit more attention, and this book is getting a lot of attention as well. So he may kind of, at the age of 69, be coming into his own. But I think his contribution is he's probably, along with Charles Johnson, the two greatest satirists of African American literature right now. It's always really hard when you're dealing with contemporary authors to kind of say what their impact is going to be. You can see it kind of how they're maybe influencing younger writers, but you don't know if they're going to stick around. I think with this book, he's definitely going to cement, though the 33 books that he wrote before should have done it, but I think this one's really going to cement his place in history. I was in a podcast with him earlier this year. It was right after the book came out, and the interviewer asked, oh, well, was this the book you were always like wanting to write, and why is this book so important to you? And he's like, yeah, I didn't really think about it that much. I just kind of wondered one day if anyone had done this, and I saw that they hadn't, so I decided to write a book. I mean, that's kind of the writer he is, and that can hurt you if you're thinking about your legacy, because he doesn't like talking about his legacy. He just wants to write a book, which is probably why he's written so many. And there are very few scholars of his work, so more people do need to study him and write about him for that to be cemented as a writer in this tradition.
Great, thank you so much. This was
You're
fantastic.
welcome.
So let's open it up to the audience. I'd love some Q&A and to continue this discussion about this book and also African American literature, maybe just in general as well. So who has some questions?
Oh.
We've got someone, bringing the mic too.
Yeah.
Thank you. As someone who, I don't know if I ever read Huckleberry Finn, but I know I saw a movie in black and white that was made before I was born. As someone who hasn't read it, should I read it before I read James?
Yes,
yeah.
I think so.
Yes.
It makes this book so much richer, I think, and Everett would expect that you've read it. I think he's talking to it, and so he's having a conversation with that text.
Since I was a child of the 60s and 70s and didn't discover writers like James Baldwin and Octavia Butler until my 40s, what from those 30-some books that Percival Everett has written get included into the high school literature canon at this point?
Oh, the high school literature canon. Well, that, I don't know if that's ever going to happen.
Undergraduate.
Okay, yeah, because I would say, if you're talking about accessibility, God's Country and maybe Erasure, though Erasure you kind of need to know some other stuff to really get a lot of Erasure. I would stay away from the book The Water Cure if you have children. It's a very traumatic book, and I was traumatized reading it. And maybe, I mean, definitely this one. but some of them are a little rough, a little graphic, and sometimes the satire is would really be over the heads of most readers, which is, I think, kind of the point in some way. But I would probably stick to God's Country and Erasure in this one.
Just curious, who's read Huck Finn? How many? Oh, okay, nice, all right. Anyone read James?
Yeah. Oh,
Except
Michael has a
us.
question.
Okay.
Michael has a question. I do want to say, as Isaac's running over there, the first time I read The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, I absolutely hated it. It was in an undergraduate class. And then I read it in 1994 in a PhD class. And so much of, and I don't think you have to have a good professor to read a book, but sometimes having someone to have a good conversation with about a book really changes your perspective on a novel. I'm not saying I love Huckleberry Finn now, but I certainly appreciate it in ways that I never did until I had that class where that professor really contextualized it, made us read Was Huck Black, and have this conversation that was really about the race in that book, because people were trying to stay away from that so much.
Thanks, Tracy.
Answered.
You just made a great pitch for the role of English professor.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, when this was introduced, you talked about, like, he turns everything to adventure. We will see privilege. What I see when I read Huckleberry Finn is a 13-year-old boy who is imprisoned by his father and stages his own murder.
Yeah.
Privilege doesn't scream off the page there. He then invents a paternal relationship with a slave who he calls his father at one point in order to protect his life from slave catchers. So what I'm interested in is, in that fascinating context, what do you think Percival would say about his reading of Huckleberry Finn? Because I have a feeling that should probably emerge from this.
Yes.
Is he going to bash it? What's he going to
No, he actually, at the end, in the epilogue, where he's just acknowledging people who've helped him write the book, his last word is to Mark Twain, and he says, I'd like to go to heaven for the climate and hell to have a really good conversation with Mark Twain. And I think when I mentioned Ralph Ellison, I did that kind of on purpose, because Ralph Ellison, my favorite novel of all time, Invisible Man by him, he said widely in his writing and in interviews that Adventures of Huckleberry Finn was very influential on him as a writer, and thought that it was the book that explained the American project of racial interaction. And he meant that culturally and linguistically, and he thanked Mark Twain for bringing African American culture into the mainstream in a way that made it, okay for white audiences. Because you have to remember, Mark Twain's writing at the same time that Thomas Dixon is writing The Klansman and Joel Chandler Harris is writing Uncle Remus's Tales. And Mark Twain actually does stand apart from those two culturally and politically and morally completely. But he does understand that there's something worthy and that African Americans have contributed to American culture. He just doesn't really have the language yet to say that, so he has The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. So I think, to answer your question, there's really this, Everett sees a lot, and you haven't read James, right? I'm not going to spoil it for you, but he's actually, that question you just asked, he answers it in the novel. I mean, that's kind of, I think, why he wrote it, is he does see himself as kind of an inheritor of Ellison and an inheritor of Twain. He's a satirist. He understands how important Twain is. And if you read The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn and don't read Pudd'nhead Wilson, then you don't really understand where Mark Twain was trying to go. I mean, Pudd'nhead Wilson is one of his last books. It's an insanely weird story, but the premise of it is that race is a fiction. An African American slave who had been raped by her master, has a child, and the master has a white child too by his wife, and she switches the babies. and they grow up differently because she made that switch, and no one can tell the difference between them. So Twain understands that race is just completely a fiction. It has nothing to do with biology. It's all about culture and law. So he's getting it, but he's just not kind of there yet. So I think Everett does see him as an unfinished product of Reconstruction. That's what Twain was trying to move towards, is understanding the flaws in what happened after slavery.
Hi, I had a question on when you are teaching literature that includes derogatory terms, what does that discourse look like? Is there a discussion on like the purpose of the use or like its intention within the literature?
That's a very good question. So I say why I won't say that word. I ask that students, when they're talking about that word, that they don't use it either, because it does have an offensive tone for maybe other people in the class. And in the movie version of Everett's novel Erasure, the movie begins with the teacher, who is an African American teacher, having a conversation about that word. And his argument, the teacher, is that, well, it's realistic and so we should say it. But he's a position of being an African American. And so I'm all right with him saying that's okay for him to say. As a white woman, I'm never going to say that word. I'm just not. And I respect that maybe it's used in other places and freely, and it's okay with African Americans doing that. I just don't think it's okay for white people to use it. So that's what I put my position is, and I ask that my students do that as well. Can go?
Yeah. Anybody else?
Isaac, do you have any questions? I thought you were going to have a question.
Unfortunately not.
Yes.
Just since you know, said what Toni Morrison said about
Oh, well, okay, so.
a question about Toni Morrison's, because I've actually asked you that question before about
Yeah.
teaching Huck Finn, which I used to teach before. And you've mentioned Toni Morrison as a nice explanatory kind of function to work with Twain. So can you share that with us?
So she's a little bit more critical than Everett is. I mean, she does actually say the book is racist. She does not like where Jim is located in terms of the book. However, she also acknowledges that you're going to have to look at that book, and you're going to have to look at Faulkner, who she spent a lot of time with, as people who were appropriating African American culture to tell their story. And that's the stuff that you were talking about, the white privilege and the idea of freedom, is that Twain did do that. He was also, though, critiquing Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction. I mean, he was critiquing America, he was critiquing religion. That's actually why he was banned originally, is because he's so hard on religion. He's critiquing how America is handling its racial problem, and so she, does feel like you have to know that book in order to understand the progress of American literature. So the same class I read was Huck Black in. We read Playing in the Dark by Toni Morrison. She takes on in that book mostly the American romantics, Edgar Allan Poe and Hawthorne and those guys, and doesn't talk as much about Huckleberry Finn, but it is something that's like in order to understand all the literature that comes after, you have to understand how important Adventures of Huckleberry Finn is from a writer's perspective. Have any of you read Tom Sawyer? Okay, so I think that's the problematic text that makes everything we say about Twain go in a different direction, because Tom Sawyer was enormously popular, made him a lot of money, and they wanted the sequel, right? And he wrote this book, and that was not the sequel, right? This was not like Tom Sawyer. And it's interesting that one of the most famous scenes in the Adventures of Huckleberry Finn is where Tom knows that Jim has been freed by the widow Douglas, no, it's not Douglas who owns him, it's Watson who owns him. And nevertheless, Huck wants to help free Jim, and he enlists Tom to do that, and Tom knows that Jim is already free, but Tom wants the adventure, and he wants to plan it out like some great Pirates of Penzance thing, right? And he's like, oh, we're gonna do all these wonderful things. And it's when Huck discovers that you really understand the evolution of Huck, and you understand the evolution of Twain, because Twain is actually saying, what we're doing in post-Reconstruction is re-enslaving African Americans through Jim Crow. I mean, he says that specifically, that he called it second slavery, that this is a horrible thing. And it's the Tom Sawyers of the world who are not poor, who are not being beaten by their father. I mean, part of why Huck connects with Jim is because he understands what it's like to be, you know, in a position of always something violent might happen to you. But Tom Sawyer doesn't get that. And Tom Sawyer is really the man, the boy, who is like perpetual childhood, and he's gonna grow up and think that every African American he meets is there to just service him in some way.
Others, any more questions? Well, thank you. It has been an absolute pleasure.
Oh, you're very sweet. Is the camera done? Yay.
Thank you. Oh, wow.
Thank you so much. Oh, you put one on.
We got time. What's up? How you doing? There's a lot of people here. I wasn't expecting. I mean, I guess I was, but
You want me to move this?
there's a lot.
Okay.
It's just sign in. Also, I was thinking put a pin on for everybody, all of us.
Oh, in front of the table? Okay. To get a perspective on somebody that's not part of this community. Yeah, that's the point. Miles, did you get one? Did you get one? I'll go grab
Yeah, I
it.
got you.
No, it's not really.
Yeah, I know, it's a weird topic. I'll play again.
I included.
To start? You good to start? All right, bet.
Hold on, yeah. Give it like 2 minutes.
Just give us a couple seconds.
How many people are there now?
I don't know.
Wow, it's a lot of people.
Like, I feel like we look like we have 50 more people.
No, yeah, there's a lot of people outside.
Watch
Coming
it,
in
bro.
here?
I don't know. But like, I hope she's not coming here.
There's a lot of people. Are they supposed to project audio? I feel like I'm just speaking. I didn't know that.
No, we don't project to these people.
Gotcha.
What? No, tell them to take her time.
Who's that?
No, literally.
No, is she coming?
She looks like that.
Dang it.
No, can you tell her to stay
Now my heart is pumped.
I know, now I'm nervous.
Switch over.
Yeah, take that with them.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Naomi Adebayo.
I'm Dylan Witt.
My name is Mamiko Okada.
And I'm Scarlett Troncoso. Today, thank you guys for coming to Truth in Our Blood, hashtag you can donate to, in collaboration with the CVPH Adirondack Regional Blood Center. And we're just gonna talk about the misconceptions and myths with blood donations and just to educate you all on it.
And thank you again, Shannon, for collaborating with us and giving us the opportunity to further educate the SUNY Plattsburgh community.
Just go in there. No, I was gonna say, are you pushing?
Oh, yeah. So let's meet our panelists. This is Shannon Nutt Brown. She's a CVPH blood director. This is Christy Cruz. She's a senior and a gender women's studies major.
And on our far left, you guys is right, we have Kayla Marie Philibert. She's a senior nursing student. And Fatima Silla, another senior nursing student. Round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you for being here.
And we're going to start off with what blood donations are. It is voluntarily giving a portion of your blood to be used in medical purposes. Donations are critical for healthcare systems worldwide, and they help save lives in crisis situations. It's also a form of community service, and it's pretty much done in 3 simple steps. Your arm is cleaned and a new steel needle is inserted into a vein in your arm. And then step 2 would be about a pint of blood is drawn into a steel bag, taking around 10 to 15 minutes. And then step 3 is a Band-Aid is put on your arm and you're given a snack, drink, and just to ensure you're not lightheaded before you're able to leave.
Now we're just gonna watch a brief video on somebody's relationship with blood donations and its significance. One moment, please.
Just go back to like main screen and then maybe like show up the videos. Just go on.
Uh-oh.
Maybe just.
Go to YouTube. At least.
Wait.
Blood donation. Second one.
I was 4 years old. I had a stroke. If I heard that there may not be enough blood for me, I would be devastated because that's how I sustain my life. Hi, I'm Kelly. I'm 33 years old. When I was born, I was diagnosed with sickle cell. I didn't really have any crises or any issues as a baby. But when I was 4 years old, I had a stroke that affected me on the left side of my body. And I started blood transfusions regularly every 4 weeks to prevent further strokes. As I got older, I started doing a red blood cell exchange procedure, and now that's every 7-8 weeks.
We did not know anything about sensitivity.
Quiet.
Process that you had to go through and learn. So just to get ourselves on it.
It's not gonna touch.
We trusted their judgment and protocol that they had in place for her care, which was the transfusions.
When I was younger, I thought I could do everything. I was in the band in high school, so I would have a transfusion and go march right after the transfusion. Now that I'm older, I can't really do that. I noticed myself getting tired like a week or so before, and then the day of the transfusion, I'm still pretty tired, but the next day I usually feel full of energy. I always used to joke around about dating people that I would have to share with them or let them know, hey, I have it, do you have it? Because if you have it, we can't be together. Knowing the impact of the disease, I don't knowingly want to bring a child into this world that would have to potentially suffer in that way. When I let my husband know when we were dating that I had sickle cell, unbeknownst to me, he actually went to his job's lab and got a blood test for sickle cell, and it came back negative, and here we are.
To be honest, I was a bit nervous. I know people are trying to make sure I did my part support. Giving blood is very critical and has been life-saving for Kelly. She's received thousands of liters of blood over a lifetime.
A blood shortage would definitely be devastating for me. I have gone through seasons where maybe there wasn't enough blood available, so I could only get 1 or 2 units versus the 8 units that I usually get. To hear that there's nothing available, definitely devastating.
Giving blood is very important. You give a life to someone else, you give the possibility of longevity to you, and longevity to the person that you'll be up with as well.
There's millions of people around the world that rely on blood donation for life, so it is a pressing thing that needs to be
Like stay there, coming so like maybe like
Stand
stay.
over there.
Yeah.
I want to mention, if y'all wanted, it might be easier on that back wall. I'm not sure. I just want to mention. And this is you, Monica.
I know. I'm waiting for people. So let's briefly explain the current blood donation situation in the United States. Start using these easy statistics. When one person donates blood, they can save up to 3 lives. That's how impactful the blood donation is. However, over the 20 years, the number of donor heroes who have contributed has decreased by 40%, partly due to their age. Furthermore, during the Christmas and New Year holidays alone, the shortage of 7,000 units of blood has been recorded, indicating a severe situation. Additionally, there is a significant racial disparity, with 77% of the blood donors being white people, which could potentially lead to the shortage of certain blood types.
So now let's dive a bit deeper into why blood is constantly in demand and how ethnically diverse donations make a real difference. Blood is needed daily in hospitals for a range of medical reasons, surgeries, emergencies, and managing chronic illnesses. Every day, people in hospitals rely on donated blood to survive and recover. For trauma victims, cancer patients, and those undergoing surgeries, donated blood can be a literal lifeline. Every donation counts, especially when it's a rare type or needed urgently. An ethnically diverse blood supply isn't just about quantity, it's about quality and compatibility. Having blood that matches a patient's genetic background can improve their quality of life and increase their chances for survival. Each day, thousands rely on blood donations, so you can help.
To piggyback off of Scarlett, this just speaks for the need for change. BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color blood donations have historically always been low in the United States. While more than a quarter of the US population does identify as BIPOC, they make up less than 10% of all blood donors.
I have a couple questions for y'all. Anyone can feel free to answer. I'll bring a mic over for you so everyone can hear. But why do you donate and why don't you donate? If y'all could just raise your hand. You know. Thank you. Is that for me?
For the second question, people might not donate because they may feel scared or like nervous about if it's going to be painful, and then for that they might not be like educated enough on like it's just like one little prick and like it like might not be painful, and also they like have like nothing for it, like a lack of incentive. They feel like, oh, well, it's not like benefiting my person, so like I don't have a need to do it. For the first one, for the people that do understand the impact that it has on other people's lives, that would give them a reason to want to donate and help people besides themselves.
Thank you.
Very well answered. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
So I actually tried to donate last year, and so I'm anemic, so I have low iron, and you can't donate if you have low iron. So that's something to keep in mind why some people may not donate.
We might keep on that about later.
One more hand.
A lot of times people who donate end up donating because they have loved ones that are dealing with something or need the blood themselves.
Very true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that everything? Thank you, guys.
Thank you for sharing.
So last spring semester, we conducted a survey of 85 students at SUNY Plattsburgh about their awareness of blood donations. The survey revealed that a lack of knowledge about the importance or safety of the blood donations is the main factor of preventing them to donate blood. So we conclude that spreading accurate information is something we, as a student, can do to encourage students to go donate.
Our first panel question for our lovely panelists. Can you share some of the common myths and misconceptions about blood donations that you've encountered, and how do you address them? We can go in any order, whoever feels like answering first. You may.
So kind of similar to what you said previously, people are kind of scared of like the prick and the sensation. I understand a lot of people are scared of needles, but it's okay. You know, if you bring a friend with you, if you're scared, close your eyes, grip that hand, and keep going. It's okay, because you may not be particularly inclined to needing the blood donation now, but you never know down the line. You know what I mean?
I think a common myth and misconception was that you couldn't donate blood if you had like tattoos or piercings, and in some cases you can, and in some cases you can't. It's important to speak to the person at the donation center that you're going to, just to determine the circumstance in which you got your tattoo. But if you do have tattoos and piercings, you can donate blood.
Another common misconception is that if you're on medication, you can't donate blood. That's not completely true. It depends on what medication you're on and why you're on it for. For example, if you're on heparin or warfarin, which is blood thinners, you're not advised to donate blood because you're at risk for bleeding.
One myth that we typically get is, I don't have a rare blood type, which is false. Every single blood type is valuable to saving lives. Donor diversity helps save lives. most patients from the United States who suffer from sickle cell anemia, like our video showed, are Black or African descent blood donors who share the same race are more likely to be compatible to the same, or I'm sorry, compatible for special transfusion needs or requirements for these patients.
Thank you guys for sharing. So here is what happens when you do donate blood. This is taken at our very own blood center here in SUNY Plattsburgh, well, here in Plattsburgh. I hope it's loud enough.
All you.
All whole blood donations between collections are brought back to the community program to be processed. When the blood arrives, it is checked into the blood bank by technologists. The technologist reviews all donation records, verify the donation, and all qualifications to donate. So, the whole blood bag is hung onto a pole where it can start the filtration process. A cannula is snapped that allows the blood to travel down to the filter, and it removes 99% of the white blood cells from the unit. This process is called leukoreduction. All patch blood cells are leukoreduced. Once the blood is filtered, it goes into the bag down here. Right here. Just blood. And we will place it in the centrifuge at 4,000 RPMs for 7 minutes. See? For 7 minutes. So since plasma is less dense, it will move to the top of the bag and red blood cells move to the bottom of the bag. At that point, I'm going to carefully take it out of the centrifuge. I'll place it down, and I'm going to clip it into here. And it will kind of compress it, so the plasma will be on top and the red blood cells will be on the bottom. From there, I'll snap another cannula, and I'll filter the plasma into a separate bag, which would be my plasma bag. And I will then clip it off with the hemostat, which is this. And then I will take my bag, clip them off with this. And then I will place the plasma into the freezer over there that is at negative 20 degrees Celsius. And it will be waiting to be called fresh frozen plasma. At that point, I'm going to filter the red blood cells into this, which is called AS3 added solution. So the AS3 provides nutrients to red cells, which allows them to maintain a shell life for 42 days. All the extra bags are then removed, and we place them into this fridge that is between 1 to 6 degrees Celsius, and then they will wait there to begin the next process. So all specimens are packed into a box preparation to be shipped out to a donor facility. The donor testing facility will test each donor to determine their blood type, as well as perform a bunch of other antibody testing. This includes babesia, hepatitis C, hepatitis B, HIV, and human T lymphotropic virus. Nucleic acid is also performed for hepatitis C, hepatitis B, and HIV. The blood bank will receive the notification when all testing has been completed. The technologist reviews this testing and will verify that no donors have tested positive for anything. At this point, they're going to label the blood, and the label will display the donor number, the donor unit, the blood type, the expiration date, and the product type. A second check will verify the blood components were labeled properly. After the second check is performed, the blood components are now ready for transfusion. The CBPH blood bank is extremely unique in the fact we get to sustain the blood needs of our community thanks to the generous donation of our blood donors. When you donate blood at the Cardinal Blood Center, the blood stays in the North Country. Our blood bank provides blood products at Alice High Medical Center, Elizabethtown Hospital, Ticonderoga Hospital, Adirondack Medical Center, Messina Memorial Hospital, and the University of Vermont Medical Center. The blood bank typically maintains an inventory of 200 to 250 packed blood cells, 200 units of fresh frozen plasma, 4 to 8 apheresis platelets, and 6 pooled units of cryoprecipitate.
So yeah, this video was just showing you guys how safe the procedure is and what the hospital does with our blood after. Go back. Sorry.
That leads us to our second panel question, is what is being done to build trust in blood donations within communities that may feel exploited by the healthcare system? Maybe back over to you.
I'll start. So one thing that we are doing is we're getting into high schools and colleges to educate, especially high schools. Our youth is unaware of the need of blood. And then another thing that we do is our techs, our phlebotomists, our nurses that all work with us, they're highly skilled professionals that do their job well, who must keep up on certifications. And like our blood bank that you just saw in that video, we're inspected yearly by 2 New York State coordinators, AABB and CAP, to make sure we're operating at a higher standard to make sure your blood is safe.
I was kind of going around the same thread of like you should introduce it to a younger generation, make sure they understand the value in it, and even talking to your older generation if you are educated on the topic. Sometimes I know my mom is like hesitant about it occasionally, and I've been like, it's okay, Mom, like you never know when you'll need it for somebody else, and it's okay to benefit the community. Something else I was gonna say is like events like today, you know, take the time out, come out, show out, get educated, bring a friend who isn't educated, and relay the information.
I agree with the previous points that were brought up. I think education is one of the main ways to kind of bridge that gap and get more people into donating blood. I think going into the schools is a really good idea. I also think providing people with incentives will make them kind of want to come out more and donate blood. But I think education is the main way to let people know that donating blood is safe and it is beneficial. And as individuals, you never know if you might be in a situation where you need blood yourself. So just gaining more awareness on this topic.
That's it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So, how can we help? Yes, of course, by donating blood. As mentioned before, the blood collected from donation is divided by blood types when used for the transfusions. So among these, O positive type blood is in high demand and tends to be in short supply, since blood type can sometimes be linked to the racial heritage. So it is crucial that a diverse range of people continue to participate in blood donations. And fortunately, today we have a bunch of people from different backgrounds, so I hope this will inspire to think about this as a personal issue.
This then leads to our next question for our panelists. What's motivated you to get involved in blood donations, and how has your perspective on its importance evolved over time?
For me, it's one of the most selfless things that you can do. I started donating when I was 21. I was working on an OB unit up in Canton, Potsdam, and we had an OB emergency, and the ER there called for blood donations. So that's when I started donating, and then when I started working here in this industry, knowing that our younger generation was not getting out there donating and our older generation is phasing out of the donation world, getting the message out there that 1 pint of blood can save up to 3 lives is truly super important.
I myself haven't particularly been able to, unfortunately. I haven't had the opportunity, but that doesn't digress my message. So, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay, so the reason I got involved is because a lot of my family experiences have medical issues in which they need to donate blood. So it's very vital for them to survive, kind of similar to what Kelly's story was. So that's why I'm in it.
I got interested in the topic of blood donation because being African American myself, I think medical mistrust in my community was something that I kind of agreed with and just resonated with. And I think I wasn't completely educated until I came to college and I learned about the benefits. Being a nursing student, I definitely have learned and I've debunked a lot of the myths that I personally came in believing. And so it definitely just piqued my interest and made me want to get into the topic.
What motivated me was my experience on OB unit during clinicals, and it helped me realize that Black women face disproportionately higher levels of postpartum hemorrhage, and I think that this is something that isn't talked about a lot. So even though donating blood won't address this issue because it's systemic, I think that donating blood is a way that we can help these patients overcome such a traumatic experience.
Thank you for sharing.
So blood is vital to our healthcare system, especially for surgeries, emergency treatments, and managing chronic illnesses, like I said before. But what many don't realize is that certain blood types are more prevalent in specific ethnic groups. Making ethnically diverse blood donations is very essential. Hospitals and emergency services often face a shortage in red blood cells, platelets, and plasma. These components are critical in treatments for trauma, cancer, and other medical needs. Type O blood is in particularly high demand as it is universally accepted and can be used in emergency situations. This blood type is more common among certain ethnic groups. More diverse donations is very crucial. Ethnically diverse blood donations improve matching for patients, which can lead to better health outcomes. Without diversity in our blood supply, patients in need may face higher risks during treatment. By understanding the demand for ethnically diverse blood donations, we can work toward a more inclusive and effective healthcare system where everyone has access to blood they need.
So as Scarlett mentioned, type O blood is a common blood type amongst ethnic groups. In this graph, you can see that the most common blood types amongst BIPOC people is type O blood. African Americans at a high 47% of O positive, Latin Americans at 53% for O positive, Asian Americans at 39% for O positives, and Caucasians at 37% for O positive. Next slide. So because of this, it is extremely crucial for people with type O blood to donate more. Based on this graph, you can see that type O blood is universal, meaning that people with type O blood can donate to everybody, type A, type B, and type O. But type O blood recipients can only receive blood from other type O blood donors, which then translates into the less BIPOC people donating blood, the more likely hospitals are likely to have a shortage of type O blood because not enough people with type O blood are donating. Although a blood donor from any racial or ethnic group could be a match for a patient, the best match is one with a similar ethnicity. 1 in 2 African American donors with type O blood is a match for sickle cell patients compared to only 1 in 40 from other ethnicities.
So now I would like to ask another panel questions. What are the most significant challenges you see in encouraging more people to donate blood regularly, and what strategy have effectively overcome these challenges?
Right now, our most significant challenges are awareness. Our community in the North Country is small, and our older generation of donors are phasing out. They're going to be unable to donate due to health implications, complications with their health, which is why we need to bring awareness to our youth. And what these guys are doing is wonderful. Educating you guys on blood donation importance is truly amazing. Us going out into high schools is a great thing to be doing, really just hammering home the education portion of this is a great, effective way to overcome some of these challenges.
What I've seen mostly being the issue is kind of time management for people in our generation. You know, I've seen a lot of my friends talk about, oh, I want to donate blood. You missed it. Oh, I forgot. I understand you forgot. So I feel like maybe a more consistent reminder of it, if possible. I feel like that's more, or at least more opportunities to do it, more consistent blood drives, if closer together.
I think the biggest challenge is debunking some of these myths and misconceptions because they existed for so long. And the best way to basically challenge that is educate ourselves and help educate one another, which is why I think that the information that we share today shouldn't stay within the walls of this room. We should try to teach each other or try to teach someone something that you learned today. And this is because the right information can help save someone's life. So.
So to talk about a little bit of the common concerns, as Fatima mentioned, a lot of these common concerns, it's really what's happening throughout the day-to-day basis. So one of the common concerns could be that somebody doesn't like needles.
And a reason, You shouldn't really be worried about needles because it really is just a quick discomfort that lasts only a few seconds.
And another common concern can be tattoos and piercings. And the regulation for that, it did change because it used to be a year, but now it's 3 months. Another common concern is like afraid of health impacts.
And you shouldn't really be afraid of health impacts because donating might make you slightly lightheaded in the moment, but there's ultimately no negative lasting impacts.
Another common concern is that a lot of people do not trust the healthcare system, especially within the POC community.
But you can trust the healthcare system because it's highly regulated, it's a safe procedure that's measured, it's monitored by multiple healthcare professionals all at the same time.
And a lot of people that are international students, especially here at SUNY Plattsburgh, they feel like they can't donate blood. But recently we have learned that if you contact the regional blood center to see if your home country is eligible to donate, you will be able to donate, even if you're not an American citizen.
For example, Mamiko here is from Japan and she is able to donate, even though she didn't think she was able to right before this campaign.
So yeah, it's great to find out.
And what we just handed out, we handed out this Be a Donor Hero. You got them. I was just introducing.
And now our hashtag You Can Donate To campaign will evolve from these educational presentations aimed at like spreading accurate awareness into an actual action phase where we increase the number of donor heroes who actually participate in blood donations. Our campaign will be reborn as a hashtag Be Your Donor Hero. And over the next 3 weeks, starting from today until the November 22nd, we will host competitions. Look at this flyer you just get. From today, November 4th, until the November 22nd, we will encourage SUNY Plattsburgh students to go donate blood. And your donation can be made at Adirondack Regional Blood Center, which is open on weekdays from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. You and your student groups, maybe your sports team, fraternity, sorority, or maybe residence hall floor, will compute based on your contributions. Of course, we have prizes as well. First 20 donors will win the special gift from CBPH, and additionally, after the competition ends, the student organization with the biggest contribution will win a pizza party. Doesn't it so exciting to have pizza party at the end of the semester? And then how to participate in these competitions? It's so simple. When you donate blood, just scan the QR code here on this flyer, which should be on the floor in the blood center, and then submit your donor card picture and answer some questions. That's all. So be sure and call us those who cannot make it today to join in and then help us make this campaign a big success.
You want to start? Okay, so this is how you prepare for donating like the day before so you don't end up passing out on accident. So if you eat a well-balanced meal the day before, donate, usually an iron-rich meal is best because that's what's depleting mostly out of you. So if you're low on iron, you will get lightheaded. So if you eat an iron-rich meal beforehand, you'll be ultimately a lot better. You have to drink plenty of water, get a reasonable amount of sleep the night before, and wait about 72 hours after a dentist appointment before you're able to donate.
Some of the don'ts is please do not donate if you do feel sick. Don't drink alcohol or smoke before donating. And if you do decide to smoke, just wait until 2 hours after donating. And if you do decide to drink after donating, just wait 4 hours.
And if you smoke or drink, you can still donate. Only wait a reasonable amount of time before donating. If not, it will cause your blood to be unusable.
So at Adirondack Regional Blood Center, here is the contact information. This is the location, which is 85 Plaza Boulevard. This is the phone number to contact them if you decide to donate blood and make an appointment. And this is Shannon's email, actually, if you have any other questions that we haven't provided. You can also scan this QR code for their actual website, and you can either schedule or try to schedule your own blood drive or make an appointment. Now,
Actually, I have a
Let's see what you guys know. So you guys can scan the QR code for a quick Kahoot game or use the game pin. Are you logged in?
No, I realized that after I already did it, but I'm gonna do it to the side.
It should be fine.
No, I'm not taking it out, I'm sorry. Wait, Naomi, I'm not logged in, it's you. You made it, didn't you?
No, the Kahoot.
What
I
are you
didn't make the
doing?
Kahoot.
You updated it, didn't you?
No, Scarlett.
You didn't
I
tell
sent
me
you the questions. You told me that you did not have the login, and so I sent you the questions.
I deleted the whole thing.
It's okay. Do it right now. Do it right now. Do it right now. Okay. Do it right now. Yeah, make that big.
I'm gonna give you guys a second.
Scarlett.
Well, it's not gonna be good.
It's okay. Huh?
How?
No.
How did it start?
One moment, please. Oh, shit.
This is it.
Lock the game.
Hold up real quick. While we're figuring this out, if y'all could just try to make time to fill out that post survey, that'd be greatly appreciated. Sorry for the delay though.
Who's the director of the blood bank? Question mark. Question mark right there. Shift.
Just leave it. Just leave it.
Shining up brown.
The Kahoot had a problem. The Kahoot had a
Alexander
problem.
and Yeti.
you for being here. This session focuses on how to host Black Solidarity Day events. And it's really designed not only for our in-person attendees, but also for our streaming attendees. So we're gonna start off with some introductions. I'm Allison Hurd, Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. So excited to have you here today. And I am joined by a wonderful group that we're gonna have everyone to introduce themselves as well.
I'm Sydney Wise. I'm the Vice President of BSU, the Black Student Union here on campus, and I'm also the Treasurer of Student Association, which makes me head of our finance board as well.
Hi, I'm Michelle Benatti. I'm an Associate Professor of Education here at SUNY Plattsburgh, and I'm an advisory board member for the Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Center here on our campus.
Hello everyone, my name is Naomi Adebayo. I am the Black Solidarity Day intern as well as the President of African Unity, and I'm excited to be here with you guys today.
And hi, I'm Bridget Heine. I'm current Faculty Senate Chair for SUNY Plattsburgh, Truth, Racial Healing, Transformation Center Facilitator, Advisory Board Member, and Black Solidarity Day Steering Committee Member.
Fantastic. So we're so excited to be here with you all, and we are, one of the things that we have in common is that we all are on the Black Solidarity Day committee. So today our goal is really for anyone that is on campus, especially if you want to see how to grow this work, maybe with your student organization, or let's say if you're a faculty member and with your classroom, or if there are projects that you want to work on, maybe for your fraternity or sorority, how you can continue to move this work. And for our online streamers who might be streaming in from another campus, to see how you could facilitate a program such as this on your campus in the future. So we feel like we've invested a lot of time and energy into doing this work. This is now our third year of hosting Black Solidarity Day conference style events. They've grown every year. And our goal is to really share this information so that people don't have to start from the very beginning to learn like what works or what might not be work. So today our goal is to just share some simple things that we've done that maybe can be customized to your program or your club or your campus. So with that, we are going to invite up Naomi Adebayo to talk a little bit about what is Black Solidarity Day and the history here at SUNY Plattsburgh.
Again, my name is Naomi Adebayo. I'm Black Solidarity Day intern. So Black Solidarity Day was founded in November 1969 by Carlos E. Russell, and it is observed the Monday before Election Day. The day was inspired by the play Day of Absence by Douglas Turner Ward. The play is set in a day. The play is set in a day in a southern town where all Black residents suddenly vanish. It is because of their absence that chaos thrived, and it highlighted the dependency of the town's white residents on Black labor and presence, emphasizing the social and economic impact of Black Americans. Black Solidarity Day challenges participants to consider these contributions that are often taken for granted. The day was inspired to encourage individuals, especially Black individuals, to refrain from work, school, and shopping to demonstrate the economic and social impact. Black Solidarity Day has grown into a day centered around reflection and activism, focusing on issues affecting Black communities. The day underscores the importance of unity, awareness, and collective power, urging participants to reflect on ways to combat racial injustice and inspire social change. As for the history of how Black Solidarity came onto the Plattsburgh campus, about 2 years ago, during one of the Senate meetings, sophomore Hema was instrumental in getting Black Solidarity Day as an official day on the academic calendar. Well, Hema acknowledged that most things don't get recognized until the value is brought to light. And Black Solidarity Day was finally recognized on SUNY Plattsburgh campus, and ever since, every year we host these teach-ins, and I believe this is the third year, and this is the most amount of teach-ins we've had since it's been on campus. Thank you.
Okay. I think I'm pretty loud, just naturally, so I don't think I really need this. I do need it? Okay.
It's for the streamers.
Oh, okay. So, as for what we had to do as students and as clubs and organizations on campus to contribute to getting more people to participate in Black Solidarity Day events, we went to a lot of Senate meetings and faculty Senate meetings, and we advocated for ourselves because one of the biggest parts about being an activist on campus is actually making sure you do things. And so it's one thing to let things be talked about, but it's another thing to actually show up and be present in the moment and actually talk amongst each other, as we are all adults at this point. So, you know, it was a lot of talking and communicating, a lot of understanding policies and understanding why policies were the way they were and how we could change them and accommodate to everybody's feelings and everybody's circumstances, because there was a lot of, I feel like just misunderstandings and not understanding the purpose of each other. And so it was just a lot of like give and take and like supporting each other in the best ways that we could, so that we could all come to a common ground, because we all at the end of the day are saying that we have the same goal, which is to have as much support for our diverse backgrounds as possible. And so Black Solidarity Day is literally the perfect day for that. So, you know, we as students wanted everybody to be able to participate and not have to suffer consequences. And so that's why we had to talk to Senate a lot and get them to understand like the significance of the day, and to get around schedules and class schedules, because, you know, they do put a lot of effort into setting up their year and to they put a lot of effort into their class loads. And so it was just about understanding like the student point of view and understanding the faculty point of view, because we are in very different places and we all say we want the same things again. So it was just about understanding each other and understanding what we had to do and how we had to work together to make those things possible for each other.
Thanks, Sydney. So I'll build off what Sydney was talking about with Faculty Senate. As the current Faculty Senate chair, when I came into the role last year, was approached by BSU students and who came into Senate and started advocating really based off of what was happening. You know, many students wanted to participate in last year's event, but we're hitting roadblocks with faculty who were putting high stakes exams. We're saying that if you don't come to class, we're going to take attendance off. So we're hearing all of these stories in that Senate room. And for those of you who are unaware, and those of you out there in the SUNY system, so our campus operates under shared governance, right? And what shared governance essentially means is that our Faculty Senate, which is a body of representatives, we have a senator who is elected from each department or division who serves on our Senate, and we have the charge really to, one, make sure your curriculum is current, up to date, and updated, and make sure all of those processes are followed and passed through. But the other really important charge of Senate is academic policy, right? Academic policies are really what help govern and shape, you know, how we interpret academic freedom as a campus and how we set up different cultures as educators to ensure that we have the systems and processes in place to make things like Black Solidarity Day happen. So one of the things that is still, you know, in question when students came to us was like, why can't we cancel classes? And you know, we were hesitant when drafting the policy and shifting from the resolution that initially was developed by our campus in response to the SA resolution that had come out in support and asking for recognition of that day. Our Senate created a resolution and then a policy. And when doing that policy development, it is a fine balance, as Sydney was talking about. You know, how do we, one, craft a policy that will address and recognize those very valid, important concerns of our students without canceling classes, because that is a whole nother process to change our academic calendar. But we didn't necessarily want it to be a day canceled because we recognize that if we did that, students may see it as a long weekend and may go home and not be here on this really important day where we're coming together, not just to celebrate our BIPOC communities and the important cultural aspects they have brought together to make the life we have here in the United States so rich and wonderful, but really we wanted a day on together where we can learn together, we can focus on these really important topics and issues. So we found, in conversation with BSU, we kind of were able to find that middle ground. How can we create a policy that will, one, ensure students are able to attend, that they're not missing out on a really important exam or have to make that really vital choice, because we did not want that for our students. We did not want them to have to choose between, success in their classes and attending this really important event. And we also wanted to recognize the freedom that faculty have, academic freedom, which is really important to higher education and how it runs in general. And you all benefit probably from that idea of academic freedom and thinking of faculty who run classes maybe a little bit differently and you really enjoy it. That's because they have the freedom to do so. So we wanted to craft a policy that really reflected that as well. So the final policy we came out with asked faculty to accommodate Black Solidarity Day. It was a really important language choice, and that's when you do policy development. I don't know if any of you in here have done that. It's a lot of wordsmithing and really thinking of the specific language. But accommodate really left it open for faculty to think about ways in which they were allowing students to participate, and really hopefully even encouraging faculty to themselves participate, whether it's hosting sessions or bringing their students from their classes to specific events during the day. So with all of the language crafting, we were able to get that done in, goodness, Michelle, what was it, to a month maybe, which is probably our fastest policy we have ever drafted and passed through Senate. But I think it was a great opportunity, and so grateful for the students that came in and advocated more than once in that body, in that space, that really activated us to get that work done. The policy was in place last year before Black Solidarity Day, I think a week before, but hey, we got it in and passed through. But it really set us up for this year, right? So we were able to last year really make it clear to faculty that, hey, when you're planning for your fall classes, this has to be on your syllabus. This has to be part, you have to think about ahead of time how you're incorporating that in a meaningful way. And again, we left it very open because there's so many different ways you can meaningfully incorporate and participate in this day. And I think that's all I have. And I didn't click through slides, but we talked about all the stuff.
Okay, so thank you. I was hoping that Bridget would share a little bit about who the body is that the students were coming to, and so I appreciate you explaining a little bit about Faculty Senate. I think a really important piece of this is knowing that this did not happen overnight. It was quite a long process, even though our final policy was able to work out over a month. This actually started back in 2018. And so it was, the initial step was getting the date on the academic calendar, and then we held our social justice teach-ins in recognition of the day, and we saw that these were issues in terms of the students feeling like they had to make a choice between going to class and maybe being penalized for not attending. So we went back to the drawing board and said, let's look at, can we craft a policy to make sure that that is clear, that students would not be penalized for not attending class, that we encourage faculty to actually reassign their class session to have students attend sessions during the social justice teach-in for Black Solidarity Day. Another big piece of that is helping faculty to understand that this could be incorporated into what they're doing in their own teaching, and to be able to provide evidence of what they did on this day on our annual report. So all the faculty members on campus have to write an annual report documenting the different types of service, things that they've been involved in over the year, and that we wanted to show that this was so important. Faculty should be documenting what they're doing, how they're having their faculty members involved in this process. So I think the point to stress, though, is that this didn't happen overnight, and it's been an evolving process, and it's been done in partnership with students. And we wanted to really understand the students' perspectives, and then we had to share our perspectives on kind of some of the limitations we had around hosting the day. And I love the fact that we also had students last year who are online students who said, we'd really like to be able to participate. So we made sure that we were able to grow this year to offer the opportunity to stream out for our online students and for other campuses in our state.
So I'm gonna go back to that slide to talk a little bit about some of the additional details, and I also brought my cell phone up because I'm gonna say that anyone in person, you can probably just ask a question and we'll give you the microphone so that streamers could hear you. But I'm also gonna say, because I don't think we have a really seamless way for our streamers to ask questions, is that they can email diversity@plattsburgh.edu, and I'll try to keep my eye on our emails so that if someone wants to email, we can answer those questions as well. So Michelle alluded to a little bit of it. In our first year of actually having a full Black Solidarity Day, we had 5 members on the committee. 4 were faculty members, and then 1 administrator, who myself coming into a new position, I was the administrator on that committee. The second year of us hosting Black Solidarity Day, one of the things we knew we wanted to do was to expand our committee, not only in terms of the people serving, but also to make sure that we had students on the committee. And I think really good feedback for us, especially since the teaching is really focused on students, was making sure that we also have students to be able to advocate for themselves and to communicate on the committee. Now in year 3 of our committee, a way that we have grown again is by asking for community members to also serve on our committee. We have 4 pillars of our Plattsburgh Next strategic plan. The 4th pillar focuses on engaging and deepening our relationships with our North Country neighbors, and so we were really excited about the fact that we were able to bring on a historian who also serves as a member of our Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Advisory Board, Jacqueline Madison, who is also the president of the North Country Underground Railroad Museum. We also were able to bring on a partner from our local hospitals, CVPH, Champlain Valley Physicians Hospital, which also has a connection to University of Vermont Hospital. That's Legita Scott Williams. And we were also able to bring on a community member from our faith community, who is Joel and Miano. So now we feel like we have a lot of components of employees on campus, our students, as well as members of our community. In terms of timeline, I can also share that this year our committee wanted to start working a little earlier, so definitely making sure that we had our committee solidified in the spring so that we could start having like 1 meeting in the spring before students left to maybe go home for summer, or we also have some employees who might be 10-month employees as opposed to 12-month employees. And then knowing that summer in this area for people might be them traveling to other areas, and we knew we would miss some of that time during the summer. So us having a meeting in the spring and being able to communicate was a really good way for us to get started. So that's probably one of the things we would recommend for anyone else deciding to have a teach-in of this magnitude. And then another thing that we were able to do is we were able to apply for a position for a Black Solidarity Day intern, and that happened in the summer for us to be notified of the position. So we were able to actually post the position on Handshake to make sure it was equal access and equal opportunity for anyone to be able to apply. We probably got for that position maybe 15 applications, and we interviewed nearly each person, and Naomi was the successful person to get the internship. And it is a paid internship, and so I think while we have a number of people who really help out and volunteer on the committee, we also wanted to make sure, since the intern was really tasked with doing a lot of follow-up, reaching out to people, engaging with students more than we had before, that we wanted to make sure, since it would also be taken away from them probably getting a work-study job, that they would also have an internship. With the internship and more committee participation, we were also able to host weekly meetings. So the weekly meetings, sometimes they were 2 meetings per week, just information sessions. And then as the semester continued on, we would host 1 information session that we would post in the digest or also add to our website. And the information meetings were just to give people information about Black Solidarity Day. What we didn't want to do is take for granted that people had all of those details and that information, especially when we have new students coming in, new employees coming into campus, maybe transfer students. When you don't necessarily engage people in that way, it makes them feel like they should already know something, and if they don't know, sometimes people could feel embarrassed. So between different committee members, we maybe facilitated some of those sessions, and then we also utilized our students, and specifically our Black Solidarity Day intern, Naomi, to also host sessions. And then they were also good ways maybe for people who had little nuggets of ideas that they wanted to work on. We were able to speak with people to help flesh them out, or if we knew people that other people could partner up with, or maybe some people who were on the information sessions. It's also a really good way for people to work and meet each other and generate ideas, because while some sessions are facilitated by one person, we also like to get people thinking about employees, for example, teaming up with students to co-facilitate, or having students to co-facilitate with each other. As far as costs are concerned, there are costs, but people could maybe customize this to your campus. So on our campus, because we do a kickoff early in the morning, we like to be able to provide people with some light refreshments. So whether or not it's coffee or juice or hot cider and maybe bagels or something like that. We also realize that while many of our students have maybe a meal plan, we also realize we have a lot of commuter students on our campus. And so we also wanted to be able to provide some light refreshments for people who might just want time to de-stress. And so we were also able to do that. Last year's format was a little bit different. We actually used food trucks. We also had a sponsor last year who was able to purchase a certain amount in food trucks, and we were able to give out tickets for that. This year, we still utilized the food trucks, but we had 2 different food trucks, and one was where you could pay cash, and another one was where you could exchange for like a meal swipe for students who had a meal swipe. And I will say out of all 3 years, we've had 3 different keynote speakers. And we've worked to fund those either through our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I think one year we also got something from our President's Office. This year, we happened to collaborate with our Center for the Study of Canada. And so the keynote speaker that we have today, which will be at 4:15, so I want to invite everyone out to participate or to stream. This keynote speaker is coming from McGill University, and so the presentation today is part of the Distinguished Canadian Address. So we're really excited that now we're sort of crossing continents or countries, and so really excited about that as well. And so with that, I think I will maybe just ask if Bridget or Michelle would want to talk about how do we get people to submit proposals, and how do we accept the proposals? So for all of the sessions that you all have attended, people have had an opportunity to submit a proposal. So we'll have someone talk a little bit about that, and then whether or not we pay anyone to host the sessions, so people might be interested in that information. And then I would say maybe also to talk about the feedback surveys and how we use feedback. So Bridget or Michelle?
So I can talk a little bit about the proposal process. So we try to put the call out really early in the semester. And we put it in our email digest, one that goes to faculty and staff and one that goes to students. And we really tried to frame the language so that students feel really empowered to submit a proposal. And I know we've also encouraged faculty to say, hey, would you partner up with students so that they would be willing to present and kind of have that confidence to present with a faculty member as well. And so I think we've kind of really grown in our student-led sessions over the past 3 years, which is really exciting. But we have students, anyone that's submitting a proposal fills out a form, they do a short description and what type of session, and if they have any limitations on their time, like if they could only give a presentation in the morning, to be able to mark that. So those are some of the ways, and then the committee has joined together, reviewed the proposals. If we have any feedback for presenters, we let them know, and then we let people know that they're going to be accepted to present during the Black Solidarity Day Social Justice Teach-In. Do you want to talk about the
survey I messed up today?
It's okay.
So we found that feedback surveys, especially our first couple years, we knew we needed to get feedback from the campus community to understand. It was my first time ever being a part of planning something such as this. And, when we think of engaging all those different community groups that Allison was talking about, their perspectives are very different and their needs are very different. So each year we've really tried using that data from feedback surveys to understand how we can make the process and system stronger for all of those various community members we're hoping to engage with. So we have 2 different feedback surveys we utilize, and we hope you all fill them out because there's QR codes that are accurate around this space. We kept them pretty simple, just kind of open-ended, asking people for what sessions they attend, any challenges or issues they faced, and really hoping to hear from some highlights that things they really resonated and engaged with. The other survey we had developed was for presenters, and I think that's been really helpful for us to understand kind of more of the logistics and process behind putting up such an event, how to support this type of event, especially when we are so reliant on volunteers to do a lot of the work. So both of those surveys, we have linked to QR codes that we have up in every room. So presenters have access to that. So we're hoping that as they present, they will see those codes and scan them afterwards. We also have the surveys for participants up around all of the spaces that we're hosting events. So that has been a really helpful way. The other thing that we do after the event is over is send out those surveys via our different campus communication channels.
So as far as looking to the future, I think our goal in hosting this session is to be able to grow this work. So we feel like it is phenomenal work when we can understand more outside of the classroom, especially around Black Solidarity Day. We live in a world that is continuously fractured, where people start from their differences and not necessarily from what they have in common. And I think, again, our goal in sharing this information with you is that we feel like we have an example that we're continuing to improve, where students and employees are working together, where we're able to also work with our unions, and we're excited about the fact that we also work with our human resource services staff to be able to give time release for union employees to make sure that they can participate and attend as part of professional development. We also feel like we have a really good foundation of working with our local, regional legislators, state legislators as well, and with our community members. And so looking to the future, I think if we can grow this work, it would be nice to see us grow at least 10 Black Solidarity Day events. I think one of our ultimate goals, especially for our system, is to host a Black Solidarity session at each of the 64 campuses. And if actually each of the 64 campuses just hosted one session, it doesn't have to be a full day of conference style events, but if everyone did one thing, we would be the only system for higher education that is a system in the nation to host a full slate of Black Solidarity Day events. So that's my plug, and that's the one thing I would love to see. And I think for each of our committee members, when we decided that we wanted to do this, It is to set an example for the nation. It would be to set an example for systems, and to acknowledge the hard work that goes into this. I'm going to say Black Onyx, the Black Student Union, our student group is one of the strongest student groups in the state of New York. You all should really be proud of your work, your advocacy, the fact that you all embrace this day as a day on and not a day off. I think is to be commended, and I think our faculty senate as well, you all are leading the way for also embracing how we can actually accomplish this work. So with that, we are going to just have questions, brainstorming, discussion. We have a microphone we want to use, and so Bridget will maybe take that around for anyone that has a question, and we're willing to take any question, and I'll peek at my phone to see if we have anyone that wants to email. Again, that's at diversity@plattsburgh.edu. So any questions? Or comments? Okay,
So all of you in the front of the room have a very holistic view of what's included in the program. And I wonder, is there anything that you've identified that's missing that you'd like to see in the future, or what's something that you would like to see at a future event?
Yeah, oh good.
So I would say for me personally, one of the goals that I have is getting all students' classes excused, because as of right now, our nursing students and like some biomedical science majors, they're still not getting excused from their courses because their course load is a little bit more rigorous, so it's a little bit harder for their professors, I guess, to see how they could take out that one day. I don't know, but that is one thing that I do want to change, because I have a board member that is a nursing major and she's not attending events today because of her classes. So
I feel like for me, I really do appreciate the amount of meetings that are being held on various different topics. Obviously, I just feel like it'd be more beneficial for students to be able to go to one thing, like the whole campus is able to go to one thing at this one time and then follow up at another meeting at this one time. During Black Solidarity Day, there are various meetings that happen during the same time. Like currently, Sydney's missing out on a meeting that her club is hosting, the Poetry Slam. Obviously, it's good to have sessions like this and sessions like BSU's, but it would be more beneficial for us to like try and collaborate more so that we can have meetings, so that we can direct people towards the same meetings. People are experiencing the day together rather than trying to decide amongst themselves like, oh, should I go to this or should I go to that? But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's we're always, it feels like every year we grow a little bit more, but then we spread ourselves a little bit thinner, and it's, what is that balance? How do we maybe create some, kind of events that is encouraging everyone to join in the same place at the same time? So yeah, I love that idea.
Yeah, and I would say for myself, to add to everything that everyone has said, would be to, I'd love to see more people just from the community, just randomly come, right? Because in essence, we do have a great command of working with our students, our employees, maybe some of our community affiliates. But as far as just maybe people in Walmart or people who just live in the community, to know that this is also like a campus that is open to them, for them to also come and learn would be, I think, would be the next step, is to just have more general people also attending. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Sydney. If you can, yeah, just.
No, I definitely also agree with Allison.
Sydney, could you just, it's for the streamers, so they can hear you.
Maybe lose my train of thought.
You agreed with Allison.
Oh, yes. To add on to what Allison was saying about people from the community, I definitely think that is really important because, like, the high schools are actually a lot more diverse than I thought. And so, like, today there were students here that I believe were from, I don't know if they were from the high school or if they were from a different school, but I know they weren't college students. And they were talking about how much their students were enjoying with the sessions and how they wanted to go to the poetry slam and they had to leave early. Would it be rude to leave early? And I'm like, no, like, yes, go. Like, if they're excited, please show up, leave early if you have to. But, like, just like that is just showing how valuable it is to have them participating in something like today. And yeah, I think that, like, representation and stuff like that is super important, especially when you're growing up somewhere so far away from diversity. So I think that that's definitely a very valuable thing to acknowledge as well. So I definitely agree that that is something that I would like to see more too, moving forward.
Yeah, and we did have a local high school. This was their second year attending, and they are committed, right? Because they had to have a bus to come. They do have to come within a certain time frame because then they have to get the students back to be able to release them. They also bring teachers and staff to be able to supervise, but it would be definitely a great growth year to also have additional schools at least to also participate. So I have a question. Thank you so much. So it shows that our streaming and our questions are working. And so grateful to Andrea Pitts, who is the Associate Professor of Comparative Literature, I believe at University of Buffalo in Buffalo, New York. So the question is, we're here at University of Buffalo in Buffalo, New York, and tuning in to your excellent programming for Black Solidarity Day. Since we have at least 4 SUNY campuses here in the Western New York region, do you have any advice on reaching out to our sibling campuses and how to collaborate with our local universities, colleges, and community colleges? So, would any of our advisory board members like to take that question? So again, the question would be, do you? Okay, yep. Do you have any advice on reaching out to our sibling campuses on how to collaborate with our local university colleges and community colleges? And what a great question, since we also just recently hosted the faculty plenary session, but I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, I think the strategy, going back to when Allison was talking about the committee and that planning committee and thinking about who are those stakeholders that you want to be a part of that early on. So, kind of identifying not only the local campuses, but other organizations in your local area that you think would want to be a part of that event. Finding one individual at least, maybe more, but one kind of point person within each of those organizations who is willing to join the steering and planning committee so they're, one, aware of what is happening, aware of the timeline, and can start to help to disseminate information. Because that's what we find is really helpful, and that's, with our University of Buffalo viewers on right now, that's really what happened is Allison was able to identify a few key individuals who were interested in being involved, and then we could create that channel of communication.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that my mic is off, and that's why I'm the only one that has to use this thing. But I also I agree with everything that Bridget was saying, but I also think that's like super important to always be involved with the students. We should be playing and can play a really big role and be a really big help in certain things, because I know that like BSUs from other campuses, they contact us a lot and we contact them, we invite them to events, we do stuff like that. So maybe like, so it doesn't have to fully fall on faculty and then leave the students out. You could also reach out to other like campus groups, like if there's BSUs at your, like there's Black student unions on your campus or other groups that like that on your campus that have those type of focuses, or any groups, honestly, it doesn't matter. Just reach out to them and let them know about, what you're trying to do, and then ask them to also connect with other organizations that relate to theirs, because a lot of us try to build relationships with each other because we do similar things. So we want to have those connections through SUNY campuses, and so that would be, I feel like, a great way to also get students involved, because usually we bring each other, like we're students, so we bring other students to come to events like that. So we find that that's also a really good way. Like if African Unity is doing something and BSU shows up, like we often bring our friends or people that we chill with, and then that brings more people to their crowd and vice versa. So I feel like that could also work across schools as well.
I'm going to say, I think you brought up a really great idea already, thinking about joining forces as campuses. So maybe you're going to create kind of a consortium of a group of universities or community college campuses, and maybe you're going to kind of share the load, and maybe you rotate through campuses who's hosting Black Solidarity Day one year, or maybe pooling together funding to be able to have an honorarium for a keynote speaker. So those are things that could be a shared process amongst different campuses together, I think. Okay.
Yeah, and I would probably add to this question also working with the unions. So the unions are a really good entity for also being able to strategize around professional development opportunities and making it relevant, especially for people who might be feeling like people are not necessarily in the office. And then just starting with a schedule that's manageable. So maybe instead of it being a full day and also an evening, we know, for example, our Black Onyx, the Black Student Union, is hosting also an 8 p.m. vigil. So maybe starting with something that's manageable, which might also just be a half-day program, either starting in the morning or starting in the afternoon and only maybe being for 4 hours. So. And then I also wanted to add, and I don't know if anyone would want to speak, but I think the fact that this year was a growth year for streaming as well, and knowing that we have our communication studies department, and we have actual either alumni or current employees or students who are also doing this work and assisting is also important. And it's also a curricular connection. So I would say for University of Buffalo and those schools in Western New York, also making sure that you get students and departments involved where students are actually also getting hands-on experience is also important. Any other questions? And again, I'm checking my email, so if anyone has a question that's streaming, you can email diversity@plattsburgh.edu. And for anybody that is in person, then of course we can bring you the microphone and you can ask your question.
Is this everybody's first event of today?
Well, that's good news, because if it's not your first and then you're a repeat customer, then that's a great thing. So that's fantastic.
Hold on, one second.
Oh, okay.
I just came from the poetry slam next door. It was amazing. Standing room only. One young woman stood up and it wasn't really a poem. It was more of a testimonial, and it had most of us crying. It was just wonderful. It was incredible, and you'll see they took some pictures in there. It's pretty impressive to see how many people you can cram in that room next door.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, John.
All right.
Yeah.
So with that, we'll conclude. We'll put up the last slide, which again is our email. So for anyone that has additional questions, and then we'll hang around for anyone that might want to ask us a private question. We just appreciate again everyone for being here. And just to remind you, we have 3 o'clock sessions that go to 3:50. We have our keynote speaker and our distinguished Canadian address, which will be at 4:15 p.m., just right in the Warren Ballrooms. And then we encourage everyone to come back for the amazing vigil hosted by our students, Black Onyx, the Black Student Union, which will be at 8 p.m. in Amity Plaza. So thank you so much. Bye. Thank you.
are good. Thank you. I will turn this off now. Thank you. it gets to the point of questions.
Yeah, we are ready to go. Yeah, we're kind of waiting for the crew to say yeah. Just like a real talk show, we're waiting for the crew to say okay.
Yeah? That was good.
Yep.
All right, everybody.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome to not Saturday Night Live, but it is Monday afternoon, also live.
Very live.
Next best thing.
Yeah, so the title of this session is really simply Us versus Them. Subtitle that we're working with, a talk show about news coverage of violence, as you can see up there. And so we'll be indeed talking through some issues about how violence, conflicts, things like that are portrayed in the news media and have been historically, and see if we can relate those to some of the broader issues that have been explored in all the great panels and events today regarding social justice. So why don't I have my, I'll be doing my best for the people who will get this reference. I'll be doing my best Dick Cavett impersonation today, but I want to let my guest introduce herself. Take it away.
Yeah, right. So a lot of people know me as Alex. Yeah, indeed, my name's Alexandra Sidorova. I am a student here. This is my last semester. I've been working with our student newspaper, Cardinal Points, my whole career here. So we're talking about 7 semesters. And yeah, I'm kind of going out into the real world, had experience in like working for local papers, like the Press Republican, and on the weekends, I work with WCAX, a local TV station. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways that I've been exposed to news storytelling, but I also want to, as professional as a setting as this is, I want to get some personal things out of the way, which this might be a fun fact for some of you. I'll tell you, it's not always been fun. I'm from Russia. I was born in Moscow. I have a Russian passport. I came over here as an international student, and for you, my friends, I can speak like this. So it did, I'll just kind of flash back to maybe February 2022 when a full-blown war started between Russia and Ukraine. And that time has been pretty difficult for me to navigate because when your country is at war, you experience a lot of different emotions. You experience the sadness for the lives uprooted and taken away by someone claiming to represent you. You experience a sort of responsibility or guilt for what's happening because, like I mentioned, these people are supposed to represent me. I'm supposed to identify with them. I've experienced, hurt and anger reading stuff online, and I've also just experienced plain old frustration reading the news with how the conflict has been portrayed. Frustration, yeah.
Tell us about that a little bit.
So something that has really grinded my gears, is that the phrase?
It is.
Something that really grinds my gears. I've had people tell me that this war is a big deal, it's worth paying attention to, because I will quote them, because it's white people fighting white people. And I hope something about that sits wrong with you too. I don't believe that is why we should be focusing on the war. It's a tragedy that can affect everyone, plain and simple. And it's not just in conversation that you see people, I guess, perpetuating the message that it's a big deal because white people are doing it. Reputable news sources like CBS and Al Jazeera have done that too. And I actually included a little video that I wanted to show you, just to kind of take a look at what some of these clips look like. I hope the sound is going to be fine. Yep. Let's see.
I see European people with blue eyes and blonde hair being killed. Children being killed every day with Putin's missiles.
Just to put it bluntly, these are not refugees from Syria. These are refugees from neighboring Ukraine. I mean, quite frankly, these are Christians, they're white, they're very similar to people who live in Poland.
These are prosperous middle-class people. These are not obviously refugees trying to get away from areas in the Middle East that are still in a big state of war. These are not people trying to get away from areas in North Africa.
Yeah, so that was a really fun clip. Let me try and switch it back. So I hope you kind of see what the issue is here. The problem that I found is that all of a sudden, because people found the ability to sympathize with people going through one of the hardest things they'll hopefully ever face in life. Like it's
like it would be normal if it's happening in North Africa or the Middle East or something, seems to be the framing, right? But
yeah.
It's exceptional, and now thus we can pay attention to it and take it seriously. Now that it's about a, quote, what is it, relatively European
actually, that phrasing
place?
is insulting to both Ukraine and
right.
and the uncivilized countries.
Right.
It is.
They're very European.
Yeah, like.
And very not
frankly,
European.
their Europeanness shouldn't matter in terms of how we empathize with these people and how we tell their stories. And storytelling is pretty key. We use the term in news a lot because storytelling has been around for thousands of years. We've used storytelling as a way to connect with each other in lots of ways. Like folklore, that's always been story driven. We've come up with myths to explain the world around us. That's just what works, that's what's memorable. And yeah, plain and simple, it just helps us connect with each other. And even the language that we speak, English, I'm not going to go into or promise that every language does that, but at least in English, you can't even have a complete sentence without something happening. You have to have a verb, so I'm just going to use simple gossip. It's like, Mary is divorcing John. I bet he cheated. So something has to happen for us to talk about it.
Action,
yeah,
right.
That's exactly it. So basically, word of mouth has been our earliest mass media. And I guess if we're going to stick with the example of gossip, what happens when we gossip?
Well, I guess things don't always get translated from gossiper to gossiper in exactly the same way.
Yeah.
That reliably necessarily, something like that.
Yeah, because notice how In my example, someone simply proposed, someone hypothesized why the marriage was ending. We don't know for sure. So yeah, when it comes to word of mouth, sometimes we misinterpret what someone says, we forget. And also, gossip is such a thing that it's just in passing. Like, you use that to connect with someone, you don't really spend time looking into the gossip and fact checking. Like, is this really what's happening in my community? So I like to use the example of gossip as kind of an analogy to news, because news is kind of gossip on steroids. Like, we use news to understand the world around us, and stories are part of what makes it easier for us to digest. It also just so happens that we've integrated this storytelling into a business model. I don't know how many of the sessions you attended today led back to let's all blame capitalism, but in the system that we live in today, you kind of have to do a public service while making money. And it turns out people will pay a pretty penny for a good story. So as much as we understand that there are flaws in telling stories, which we will get into, that's why storytelling is so prevalent. We've done it for thousands of years informally, and when applying it to business, telling stories is what helps us make money. It's what people are most receptive to.
So how do then we get into the way that the news tends to tell stories a little bit? Are there recurring patterns in how, maybe the business model or the medium incentivizes the telling of stories?
Yeah, so at least in the Western storytelling model, we're used to having like a beginning, a middle, and an end. We're used to having characters, and characters sometimes also take on the roles of heroes and villains. It's a really easy way to tell a story. So that's kind of where we're headed. And like online especially, we don't really have the time or energy to read 10-page essays or research papers.
Or even one-page articles.
Yeah, sometimes reading just the headline is enough. And a headline is but a hook. It's something that is, when we craft headlines, we do need to include some sort of verb. Remember the English lesson? We need to include some sort of verb to really convince the person that something is happening. That's why you need to tune in. But a headline is also supposed to maybe omit some details to make you keep reading, because if everything that is worth learning about is in the headline, why aren't we doing headlines? Maybe if that was the model we used, our talk today would be just about headlines.
That's true, right. So, but there's always this need to kind of create a little bit of intrigue in the headline that when somebody actually doesn't then follow through and read the whole piece or scroll down to paragraph 16 to see the clarification of what that kind of juicy, salacious sounding thing was in the headline, they might actually miss it and just take away sort of a misleading impression.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just going to kind of circle back into the whole like heroes and villains thing. When we have so many invested audience members, because when we're talking about mass media, it's different in the sense of gossip, where it's like, I guess gossip can be contained within maybe a dozen people, but with news media, it reaches thousands of people, millions of people. And the more players you have in the game, the more like that information can get distorted. So like I'm saying, you have so many invested audience members, and they're not just on the sidelines, because we're not working with fiction, we're working with situations that are very real. So yeah, like what happens when either you start to identify yourself, or like you find that you identify in some way with the villain, or someone else thinks you identify with the villain. So
Wait, can you clarify how that would, maybe with your own personal experience as an example, what would that look like as a, I mean, if you're a journalist, yes, but also just as a news consumer? You'd see something like the presentation of the conflict that we just saw, and you'd be saying, hey, wait a second, the perpetrator is actually the one that sounds like me here.
Yeah, the perpetrator speaks my language. The perpetrator the perpetrator actually holds office in the place that I was born. So there's kind of a connection there. So yeah, what I experienced is, you know, like personally, because I try to be self-aware, there is a degree of like responsibility, but you know, that's personal stuff for me to work through. It becomes a lot harder when there are people on the internet very much convinced that every single person in Russia has to support what is going on in Ukraine, because that's how we tell our stories. Russia's doing this, Russians are doing that, or Russians are saying this. And that's not always true. So, but I will also point to other visible examples, because I don't want to focus like just on my background, but we've seen a whole lot of, you know, whenever we ramp up reporting on a sort of violent issue, we also see cases of hate crimes like skyrocket. I didn't include all of the charts because they're not particularly, they are from the FBI, so if you wanted to take a look at a timeline of the reporting for hate crimes, yeah, like for example, we see that like post 9/11, we had just an explosion of anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, anti-Sikh even hate crimes. In let's say the past year following the October 7th attacks, we see skyrocketing anti-Semitism. We see Islamophobic acts. We see anti-Arab sentiment generally. So there is a sort of effect that the stories we're telling have on audiences. And sometimes audiences are what make it the hardest to consume news. Do you have any insight on why that is?
Well, okay. Yes, and I think especially like what that would seem to get, the territory that would get us into is sort of the ways in which online, especially in the digital age, you have not only the sort of stories being told, but then the ways in which commenters and sort of general discussion on social media can kind of snowball the acceleration of negative sentiments, and even harassment.
And to clarify, what this has to do with like someone identifying or labeling you as the villain, finding that you have something in common with the villain, is, you know, like they see that you're from Russia and they make an assumption.
Right.
They learn you're Jewish, they make an exception. They learn you have, they learn you're Israeli, you make an assumption. Sorry, English is not my first language, guys. They learn just one thing about you, and suddenly, based on the news they consumed, they think they know where you stand. And I also think that can also speak to how we look down on countries outside of the U.S. Because if we just look at the United States, how many of us here feel that the current government represents you?
Right. Not
no one.
Right.
I'm not seeing any hands, guys. Oh, one person. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. So, yeah, so one person out of how many people we have in this room feel like the government represents them. And yet, we think that in other countries, like that is the case. In other countries, the government does speak for the people.
In the 9/11, and going back to the 9/11 example that you brought up too, you're alluding to actual research on the topic, I know, because we've talked about it, that suggests that people, even though there was nothing in the news media except for the most sort of virulently partisan and bloodthirsty perhaps, right? There was not, generally speaking, there was no identification of like all Muslims or all people from the Islamic world.
Or even like Sikhs.
Or even Sikhs who have nothing to do with it, right? As being the enemy, as being the you know, the people who are responsible for the terrorist attack or anything like that. And yet, simply sort of, it seems like by association almost, it ended up like exacerbating this sort of perception of, you know, that anyone vaguely Muslim or not Muslim,
Yeah,
in the
because
case
like
of Sikhs,
if
was
if I, as a white
responsible.
American, am not the one doing the terrorism, it has to be someone who doesn't look like
Right.
me.
Well, so this is tricky, and this is something that I think we're going to end up talking about in a minute after we look at some more examples, but
like
about how we
discourse
avoid
online?
this. Right. So right, let's look at some counter or examples of how the discourse plays out beyond the news media too, I think.
Yeah,
right?
so
That's
this
right.
is
Okay.
literally just in a comment section at the New York Times. I chose an example that, so I don't particularly know much about what's happening in Haiti, and I think that's the case for a lot of us. And I chose this example so that we don't let our personal beliefs on this conflict and issue cloud how we take a look at these comments. Like,
is this the Kenyans?
No, this is, so this is a story about Haiti experiencing gang violence.
Yeah, there was a recent one where they flew a bunch of, the U.S. had a bunch of Kenyans, they had a contract, and there was a lot of weird racial discourse about why our U.S. former colonized people helping colonialism. It was also like this.
Yeah, like we just really rush to conclusions. So if we just try to understand the structure of this conversation, does this look like a proper conversation to you?
Well, I think I'm having a tiny bit of, I mean, I'm old, but I'm having a tiny bit of trouble seeing what the comments say even, so could we maybe read out loud?
Okay, sure. I'm gonna,
for the sake of those in the back.
I'm gonna try and do different voices for this.
Okay.
Imagine being on a colonial mission for your former colonizer, then still losing to Haitians who beat their colonizers several centuries ago.
Cry laughing emoji.
Cry laughing
and
emoji, skull emoji.
Right?
Yeah.
Got to include the emoji.
This person's mocking.
Yes.
So
right.
US
So that gives us the sort of clear sense that this is a sardonic comment, that this person is sort of mocking the whole.
I was gonna use a more conversational phrase.
Okay. Well, you go ahead. What was that?
No, I was just kind of like taking the piss out of it.
Taking the piss out of it is, if we, especially if we're in England.
Yeah. So the comments. My English is a really weird mishmash of of global dialects. Yeah. So the comments say, "And you really believe that, don't you?"
Mm-hmm.
Another one says, "Imagine taking the side of gangs." And a
So-
third one, imagine thinking Jimmy Barbecue is a good guy and deserves to keep control of an island he tortures. So there's a lot to unpack here.
Okay, yeah.
And frankly, I don't think any of the discourse has to do with the story that's being reported on.
Oh, really? Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but what it seems like it's really illustrating, or reinforcing from our, discussion a second ago about jumping to conclusions about what people must believe or what side they must be on simply because of the sort of hero-villain structuring of the story is Black Boy Abroad is the account name of the top, the main comment, right? That these
Yeah.
are responses to.
The guy with the cry laughing and skull emojis.
So these people in the responses seem to, what are they assuming to you from this? About
They're basically saying that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
they're definitely right. They're definitely saying that. Like you really believe that, don't you?
So instead of maybe correcting them if they think they're wrong, it's just an insult, like you're stupid.
Right. And not only are you stupid, everybody already knows how stupid a sentiment that is, or how stupid a perception of the situation that is. So it's like, it's not even worth talking about, right? There's no way to come to some sort of more common understanding or something. It's just that you're already on this other side of a conflict, and that's the exclusive way that I'm gonna like approach you and think about you. And there's, again, we've sort of alluded to already, there's research that's tried to look into, I think, why it is, what it is about the kind of nature of online discourse, or that leads people to feel like they can't ever give an inch, and they can't, like, not even admit they're wrong, just assume the other side is fully human, even, right? That, like, you have to at all costs sort of not back down from whatever position it is. But in this case, right, it seems like it's a direct reflection of this kind of crude storytelling logic.
Yeah, so they're already, so whatever condensing the story and the headline had to do, it gets multiplied in the comments exponentially. Exactly. Basically, with every comment, you lose so much nuance that's going on. So yeah, I thought it was an important thing to talk about, because as much as, I'm a person who likes to think I'm doing my job diligently, and I like to think that, like, news in general can do better, but also, like, communication is always a two-way street. Even though it's a one-way message, the news story, you're not engaging in a conversation with the reporter, but you do have an opportunity to interact with it, especially when you interact with it together with other people.
But if you are the reporter, nonetheless, what can you do to at least maybe minimize some of this kind of inflammatory, reaction, or to at least tell a more complete story?
Yeah, so do we still need the example?
No, I guess, yeah.
I don't think so.
Let's put it back to the handsome title slide.
Yeah. So definitely one thing that I wanted to, to suggest is, while we're still on the topic of headlines and what the story says, I do think it would be a good practice to use as neutral language as we can when we cover violence, because I, as a reporter, I love having fun with headlines when the topic calls for it. Like, you can be tongue-in-cheek if a topic is tongue-in-cheek. You shouldn't be really trying to interpret what is going on. I think that the way you minimize any miscommunication when you talk about violence is you just say what happened. So if this many people died, they died. If something killed these many people, it did that. I don't believe we should be using stronger markers like massacre, like slaughter, someone pull out a thesaurus.
But this is so interesting that, like, a more, in a way, expressive word, even though it literally does kind of mean the same thing, you're saying that as a journalist, that that's going to lead people toward a particular kind of conclusion about, like, who's to blame or something like that? When you use a word like massacre, for instance?
Yeah, I feel like, as I do appreciate the point. I mean, sorry, I want to be like these commenters. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Right, yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, well, now I'm definitely not receptive to anything that's going to be said
and I'm not going to elaborate
right.
either.
Right.
But jokes aside, I do think that's a really valuable point, that I guess it does seem a little counterintuitive to avoid a more precise word that has some sort of connotation that can maybe add a little more detail to what we're talking about. But when it comes to, especially seeing how people interact with news media online, I do think that we should give them as little raw material to work with, because, like I mentioned, it's going to get misinterpreted, or it's going to be it's going to be misinterpreted, and that multiplies. So I would just suggest giving the bare minimum of what happened where, who, when, how, when you can, and it doesn't have to be or provocative, because violence is such a thing where when violence happens, it's already provocative. Like, violence already evokes so many feelings and is just such an egregious act that I think it would be fueling the fire. I don't think it's quite a... I also will say that news is kind of expected to be, I'm not going to say the voice of reason, because that kind of, or...
Whose reason?
Yeah,
right?
like, it's definitely going to be giving some judgment, but people do turn to news to understand what happened, and, or that is, in my idea, how it works.
That's the objectivity ideal, sort of, right?
Yeah.
That's what it can provide, and it's up to us to then make our own conclusions about what to think about that.
Yeah, and as human beings, we already kind of tend to, we already tend to give some sort of our own judgment. So it may not be possible to be completely objective. That's why, like, because we're human beings.
We all have our own biases.
Unless we're employing artificial intelligence, which is a whole other can of worms. As far as human beings are reporting news, we should try and pick out words that don't particularly signal any alignment or judgment, because news shouldn't be like the arbiter. When it comes to violence, it's going to be affecting people, so I would say just the plain facts should be good enough.
Well, but at the same time, wouldn't you maybe also say that there's kind of types of stories that news organizations in a conflict situation can tell about who's being affected by those conflicts that would maybe tend to humanize
Absolutely.
people who wouldn't get that treatment otherwise? Have you seen anything like that in the coverage of the Ukraine war or anything else?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, since you asked specifically about the Ukraine war,
Yeah.
I've seen people, I've seen a lovely story about, like, about international couples, so couples where one person is from Russia, the other person's from Ukraine, how they navigate that difficult situation, or...
Must not be terribly uncommon in that case, right?
No, we are much more similar than different. So, yeah, it is tough that people have to be dealing with that. Or other situations, other examples of stories I've seen specifically relating to Ukraine is maybe, there are kids who are, there are kids and adults who are navigating disabilities and terminal illnesses like cancer. So it's not, those are just things that war prevents them from accessing. So those are stories where, like, no matter where you stand, you should still be able to see a person's humanity, or understand that it's still real people being involved. When we report just the numbers or what happened, it just seems like numbers and statistics.
Yeah, they're depersonalized, right? And so that can still be kind of reconciled with this objectivity ideal, which we know, of course, is just an ideal. In a sense, can never fully reach it, but because those are things that happened. Those are important things that reveal something about, the 5 W's, the who, what, when, where, why. Can't count.
I'm not a math
but
major.
just it consistent with kind of the way the sort of vantage point from which reporters should be working. It's not to put their thumb on the scale on, for or against any particular side. It's simply providing a more complete account of how a conflict is affecting different people.
Yeah, it's simply you ask more people.
Right.
And as far as I'm concerned, you should be talking to as many people affected as you can.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just, what happened, but how has it been impacting these people in these different situations. That's kind of, that's why I got into journalism in the first place. We have so many different people experiencing so many different things. And unfortunately, violence is one of them. So to kind of summarize this point, representation matters. We hear that phrase a lot when it comes to fiction, but yeah, like we mentioned, we're working with very real people, and it can feel like you're the only person on this earth who deals with a certain issue. And when you see yourself or your neighbor or someone else in a news story, and I'm not just saying like specifically them, it could be, but like if we're talking about stories have characters, and you should just flesh out these characters.
Mm-hmm.
So when we're talking about other issues, like violence isn't the only way where having more human interest stories helps us. I think you had a great example for tackling issues like immigration. We have, or some people have the perception that, people who, they have the perception that immigrants cause some sort of harm, but we need to see stories of immigrants caring deeply about the communities that they've joined. We need to see them participating in
That's right.
in daily life.
What that reminds me of is something that in the egghead, boring world of media effects research we call the attribute framing aspect of the agenda setting model. Where
there's a reason you wear those glasses.
That's right. If I take them off, I won't remember any of those words. But it's a very observable, very real thing where you encounter stories about immigration or stories about migrants, refugees, however they're framed, only in terms of either criminality or the kind of gang infested, hellscapes that they're being described as leaving, right? That's not my characterization. That's just like that would be the framing, sort of, right? And so even if the stories seem sympathetic, maybe a lot of the time, what's being reinforced over and over again, the attribute frame, is that's all that there is to immigration. That's like the only way to talk about migrants is in terms of their relative levels of criminality and the sort of dangerous places that they're coming from, not in terms of where they're going to school or what kind of sports teams they play on or anything like that.
Yeah, and I guess back to the example where broadcasts described refugees fleeing Ukraine, all of a sudden they realized that these people do have additional facets to their life. They have families, they have a house with belongings that they cherish, they have jobs, they have communities that they don't want to leave. They, I don't know, maybe wake up and like to drink coffee, whatever the European lifestyle is, right?
That would be, yeah.
So, yeah, they like to wake up, drink coffee, and smoke a cigarette. All of a sudden, because they look a certain way, we can imagine them doing that. So that's all just to say we should go out of our way to humanize all of the characters in the stories, give them more backstory.
That's right.
And
okay.
we've also been receptive to that. And the last thing I wanted to point out about what news could do better specifically before we move on to audiences is I am a believer in including visuals. Famously, a picture says 1,000 words, and the beauty of providing an image is, in that case, the audience members are going to find those words within themselves, and they can be as specific, as touching, as emotional as you would like. You get so much more from a picture than you would get from even the most expertly crafted headline, which that is also up for debate, what that is. But yeah.
Well, certainly. People in the room might be familiar with like the picture of the young girl and the napalm strike and the Vietnam War, or a picture that has conveyed at least the true kind of nature and costs and things like that of an armed conflict can be certainly effective in, like you said, accomplishing what you could accomplish with words, but not in the same way.
Yeah, like.
So visuals, in that sense, are powerful in humanizing people too?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Because like a visual, you know, the thing with a photo is kind of designed to have so many different interpretations. I don't think so when I do photography, there isn't really a one message that I want people to take in, because that's not all there is to a photo. I want maybe to feel what the environment is like. I want them to see action. Maybe I want them to be like, the lighting on that was so good. So yeah, images are really versatile, whereas when you write a headline or write a story, there are some really key facts you want the reader to take away, and all the extra stuff might get in the way.
Fair enough. So right, okay.
Yeah,
So
but like
are
visuals are excellent supplements to
Right.
stories that we write with as neutral language as possible, because when they work together, the idea is that the audience forms their own perception and understanding of what is happening. You have the facts laid out in detail, and you have a photo or a video that gives you additional detail that is where, when you examine it, you understand what's important to you.
Interesting, right, okay. So
yeah.
I get that, I think, then, as a supplement. Right.
Yeah, did you have anything else for anything the news could do?
Oh, well, no, I do, but I wanted to bring it, I think the best move now is to bring it home with the discussion of what, on the other side of the coin, we can do as audiences. We all, even if we are media producers, as I know at least some of you are in this room, journalists or other forms, we're all also media consumers. And so what might we as media consumers try to keep in mind when we are approaching coverage of conflicts, or simply just representations of people who we see as not like us?
Yeah, so a very simple tip that you've probably heard in a lot of different settings is to diversify your news feed. You shouldn't be getting your news from just one source, and that applies to everything. So like specifically to violence, I'm sure different outlets will tell the story in different ways, highlighting different components to the violence. So by having a diversity of news sources in your feed, you can kind of see what they have in common, see where they differ. And the parts that they have in common are what's going to be the most valuable to you. Those you can be reasonably certain that is what the facts are. So it's just kind of, you compare and contrast.
So would you say, in a way, that is kind of what you do as a journalist too, right? You corroborate what sources are telling you, and when they seem to kind of reinforce a similar picture, then that gives some weight to the whatever that is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And you know what? Sometimes when I report on something that's been reported before, I consult other news outlets. I'm like, what did they say about this?
Right.
In part so that I could do it a little differently, but also to get some basic facts confirmed for myself.
Right.
And of course, when you're doing the research on your own, as a journalist preparing to present the news, you also want to be reasonably certain that what you're saying is true and holds up, and that is what has the most overlap between what all of your sources have said. But you also value all the differences in their perspectives.
Of course, right, absolutely. That's a really interesting commonality, actually, though, between like what audiences are doing and actually kind of
in a way you're using news to research something that's happening in your own life.
Right.
Or in the world that you're living in. So I don't think it is much different from a reporter's job. The only difference is I would write a story, compile something that more people will show. But even still, you are probably going to tell someone about this violence happening. It's probably going to enter your discussions, and you want to be able to contribute and spread information that you can be reasonably certain holds up.
Yeah, the combination of, you know, sort of responsibility that we have, I think maybe that's the more daunting part of being a media or news consumer, is that, you know, we have actually kind of a responsibility to act in good faith and, you know, think about what we're sharing and you know, what the basis of what it is that we're saying, but also what makes it so exciting to live in the world today is that there are so many ways to, like, if you're curious about investigating something, you really can, like, find so much about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it is a privilege to have access to more than one news source. Like, one thing that really, I think, we're going back to my personal stuff, my grandmother lives, you know, she still lives in Russia, and she doesn't speak English, so that doesn't let her consume English media. And so she is likely to be consuming news that only tells her the specific story of what Russia's doing in Ukraine, or who we're supposedly fighting in Ukraine.
Right. Whereas in, you know, if you do speak English, I mean, this is true of non-English speaking.
I speak English, my mom speaks English. We don't gravitate to that story. We get to consume versions from all over and make our own judgments for what is happening.
That's right.
So now that we're making judgments, I also suggest that you suspend some of those judgments when you're interacting with the news, because sometimes we hear stuff that we don't like to hear, and when
How do you deal with that?
we've seen that some people's instinct is to just you know, say that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard and disregard your opinion entirely. But the thing with news is that part of it has to be true, right?
Yes, I'd hope. It's always changing.
I hope so too.
Yeah. But no, okay, so I think as kind of as a wrap up then. Like,
oh, I thought you had more to say on keeping your judgments in check as a consumer.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. Just think of whether you've ever been wrong about anything, and if you have, then try to remember how certain you felt at that time when you were wrong, and how that might not be so different about the present moment when you're evaluating whatever it is that you're looking at, even though you might be right to.
Yeah, like you just need to remember that there are real people in that digital space. We may not see that, but they are real people, and you should kind of afford them the same dignity. It can be tiring to comment online. Like, I personally never comment online because of all the reaction that you might get, even if your comment is reasonably reasonably structured. It's a well thought out argument. No matter how well thought out it is, someone's going to be like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Right.
So, yeah, and one last thing is, you know, in the case that you have to be consuming news that is personally difficult for you to take in, which, you know, you identify with the characters of the story in some way, you should also, and this really does help, my goodness, this really does help when you're interacting with the comments that can be pretty extreme, like we mentioned, is to, you know, remember you have worth, you know where your judgments lie.
Very true. Right.
And you know how you stand in relation to the characters in the story. So that did help me in processing, like, let's say the war, because I'm out here wearing a scarf that is pretty important to me culturally, and I don't hide my identity because that's just how I identify, and it doesn't have to reflect any political views.
The media's, even if you encounter reductive representations of your culture or yourself, you're kind of saying, don't let it get to you.
Yeah,
stay
unfortunately,
who you
that's
are.
like, I don't want to sound like suggestions that like discard bullying, but it's like, don't let them get to you. Because you know your story best.
That's right.
You can fact check them all you want.
Well, I love that as a message of sort of self-reliance to end on. So thank you for
thank you for meeting with me.
Taking us through your experiences and talking it through. Does anybody? Do we have time?
Yeah. What time is
chat
it?
chat about this with the audience a little bit.
Is this a recording? Oh, I'm gonna need someone's help.
Oh, why?
Okay, 3:52.
Yeah. Do we have until 4? Or do we have until
We can
3:50?
have until 4.
Oh.
It's at 4:15.
Oh, okay.
In the same building, so nobody's going to be in a rush.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
so
you very
is
much
it-
for.
Streaming crew though does have to get over there.
They do have to get over there.
Oh,
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So
Whatever
anyone
works.
who has to go, thank you so much
Yeah,
for being here and
exactly.
listening to us talk.
But yeah. I thought we had until 4. I'm sorry.
No, that's.
I do have questions, but I will ask you later. Is that
Okay.
with you?
Yeah. I mean, you know how to reach me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Whatever
Yeah.
works.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is so great to see everyone. My name is Allison Hurd, Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at SUNY Plattsburgh. So excited to be here celebrating Black Solidarity Day with you, and so grateful to all of our in-person attendees, as well as those attendees who are streaming online. This day reminds us of the ongoing struggles for justice, equity, and civil rights, and it challenges us to stand together in solidarity, especially during these times. As Bell Hooks poignantly stated, to build community requires vigilant awareness of the work we must continually do to undermine all the socialization that leads us to behave in ways that perpetuate domination. So we hope that you will all join us in this vital work. I would like to open our program with our SUNY Plattsburgh land acknowledgement. As an institution that takes pride in conscious efforts towards building a more inclusive community, we must take time to acknowledge that our campus is situated on land that belongs to the Iroquois, Western Abenaki, Mohican, and Mohawk peoples. We honor the original caretakers of this and surrounding lands and offer respect to the Haudenosaunee who are still here. This land and body of water, now known as Lake Champlain, was inhabited and nurtured by these peoples for thousands of years. We must do the same to nurture and protect this sacred land. This statement is a mere fraction of the steps needed to fight against systemic indigenous erasure. We are settlers on their land, and we strive to be accountable by remembering this history and cultivating respect in our relationships with our indigenous neighbors and this land. So I'd like to thank all of our volunteers for today. I'd like to thank our communications and marketing team, as well as our communications studies department, for their streaming, their assistance, and the marketing of this day. I would also like to thank our Black Solidarity Day committee, including Naomi Adebayo, our Black Solidarity Day intern, Jennifer Blow, Michelle Bonatti, Dexter Chris, Zanasia Dandy, Mackenzie Dumas, Shania Fairweather, Charlotte Felice, Bridget Heine, Christopher Kirky, Gary Kroll, Jacqueline Madison, Joelle Miano, Priyanka Patel, Legita Scott Williams, Priyanka Singh, Virginia Siskovich Bosley, Jason Smith, Amy Southerden, Mike Thompson, Evelyn Vicencio, and Sydney Wise. And we are ever so grateful to the Center for the Study of Canada, but I will allow our president to talk a little bit more about that. So I'm going to have all of our Black Solidarity Day committee members to just stand so that we can give you a round of applause. In addition, I would like to thank anyone that assisted or hosted a presentation today to stand so we can give you a round of applause. Thank you. And we're also able to welcome a new presenter this year as well. A lot of times we will have our newspaper, the Press Republican, featuring us, but today we're also able to welcome one of their writers to present as well. So grateful, and with that, I will turn it over to our president, Dr. Inyeti.
This does not work. All right, Allison, before you go too far, I also need to say thank you on behalf of the entire institution and with respect to the Black Solidarity Day community. Thank you so much, Allison, for everything. So a round of applause for Allison. For those of you that are wondering what's going on here, there's a little box here. I'm just going to straddle it here. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure at this point to introduce to you Dr. Christopher Kirky, who's our Director of the Center for the Study of Canada here at SUNY Plattsburgh. Dr. Kirky has dedicated his career to fostering cross-border understanding and advancing Canadian studies in the United States. Under his leadership, the Center for the Study of Canada has become a nationally recognized resource known for its innovative programs and research initiatives that connect Canada to the United States. Today, thanks to Dr. Kirky's vision and collaboration with our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Black Solidarity Day Planning Committee, we have the privilege of welcoming our distinguished keynote speaker, whose presence here was made possible through Dr. Kirky's efforts and funding. Chris's commitment to promoting Canadian studies enriches our campus and strengthens our academic community, making SUNY Plattsburgh a hub for understanding the truly complex dynamics of North American relationships. So with that, please welcome Chris Kirky to the stage. You won't need the box, okay.
I'm going to follow President Anyeti's advice to straddle the box here. I just have a few quick remarks before introducing my friend and colleague, Deb Thompson. I want to thank both Alex and Allison most recently for advancing our Indigenous Acknowledgement Statement. It's tremendously important, and thank you for doing that. I want to thank Allison for appreciating and understanding and embracing the partnership we've had for today's Black Solidarity Day. When I reached out to her and I said, listen, I think we have a wonderful person who's willing and able to come to Plattsburgh to talk about something that's vital. Allison didn't hesitate, and appreciate that, Allison, enormously. Thank you. For those of you who've maybe not been here at SUNY Plattsburgh for as long as I have, that's mostly the students, I think, I would simply tell you that the fact that we're gathered today to celebrate Black Solidarity Day and to reflect upon and consider advancing causes central to that objective, none of this happens without leadership at a university or a college campus. And frankly, the reason we're here today in large measure is because our president, Alex, has championed the need for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And without that leadership, this doesn't happen. So let's give him a hand of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Our distinguished Canadian address, part obviously of today's Black Solidarity Day, has been now, this is its 21st year on campus. And we've been fortunate over the years to embrace and feature a variety of keynote speakers, from the Chief Justice of the Canadian Supreme Court to various ambassadors to Canada, American ambassadors to Canada, Canadian ambassadors to the United States and Washington, various delegate generals, people from the business community, and academic leaders. And when we began at the center to think about who we wanted to invite for this year's address, and we considered the range of themes and topics, we thought that the question of racial injustice and marginalization was too paramount not to make central to this year's distinguished Canadian address. So I'm delighted at this time. I know each of you have a program in front of you outlining Dr. Thompson's biographical notes, her background, her history. I will simply tell you that she was kind enough one day several years ago to receive an email from me, and we spoke on the phone, and I told her I had this book project I was working on, and would she be interested as a fellow Canadian who had lived in the United States for several years about contributing a chapter based on her experiences about constructing Canadian identity when you live outside of your national borders. And gratefully she said yes, and when her chapter came in, myself and the other editor of this project were like, wow, this is so fundamentally good, so exceptional. So without any further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce Deb Thompson, who will be speaking to us this afternoon. Deborah, please.
The box is for me because I am 5'2". Okay, thank you all. Oh, it's working. Thank you all so much for being here. It's really a pleasure. I'm honored to be here speaking at Black Solidarity Day. The program looked amazing. Congratulations on accomplishing such an incredible feat. Thanks to Chris and Amy at the Center for the Study of Canada. Usually Americans are not interested in Canada, so this is great. It's great to be here. So let me start, I think, at the beginning. So a few years ago, a few months before the kinetic uprisings that we saw in the summer of 2020, I was talking to my dad on the phone, and he said to me, you know, Deborah, your daughter was the first Thompson born in America since Cornelius Thompson escaped slavery. It's been over 150 years, and some days I think we came back too soon. So some backstory. My dad was born and spent most of his childhood in Shrewsbury, Ontario. It's a tiny town about 50 miles east of Detroit on the shores of Lake Erie. Shrewsbury and neighboring towns like Dresden and Buxton were the last stops on the Underground Railroad. So in 1850, the US Congress passes the Fugitive Slave Act. It's part of a number of political compromises that were made between the southern enslaving states and the northern free states. The Fugitive Slave Act required officials to arrest people who were suspected of being runaway slaves, and based on little or no evidence, and they penalized officials who did not comply. Anyone found aiding or abetting a runaway slave by providing food or shelter was liable to a $1,000 fine and 6 months in prison. Monetary awards were offered to anyone who captured a fugitive slave. This is the origins of the police. And those who were suspected of being runaway slaves were not eligible for a trial, and they couldn't testify on their own behalf to defend themselves against the accusations. So the result was a legalization of a national program of mass kidnapping of free blacks across both the South and the North. But the Fugitive Slave Act didn't extend to Canada, and so it was to Canada that thousands fled, including my grandfather's grandfather, Cornelius Thompson. Now, most of the people who escaped to Canada actually went back to the US at the end of the Civil War to find the loved ones that they had left behind, who were stolen from them or who were lost somewhere along the way. But thousands of those descended from these Black American refugees from slavery landed in southwestern Ontario and stayed. And because the communities were rural and segregated, my relatives have the best way of speaking. My dad says theater instead of theater. He pronounces the WH in white. He talks in the same kind of rhythms and riddles and metaphors that characterize barbershop talk in African American cultures. He says things like, you know, Deborah, those politicians got nothing but a nodding acquaintance with the truth anyway. But he's also very Canadian, and his accent appears plainly in words like about and sorry. My dad doesn't know where Cornelius came from. He thought he heard somebody talking about like Virginia or Alabama once, but he's very skeptical. Deborah, he says, you're looking for ghosts. You're looking for evidence left behind by people who were trying to hide and whose lives depended on how long and how well they could do it. So many of our stories are ghost stories. How could they not be? African descended people in the Americas are connected by the horrors of the Middle Passage. The point during the transatlantic slave trade when Africans were violently kidnapped from their territories, commodified as objects, forcibly transported to the New World, and sold as property. And so the Atlantic Ocean, the goddess Yamaya's domain, it holds a place in our memory because there's blood in the water. It's fathoms of our dead. When I decided to move to the US a long time ago now, back in 2010, I thought that the ghosts of my ancestors would welcome me home. I felt like I was returning to the land of my ancestors' birth, the country that they built, where they prayed and sweated and toiled and were tortured and resisted and fought and wept as their children were stolen and sold and were traumatized as they were raped for profit and murdered for sport. The places where they died, the country they still haunt. They escaped and I returned to lay claim to the humanity that they were refused. I felt like I was going home, and obviously I was wrong, but maybe not in the way that you think. So what I want to talk about today are some of these invisible and maybe even ghostly matters that materialize in a story of coming back both too soon and maybe too late, in the ways that these unsuspecting moments and places actually were to define our identities. I want to tell you some of the story of what it was like to be in the US, this land of my ancestors, but a country that both was and was not mine, to be doubly unwanted as a Black person and an immigrant, but protected by incredible class privilege. And then to leave, to come back to Canada, which is a country I also love, even as I'm very skeptical of most forms of nationalism. I want to acknowledge the unrepentant structural racism of American society while not negating the hidden, insidious racism of Canadian society. I want to relay my bewilderment and my awe at Black people's love and hope for America, their pride in this country, their dedication to making it better, even as it has more often than not refused to love us back. And more than anything, I want to share what it means to be in a place, to have ancestral ties to a place, to be tied to the land, the water, the soil, and the swamp, but to be not of that place. These are the questions that I've been asking myself for more than 20 years. But I'm also trying to think in the here and the now, 4 years removed from those kinetic uprisings in the summer of 2020. The moment that we're in now is so much less clearly defined, so much more indeterminate. It's a moment when old horizons have collapsed, but new ones haven't yet taken shape. So we're in a time of speculation and flux, vulnerability and risk, incoherence but possibility. It's a politics without guarantees, as the cultural theorist Stuart Hall once wrote. The Overton window is still open, and so there's still the potential to create the kind of radical change that could make our democracy more robust, more egalitarian for more people. But the politics of without guarantees works both ways, and so take heed, we might not like what emerges on the other side of this moment tomorrow. Racial progress has always been shadowed by a disproportionate backlash against social justice. And in this most recent iteration, the backlash has been embedded alongside other populist authoritarian forces that can lead to democratic backsliding, the erosion of minority rights, and the consolidation of social, economic, and political inequity for a generation. We need to decide what kind of democracy we want to build, because, and this is true as much in Canada as it is in the US. So these are what I've been asking myself for lately, and certainly over the past several decades, in the hope that we can maybe collectively think together about what it means to lay claims to a country, to believe in freedom dreams, to seek to belong, to fight for change, even if that change means we have to abolish everything and start again. So let's begin again. So Americans often think of their country as exceptional. It is the world's oldest democracy, the birthplace of revolutionary freedom, the only remaining superpower, the last line of defense in a world constantly threatened by dictators and demagogues. This is most famously articulated by the French diplomat Alexis de Tocqueville in the 1835 two-volume study, Democracy in America. He suggested that the concept of American exceptionalism suggests that the tenacity of American democratic ideals is unusual, extraordinary, or unparalleled compared to other countries in the world. And there's something so dramatic, or maybe just dramatically individualistic, about the primacy of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To me, it always seemed so much more interesting and so much more daring than Canada's motto of peace, order, and good governance. But the doctrine of American exceptionalism requires a willful ignorance about how that original 18th century formulation of we the people worked for those of us who were excluded from it. The self-evident truth of the liberal ideal that all men are created equal was scarred into the Declaration of Independence at the same time that nearly 20% of the population was held in bondage. From the vantage point of African Americans who live in what the sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois called the Black life world, the US isn't exceptionally free or equal. American racism is all the more tragic, cunning, and ruinous precisely because it exists alongside and yet in direct contradiction with the American creed, the homogenizing power of American national identity, and the pervasiveness of the American dream. And to those of us who observe American history in the making from abroad, the United States is only exceptional in terms of how utterly, unforgivingly, uncompromisingly racist it is. Now, this idea of American racial exceptionalism, this is really powerful in Canada. In Canada, we understand American racism as real and morally repulsive. And so in comparative terms, Canadian racism either just doesn't exist, or if it does, it is somehow less harmful, less depraved, and less entrenched than the racism in the United States. Now, there's a couple reasons why Canadians think this way. The first is the way that the most significant cleavage in Canadian society has always been conceptualized as a conflict between Anglophone and Francophone parts of the country, or more accurately, between Quebec and the rest of Canada. But the bilingual nature of Canada is fraught, and it creates really interesting racial politics, especially in Quebec, where white Francophone Quebecois see themselves as victims of Anglophone colonization and reject their complicity in the ongoing violence of settler colonialism and the dispossession of Indigenous peoples. At the same time, white Quebecers generally refuse to recognize the existence of systemic racism or the fact that the construction of their identity isn't actually about language, but is rather an ethno-nationalist understanding of who truly belongs to the Quebec nation. So this book on the right is Pierre Valliere's Nègre Blanc de d'Amérique, which translates into the white N-words of America. And Quebecers think that this is fine. Ask me about it. We'll talk about it in the Q&A. It's a problem. The second reason why Canadians believe in American racial exceptionalism emerges because of Canadian multiculturalism, which was initially formulated by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the father of Justin Trudeau, in 1971 as a way to shut down the sovereigntist movement in Quebec. So in fact, when Trudeau first stood up in the House of Commons in 1971 and declared that Canada was a multicultural and not bicultural society, only 2% of the Canadian population was non-white, and the government was still actively committing cultural genocide against Indigenous peoples. Today, Canadian multiculturalism is much more akin to a marketing campaign than a robust set of anti-discrimination policies. But the most relevant reason why American exceptionalism is so powerful in Canada is because America and its foundational ideas, beliefs, narratives, assumptions, obsessions, and psychoses, they've all had an incredible influence on Canadian national identity. Throughout our history, we, at least in Anglophone Canada, we've struggled to form our own national identity. It's hard to share a border, a language, pop culture, and the media with the world's only superpower. So for Canadians, the United States is kind of like the mean girl in high school. The United States is our very own Regina George. We love her, but we hate her. And we think she's terrible, but like sometimes she's not terrible to us, but she's frequently terrible to other people. But really, why won't she just pay attention to us? It hurts our feelings that America doesn't think we're cool. And so because there are actually a lot of cultural similarities between Canada and the US, being a Canadian is defined, at least in part, by being not American. This has ramifications for how Canada understands itself in racial terms. The logic is something like this. Racism exists in the United States. Being Canadian is being not American, ergo, there is no racism in Canada. We use comparison routinely, frequently, and faithfully in the service of Canadian deniability. That's our national pastime, way more than hockey. It's an obsession that works to simultaneously hide and entrench the persistent racial inequalities that define nearly every socioeconomic indicator in Canadian society. but the cognitive dissonance required to be righteously indignant about racism in the United States, but defensive when the perpetrators are the us and not the them, is itself a peculiarly Canadian kind of racism. This denial is aided and abetted by the way that Canadian multiculturalism has become a powerful national ethos. No matter how multicultural we become, there's one question that non-white people get asked on the regular. Where are you from? No. Where are you really from? And if you've never been asked this question, it might be hard to hear the insinuation. Where are you really from? Because you're not one of us. Where are you really from? Because you don't seem to fit in here. Where are you really from? Because I will stop you on the street and demand that you answer my question because I am white and you are not, and deep down, I think you owe me your respect, your benevolence, your time, and your attention. Where are you really from? Because my curiosity is more important than your comfort or your safety. Where are you really from? Because how long you've been here will tell me something about your place in this country. Where are you really from? Because you can't possibly be from here. In my youth, when I was younger, my knee-jerk reaction was to claim belonging through longevity. I'm from Canada, I would say, annoyingly. I'm 5th generation on my father's side and 4th generation on my mother's side, and some of us, I would say, this is me imitating like teenage Deb, like some of us have been here for a very long time. And I remember feeling like at the time it was so important that the questioner knew that I had been in Canada, that my family had been in Canada for a long time, as if somehow the length of time that we have been in this country can tell someone about me, about us, as if time itself was a marker of true Canadianness. And of course I was wrong, but maybe not in the way that you think. For years, Black Canadian scholars have explored the absented presence of Blackness in Canada. The absented part describes the ways that Black people in Canada are assumed to not exist, or if they exist, to be recent arrivals to what has always been a white country. So read this way through the work of Catherine McKittrick, the question, where are you really from, is an attempt to address the shock and astonishment of seeing Blackness in a place where it is not supposed to be. But Blackness in Canada isn't just absent, it's absented, it's a verb. To be absented implicates the involvement of political processes that bring conditions into being. Our invisibility in national mythologies isn't a coincidence, and it's not a mistake. It's rather a purposeful crafting of the Canadian nation that renders Black people invisible. The presence part of absented presence implicates the ways that narratives of Canadian identities actually depend on the existence of Black Canada, even as they erase us. The idea of Canada as the promised land, as a destination for fugitive slaves who followed the North Star, a safe haven from the tyranny of American racism, a contemporary multicultural paradise, these are foundational parables of the Canadian imagination, and they depend on the historical presence of an allegorical Black Canada, but just not too many Black people, of course. And definitely not angry Black people or radical Black people or loud Black people or ungrateful Black people or Black people who remember the razing of Africville and Halifax and Hogan's Alley in Vancouver, or Black people who point out the ways that Canada tolerates Blackness only begrudgingly. This is why a sense of real belonging in Canada was always elusive for me. And so the kind of belonging I wanted in the country of my birth, I instead sought out in the country that enslaved my ancestors. So many immigrants who come to a new country experience a kind of culture shock when they arrive. It's a different climate, maybe a different language, different norms, different customs, and obviously this wasn't a problem for me when I moved from Canada to the US, except I underestimated the power of the narcissism of minor differences. So this is a Freudian theory that communities with adjoining territories and close relationships are more likely to engage in mutual ridicule and silly feuds because there's actually not that much culturally that separates them. Now there's some differences between Canada and the US that everybody knows about, like ketchup chips. We use Celsius instead of Fahrenheit. Nobody understands Fahrenheit, just like nobody actually understands the Electoral College, I swear. The way that every Canadian has said to an American friend, did you know that Ryan Reynolds is actually Canadian? But it turned out that a lot of what I knew about America came straight out of pop culture. And so when I moved to the US, I was surprised to find out a few things, like cheerleaders are real. If you grew up when I did in the 90s and early 2000s, New York apparently only has white people who are very, very attractive. Not the case. But Portlandia is accurate. I lived in the US for 10 years. I lived in Boston, the birthplace of the American Revolution. I moved to southeastern Ohio in the foothills of Appalachia. I moved to Chicago, the great black metropolis, and then Oregon, the western frontier. I met amazing people, I taught amazing students, and I had a great time. I loved being in the US. But there were always some things about being a Canadian in America that I couldn't quite wrap my head around. This is the bill for my children's birth, my daughter's birth. It actually ended up being way more than $3,000 for the record, because you get lots of bills, not just from your doctor, but from like the anesthesiologist and the hospital, and it's just a lot of money. I got used to asking about whether or not there were guns in people's houses before I let my daughter go on any play dates. But it was when she started having active shooter drills in her preschool that I knew that we couldn't stay. And I never really understood how or why, but it was clear to me that deep down Americans do believe in the American dream. They believe that this society is fundamentally a meritocracy, and if you work hard, you can be anything. But deep down, they also believe the opposite is true, and so if you are poor, if you are homeless, if you are sick, if you are destitute, you must not have worked hard enough. But the most consequential difference between Canada and the US is the manifestation of systemic racism. Racism has shaped the contours of every major political, social, and economic institution in the United States. Every single one. If you name me an institution, I can tell you its racist history. From the funding of K-12 education, the origins of the Second Amendment, and the lack of anything that comes close to universal health care, racism has literally touched every facet of American society in ways that I didn't quite understand until I got there. But a funny thing emerged from the ashes of the Black experience in the United States. The core idea of African American culture and identity is the struggle, not just for us, but for everyone. And there's another side to this too. I was once doing a presentation in this in Canada at a university that I won't name, but it was Queen's. And after it finished, an older couple came up to me and they said, "Don't worry, we didn't think you were Black until you mentioned it." And they meant it as a compliment, and it was so Canadian of them. There is, I think, an innate value to the exploration of Blackness and belonging in Canada and the US, not just in comparison, but rather in relation to one another. Ideas and inspirations, people and profits, goods and grievances have crossed the border for centuries. And while others compare the racism in the US to these overt cases of racial apartheid, like in South Africa or Nazi Germany, the insistence in Canada that racism happened elsewhere or happened a long time ago requires a kind of national ignorance that itself is worthy of careful examination. Extreme cases have a lot to tell us, but so too do unsuspecting ones, and Canadian peculiarities make for interesting politics. There's a long history of Black migration to Canada. It began in 1628. A 9-year-old boy who was stolen from Madagascar, who was later baptized as Olivier Le Jeune, was the first Black person who was bought and sold in what we now call Canada. We actually don't know very much else about him. His namelessness, his invisibility, this is part of the logic of slavery. And most Canadians don't know that slavery existed in the country for over 200 years. In fact, the original Underground Railroad followed not the North Star, but the Southern Cross, smuggling enslaved people out of Canada into the free northern states, which had all abolished slavery by 1804, decades before it was abolished in Canada in 1833. So beyond those who were brought to Canada against their will as slaves, we generally speak about 3 waves of Black immigration. The first occurred in the aftermath of the American Revolution. So about 3,000 Black people fought alongside the British in exchange for their freedom, and after they lost, were transported from New York to Nova Scotia alongside the white British loyalists who brought their enslaved people with them when they fled to Canada. The second wave of Black migration to Canada were people like Cornelius Thompson, those Black people who escaped to Canada between the Fugitive Slave Act in 1850 and the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. Now, the records are kind of sketchy here, but estimates suggest that up to 40,000 people may have fled to Ontario and Quebec, though only between 10 and 20,000 remained at the end of the Civil War. These two groups of Black migrants to Canada, who the sociologist Daniel Hill called the freedom seekers, were the last substantial immigration to Canada for 100 years because of Canada's white-only immigration policy. For example, the 1910 Immigration Act provided the federal cabinet with more discretionary powers to prohibit any immigrant who was deemed unsuitable to the climate or culture of Canada. So when African Americans from Oklahoma tried to immigrate to Canada, border agents turned them away, saying, quote, the climate was too cold for Negroes. And then they went back to Tulsa, where they were massacred in 1921. So the largest and most recent wave of Black immigration to Canada occurred after 1967, when the federal government implemented a race-neutral, supposedly, points system. In 1971, when Trudeau declared Canada to be a multicultural society, the Black population was actually just over 34,000 people. My dad used to say that in those days, if you saw another Black person in Toronto, you were probably related to them. Through immigration, the population grew to just over 500,000 of us in 1991, and in 2021, the Canadian census counted 1.5 million Black people, about 4% of the national population. We are the diaspora of the diaspora. Both old and Black and new Black communities are products of global collisions and imperial collusions of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade. But we in Canada don't have the same level of political or cultural recognition of African Americans in the United States, nor the sheer magnitude of the millions that comprise the African descended population in South and Latin America. But some of us, I would insist angrily, have been here a long time. And I now wonder why I felt like it was so important to convey that I wasn't a newcomer. Why does the number of generations that we've been in a place even matter? In empirical terms, the length of time that immigrants have been in their adopted country actually does matter for a host of socioeconomic indicators. We use generational status as a proxy for assimilation. We often assume, and a ton of data demonstrates, that over time the characteristics that define immigrant groups from the host society actually decrease. With each generation, the descendants of immigrants are more likely to adopt norms, the cultural norms, master the dominant language, and intermarry with the host society. Canadian-born children and grandchildren of immigrants are typically more educated, wealthier, and have stronger feelings of attachment to Canada than those who came before them. We assume the longer that you've been in the country, the more Canadian you actually do become. But these rules don't seem to apply to Black people in Canada. There's a lot of evidence of persistent socioeconomic disparities that plague Black communities. According to a series of reports published by Statistics Canada, between 2001 and 2016, unemployment rates among the Black population were higher than the rest of the population, even when you control for education. Poverty rates are also higher, and the wage gap between Black and non-Black groups is persistent and significant. 2/3 of Black Canadians say that they frequently experience anti-Black racism, and 8 in 10 report daily microaggressions. Even second-generation Black Canadians, those people who were born and bred in the country, report lower feelings of belonging to the nation. More troubling is the way that Black Canadians most frequently experience democracy through their interactions with the coercive and punitive arms of the state. Numerous recent reports detail that Black people face rampant racism in urban centers, are disproportionately stopped, carded, charged, arrested, and is subjected to the use of force by law enforcement, and we are overrepresented in the system of mass incarceration. If you actually look at the rates of incarceration and compared to the population size, Black people are more over-incarcerated in Canada than they are in the United States, where the discourse of the new Jim Crow has been conceptualized as a uniquely American phenomenon. Blackness in Canada also exists within the crucible of Canadian exceptionalism. That is, Canada the good, Canada the clearly not racist, Canada the white savior, Canada, the world's only successful multicultural experiment. The dismissiveness of racism is part of the appeal, because if Canada is the exception to global racial rule, then we have no need to examine our exceptionally Canadian racial rules. It's a distraction, of course, because Canadian racism is shaped not just by global history that gives it this kind of familiar force and feeling, but also by those specificities that make it truly Canadian, just like me. And so it's an open question about how Canadian racism is shaped by Canadian democracy, Canadian political structures, Canadian liberalism, Canadian whiteness, Canadian politeness, Canadian public policy, Canadian political parties, Canadian political culture, Canadian popular culture, Canadian urban centers, Canadian regionalism, Canadian ruralism, Canadian media, Canadian peacekeeping, Canadian war-making, Canadian bilingualism, Canadian colonialism, and the Canadian national inferiority complex. Moreover, racism doesn't operate the same way in Canada as it does in the US. Racism in Canada is highly malleable. It's hard to pin down. It's purposeful exclusion and predatory inclusion. It's invisibility and hyper-visibility. It's operationalized by the differential effects of universalistic laws and policies, the informalities and discretions built into systems of power. Racism is hidden entry points and overly emphasized exit ramps, and normalized patterns of behavior that are excused away because this is just the way things have always been done. Canadian racism is state action that deliberately limits movement, the accumulation of wealth, or access to opportunities, and it's also when governments choose not to act and instead let racist systems remain undisturbed. It is selective interest, sustained indifference, and messages of personal choice that naturalize racial inequality as a consequence of individual failings. It is government protection and benefits that are hard to access or that are withdrawn without reason, and the co-optation of radical demands to make them more palatable, marketable, and profitable. And here's the rub. The discourse of Canadian exceptionalism does a lot of conceptual work for us. Maybe it's precisely because we think Canada is more egalitarian, because we believe even more deeply that we have created a true meritocracy where hard work is rewarded more frequently and objectively than nepotism. Maybe it is these deeply held beliefs about how diverse and multicultural and fair and fundamentally good that we are that makes it harder for us to see the ways that our society is in fact acutely unequal. And maybe it's that complacency that led us here. So I moved back to Canada in July 2020 at the height of COVID. Some people called that moment a racial reckoning, harkened by death, substantiated by struggle, haunted by the conceptual space between what was imaginable and what was later revealed as possible. We didn't know at the time what had come crashing into the public sphere, full of chaos and fury, passion and rapture, and later, sadly but predictably, dilution and co-optation. Even now, we are years removed from the uprisings of the summer of 2020, and we don't have a coherent narrative that can help us explain why it was the world stopped to protest, to grieve, to rage, to rebel, to mourn together. Reckoning, I don't think, is the right word for all that's happened between then and now. The idea of a reckoning is about honored promises, debts repaid, and a balance restored. A reckoning faces the past again and again, kind of like the way a return involves circling back to the beginning of a journey. What's clear is the moment we were once in has now passed. We are in a moment of transition between dominant political orders, characterized by both blurry and clear characterized in both blurry and clear ways by a backlash against the racial propositions we had in 2020. In Canada, this backlash manifests as attacks on diversity initiatives, death threats sent to Black journalists, the use of woke as a disparaging slur, and the insistence that white professors have the right to use the N-word in their classrooms. It is the dilution that turned radical demands to rethink what we mean by justice into little more than EDI trainings. It is as much the benign neglect of the state as it is the collective shrug of Canadians everywhere about the predetermined failure of so many of the initiatives that we had hoped would change our workplaces, our education system, our social moorings, our access to substantive democratic belonging. We think about democracy as being these electoral spectacles, but that's never been the whole story. What happens on the ground matters. What happens in the street matters, because that's where democracy happens. Not in the spectacular, but in the quotidian. And nothing would have happened had Black people and our allies not taken to the streets in the summer of 2020, having different conversations, forcing different ideas to the top of the ticket and the talk of the day. As the great orator and abolitionist Frederick Douglass once said, power concedes nothing without a demand it never has and it never will. And so at what is the beginning, not the middle, and not the end of this most recent iteration of backlash against racial justice, the very least we can do is remember and try to make sense of all that was and all that still could be, even without guarantees. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Michelle Benatti. I'm the Associate Professor and Co-Chair of the Education Department here at SUNY Plattsburgh, and I'm a member of the Black Solidarity Committee and a advisory board member for our Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Center here on our campus. I'm so pleased. I was asked if I would help facilitate a Q&A session with Dr. Thompson, and if she's ready, we're going to go ahead and open it up to questions from the audience. We're going to give ourselves about 10 minutes. So if people could raise their hands, and we're going to bring the microphone over to you. And I think we might have an extra microphone on the podium, but if not, that's okay. We'll use this one.
Nope. You're going to get your steps in, Michelle.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I definitely want to read your book. It's wonderful. About 10 years ago, we had some incidents on campus, and we were doing some investigations using the map of the Southern Poverty Law Center that talked about hate groups in northern New York. And many of us were surprised to see that there were very similar hate groups right across the border. Yep. And I know that some of my Canadian colleagues were very concerned that that was perhaps not true. I'm wondering if you know what the number of, and what the kind of percentage perhaps of some of those groups there are in Canada, because our assumption here in America is that that's kind of unusual and that white supremacy is not really a thing. But after your talk, it's very clearly true.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question. I don't know the number off the top of my head. I believe, so we don't have a Southern Poverty Law Center like that, which is such a great organization. We do have, I think it's called Hate Watch Canada, and they've done some really good research about the groups that exist in Canada. And also, I don't know if you were all aware of the truckers convoy from a few years ago, and they did some doxing, frankly, of some of the people involved in that protest, and found that they had very real links to white supremacist organizations. But I know, so the book to read on this is Barrington Walker's Race on Trial, because he talks about some of the activities of the KKK. He talks about some of the activities of the KKK in Canada. He's a historian, and so he was looking primarily, I think it's between 1850 and 1920. So in the contemporary period, check out Hate Watch, and for historic, Barrington Walker is a person I'd recommend. But thanks for that question.
My voice is very loud as it is. I'll just speak. Okay. I am trying to figure out how to ask this. In my generation as a Gen Z, there's grappling with all these losing hope?
That's the best question. That's so good. Thank you for that. And I really understand. I teach a course, Black Lives Matter, and it's a bummer. Like, it's like you go show up like every Tuesday and Thursday and read about police violence and lynchings, and it's hard. It's hard for students to absorb that information and not feel hopeless. And so let me tell you the same thing that I tell them, which is to say, we have done impossible things before. Like, for real, right? Like, if you are a student of American slavery or the transatlantic slave trade, like, enslaved people used to be as fundamental to the southern and northern economies as electricity. Like, for real, people could not imagine what America would do without slavery. And it was abolished, right? There was a time when people could not imagine the end of colonialism until decolonial politics happened after the end of the Second World War. People couldn't imagine the fall of the Berlin Wall. People couldn't imagine the end of apartheid in South Africa. And like, remember, I tell my students this too, like, Mandela was like 72 when he got out of jail and went on to change the world. You got time, you know? And so the thing that I tell my students is, like, we've done impossible things before. We've done things that used to seem absolutely inescapably entrenched in the world system. And we've moved towards like a more progressive, more egalitarian, more just world. So I believe in us. I still believe, I'm still hopeful out here. Sorry, say it again.
It's the nature of humanity to overcome impossible odds.
Yeah, it is. So he said the nature of humanity is to overcome impossible odds. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And so, like, if there is hope, it's in solidarity, right? It really is. So I'm going to be a little bit long-winded here just for a second. The conceptual history of race, right? Race as a concept was first entrenched in the United States at the specific moments when enslaved Africans, free blacks, and poor whites were agitating to overthrow the colonial elite, right? And the colonial elite created racial distinctions and enshrined them in law in order to create a kind of wedge politics, right? Because what that did was create what Du Bois called the wages of whiteness, right? White people think that they have much more in common, like poor white people think they have more in common with rich white people than they do with other poor people. But like, if there is hope, it's in like these connections, this solidarity, right? The way in which people can come together across racial and class lines and fight for a common cause, right? And that's not to say race isn't important, it's to say that like it has historically been used, been instrumentalized in ways that prevent solidarity, right? And so the idea of Black Solidarity Day is very purposeful, and I really like the framing of that. So way to go, whoever thought of that framing.
You talk about different waves of Black people going to Canada. What is the solidarity among the Blacks from the different waves of Canada? For instance, you are descended from someone who was enslaved in America.
Yeah.
What about more recent waves of Black people who come in? And how do they look upon you, your group, I suppose? Because I'm a member of the North Country Underground Railroad Historic Association.
Cool.
And also, full disclosure, I'm a reporter at a local newspaper.
Cool.
And so the thing is that we hear that there has been a movement of erasure of that slave history, and that we were losing that history.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So if you didn't hear, the question was about how to build solidarity within the context of Canadian Black populations, which are highly fragmented. You're absolutely right. And it's fragmented. This is almost like a trick or a mistake of white supremacy, is to assume that all Black people's interests are aligned when obviously they are not. And in fact, the different waves of Black migration to Canada, like, we don't necessarily like each other. And there are very real peculiarities to the context in which people, like the waves, found themselves. So the vast majority of Black people, something like 98.4%, live in urban centers in Canada. So there are very, very few people in rural places in Canada. Most Black folks live in Ontario and Quebec, although the populations of other provinces are growing. There's that historic Black population in Nova Scotia. We're also divided pretty substantially by language. Right? There's a lot of like Haitian folks in Quebec and religion as well, although most Black Canadians do profess some kind of Christian denomination. And so building solidarity is hard. It is really tough because we don't have that kind of collective memory. But that comes, I think, from like the vast majority of Black folks in Canada are descendants of that post-1967 immigration, right? And so creating like a memory where like the transatlantic slave trade matters in people's everyday lives is hard, especially for folks who are coming from places like the Caribbean and Africa, who often say things like, I didn't know I was Black until I came to Canada and someone called me the N-word, right? And so, and I think that a lot of folks have this experience of like discovering their Blackness because of something racist that's happened. And so, yeah, so building solidarity is really, really challenging. And you know, there's other issues in Canada. I'd like one of the ones that I named here was that like multiculturalism is tough. You know, it's a tough rhetoric to overcome. You know, like it really is. And so I don't know. The solidarity is forged, is the thing that I would say. But that's true of any solidarity. All solidarity is forged. It doesn't come because of like the melanin in your skin. That doesn't make solidarity, right? Black people have, well, my Black people have a saying. It's like not all skin folk are kinfolk, right? And so that's what I mean. Like solidarity is forged, right? And that also means that Black folks who want a more just society need allies. We need white people on board, like for real. That's the only way to affect change, is to build coalitions.
So my name is Elisha, and you had mentioned that you face a lot of microaggressions, and you had said this one thing that like really stood out, which was when you said, "Don't worry, we didn't think you were Black until you said it."
Yeah.
So I grew up in the city, so you know it's very diverse. So being here, you know, I'm still adjusting. So like, this is Plattsburgh is a very white place.
Sure.
So like I wanted to know how do you like, because I'm a very like I'm real quick to you know clap back. So how did you deal with like with that like for so long?
Just with like microaggressions, yes. Like generally. Okay. So let me give you 3 pieces of advice. One is, because you are a young person, let me tell you that you need to curate your friends, right? Curate your friend list, right? Which means that like shitty people aren't your friends. So don't be friends with shitty people, like for real, right? So if those microaggressions are coming from people who say they're your friends, they're not your friends, and like ditch them. Like that's just my advice. Number 2 is like, if this microaggression is happening in a workplace, document. Email yourself what happened so it's time-stamped. Keep all the receipts. You don't necessarily have to use them right away, but like having a paper trail is the only thing that will possibly work in accountability systems, and even then it's not guaranteed to actually work, but document. And the third thing I'll say is like, I don't know, man, I'm in my 40s. So like when I have microaggressions now, like when people say things to me, I literally just walk away because like I do not care. Like I got a great group of friends. I got like a dog with anxiety. I got 2 children who I love more than life itself. I will not be tricked in giving white supremacy any more energy and life of mine than it's already taken. Yeah, thanks.
My name's Daniel. So
So what I took away from this presentation is that, we had a hard time finding a sense of belonging, but we found belonging in that because there are other people that also have that confusion. So you say that the Black experience is being universal through the Atlantic Passage. So there's that connection there. We have a connection that is via the intergenerational socioeconomic stuffing of Black people. So I just wanted to know what are other ways that the Black experience is connected throughout the Americas. Because, not to give a biography, but my parents are from Honduras and I'm a Bronx baby, but for some reason I feel very connected to you.
Thanks.
So, I want to know about that.
Yeah, I mean, so I love this question in part because, like, yeah, man, trauma bonding's not the best. Like, there has to be something that holds together communities beyond trauma, and that's not to say that like the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, these things were terrible, but to me, what makes Black communities special, I don't know, man. Like when I get in a room full of Black people, we laugh. Just the other day, I was like, Montreal is also a white place. People say it's diverse. It's not diverse. And I saw this Black guy walking towards me, and we gave the nod, and I was like, yes. Like whenever I get the nod, it makes me so happy. Like the jokes that, like the time when like somebody's doing something and you just like lock eyes with a Black person, and you're just both like that kind of stuff, like that's meaningful. Like those moments of camaraderie and solidarity and like recognition, like that kind of stuff it's so important. The fact that like Allison, you sound like my dad. Like you were up here talking, I'm like, that's what my dad sounds like that kind of thing. Like I don't know, whether or not you have like grit, sweet and salty, that, like the kind of thing that is this. When Twitter existed and wasn't a dumpster fire, like Black Twitter was the only reason to be on Twitter. Like for real, it was so deep and incredible and funny and real. So like those moments of joy, like that, and connection, and not having to wear like this mask, not having to be careful about everything you say every minute of the day, like to me, like that's almost more important than this shared history of trauma, right? It's not the shared history of trauma, it's a shared history of survival. Yeah? Oh, thanks. Yeah? Yeah?
How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm a history major like Daniel. I'm really curious, I'm really interested in a lot of the things you were saying, but I like to take something that's, I guess, empirical.
Yep.
So can you elaborate more on, like, firstly, I find it very fascinating that America was a safe haven for Black Canadians at any point in history. But can you elaborate a little bit more on this, I think you call it the Southern Cross, of people migrating from, or trying to escape slavery from Canada into the United States for like a period of time?
Yeah, totally, I would love to. So, okay, so most of the northern states, as we know, abolished slavery around the time of the American Revolution. Right, the last one, I can't remember which one it is, in Maine? I don't know. The last one abolishes slavery in 1804. In 1793, Upper Canada, which is now Ontario, passes, it's called like it's Lord Simcoe, I can't remember the name of the actual act, but it passes an act pressured by abolitionists, which doesn't free the people who are currently enslaved in Canada, but bans the importation of slaves. Is kind of like what the act does. But the people who are enslaved in Canada are still enslaved. And then in 1833, slavery is abolished throughout the British Empire, and Canada still belongs to Britain at that point. So it's slavery is abolished in like Jamaica and Australia and all the other British holdings. And so those enslaved people in Canada, and to be clear, it was never like a huge number. Like Canada never had plantation-based slavery because we're small. Like, it's a tiny, tiny country in terms of demography. Like right now, the Canadian population, there's fewer Canadians than there are Californians. Just so we're clear, right? It's always been a very small country in terms of population, very large in terms of landmass, and so. The people who were enslaved, there were never very many, so it wasn't, even the enslaved Americans who came to Canada like 30,000, 40,000, that's more than the population of Canada, kind of, that's more than the population of Ontario at this point in time. The people who escaped from Canada to the northern United States, never a substantial number, but still happened. The other thing, I guess, to consider is that the border, what we think of as the border now, is very different than what the border was in the 18th century. You know, like moving back and forth across the border was actually like quite easy. And in fact, one of the pieces of my family lore is that there was a nephew of Cornelius who was very, very light-skinned, and so light he could pass for white. And he left, like he moved to Michigan, because apparently you could just move to Michigan back then. And no one heard from him again until his sister tracked him down and called him and said, you know, I haven't seen you in 3 decades, but our father's dead, and we'd like to see your face at the funeral, and which is a very Black thing to say. And he, you know, came back for the funeral and then left again, right? Which means, like, and that's this history of passing and crossing borders are quite conceptually similar in some ways. Anyway, so that's to say, the number of Black Canadians who escaped to the United States, very, very, very small, but still an important facet of history that helps. I mean, like I said, most Canadians don't even think there was slavery in Canada, so it's a good reminder that, in fact, that history is very real.
Thank you all for those really thoughtful questions, and for Dr. Thomas for her wonderful responses. We have a couple more items to take care of before we wrap up this session. We're going to do a raffle, and I've got a quick announcement, but I'm going to give you another round of applause right now.
Thank you.
Those of you that are on the Black Solidarity Day Committee and those that presented today, after we wrap up with the raffle, if you could see her in the back, but we're going to have a couple of colleagues, one of our grad students, Shan's going to bring down the raffle box.